Chapter 12, Vicissitude. Chapter text. Vicissitude of T-Y-O-O-D, a change of circumstance in life or fortune. From Latin vicissitude, alteration, or from Latin vicissitude, by turns, from Latin vic, turn, change. Despite being probably the weakest of the 5 great shinobi villages, Sumidakure makes a damn impressive sight, that's for sure. Whoa. Naruto sounds awestruck, too. Kurama and why'd they build their village like that? Kurama's not entirely certain when he became the resident history professor, but since there's no one else to answer except Fuji, who treats villagers as being convenient concentrations of Odin but otherwise just cute little human peculiarities, he sighs and answers, because it's a good defense, kit. The cliques can keep out an invading army, and they've got terraces on the outside so that sooner shinobi can stand there and attack without being in too much danger. See that narrow crack in the cliff? That's the only way for most people to get in, so the sooner shinobi know exactly who's in their village all the time. Like Konoha's walls and gates. But you can get around the gates really easily, Naruto points out, seemingly confused by this lapse of logic, and of course he would know that at 6 and a bit of change. Kurama was mostly asleep for Naruto's adventures outside the walls, but he remembers enough. Yeah, he agrees, amused. And we're gonna do the same here. If that bastard and his freak squad manage to track us here, I don't want them finding me just by asking at the gate. Freak squad? Who are they? Naruto leans back to look up at him, blue eyes curious. Are those the shinobi Hokage sent after you? From the forest. Fuji huffs, shaking out her tails, and then leaps nimbly down the side of the sand dune towards the start of the rocky ground edging Suna's cliffs. Don't worry about it, Naru-chan, she says cheerfully. My illusions will cover our tracks for a while, and Kurama-sama is too fast and smart for anyone to catch. She seems to be forgetting just how it is they met, but Kurama isn't about to remind her. That bit of humiliation will molder unrecalled until the end of time, if he has any say in it. Right, he agrees instead. Squinting up at the setting sun, he adds, Fuji, can you head around the west side and then let us down? We can go over the cliffs where the sun will be in the guard's eyes. Keeps us from having to wait for nightfall. I hope you don't think you're getting rid of me that easily, Kurama-sama, she huffs, even as she drifts left, leaping large cracks in the ground and veering around outcroppings of stone. This is the most fun I've had in decades, so I'm definitely coming with you. EA. Naruto cheers, leaning forward to bury his face in her white fur. Can you be my Fujine? I don't see why not, the vixen says loftily, though Kurama can read both pleasure and embarrassment in the twitch of her tails and the flick of her ears. If you really have the Kyuubi inside of you, that makes us almost kin anyway. All foxes look up to the Kyuubi, after all, having 9 tails makes you practically a god. Personally, Kurama doesn't quite see the appeal in being a pack mule and running for miles on end, but he supposes that it's probably a bit more exciting than hunting mice and birds all day. You'll have to stay small, he warns her, though he reaches out to give her shoulder a gentle stroke in thanks. And nearby, if possible. If things go south, I want to be able to leave in a hurry. I'm sure whatever you plan to do will turn out perfectly, Kurama-sama, Fuji says stubbornly. And even if it doesn't, I'll help however I can. Me too. Naruto chimes in. He lets go of Fuji to make the seal for the shadow clones and grins like a conquering hero. I can be an army. This is not exactly what Kurama intended, teaching him that, but it's Naruto. The matter was bound to come up eventually, and Kurama already knows exactly how much good it will do to argue with him, namely, none at all. Let's save that for a last resort, Hark, he counters, painfully amused, and wraps an arm around the little boy's waist to keep him from overbalancing. Fuji, he is good. The vixen skids to a stop and crouches to let them slide off. As soon as their feet are steady, she shakes herself, then lets go of her transformation. A much more normal-sized fox bounces out of the smoke, and Kurama leans down so she can leap up onto his shoulders. She coils around his neck, peeking out from under the fringe of his hair, and yips cheerfully, ready to go, Kurama-sama. Kurama chuckles, then scoops Naruto up and slings the boy over his back. Arms and legs around me if you can, kid, he orders. We are going to have to go fast for a bit. There are 6 terraces leading up, each one a good 2 meters wide. The setting sun is behind him, ice searing red and gold spreading out across the horizon, and Kurama can't sense any overt hostility from the path up. The only chakra signatures he can feel are heading away along the curve of the cliff face, and he really hopes it stays that way. Surely he's due to have something go right by now. He's in Naruto's body, surely his luck can't be all bad. Small arms curl around his neck, careful of Fuji, legs wrapping around his waist, and Kurama can't fight a smile as he reaches up to touch Naruto's hands in silent reassurance. Well, definitely not all bad, though parts could use improving. Ready, he asks and gets 2 sounds of confirmation. Taking a breath, he channels just a trickle of chakra, not enough to be noticed but enough to give him some power, and leaps, bouncing up the first 3 terraces. No one shouts, there are no alarms, not even any traps, and Kurama lets himself breathe out. He dodges left, tracing his way a little further west, and then clears the next 2 levels in quick succession. Still nothing. It would almost be ridiculous, except the tempo of Kurama's heartbeat says it really isn't. He pauses again, checking for chakra, but as luck would have it there's what feels like a civilian district below. There are a few scattered chakra signatures, but it seems like this is one of Suna's poorer areas. Shinobi aren't generally ones to be poor. If they are that bad at their jobs, they tend to just be dead, so those who do live here are scattered, the exception rather than the rule. It's a stroke of fortune that Kurama is more than willing to take. With all the speed he can muster, he leaps forward, clearing the last terrace and hurling himself right over the lip of the cliff. There's another road carved out of the rock about halfway down, and Kurama throws himself across it in a blur, one hand on Naruto's back, his other hanging onto Fuji, and then flips over the side and down into thick shadows. In the alley someone startles, dropping something, but Kurama doesn't stick around to see if they'll raise an alarm. He bolts into the deep gloom of the surrounding buildings, with the wall looming overhead, and lets the darkness swallow him. Everybody okay back there? He asks as soon as they're a safe distance from curious ears, tucked back behind what smells like a restaurant. Kurama eyes the handful of neatly stacked bins sitting outside the back door for a moment, then drops to one knee and lets Naruto slide down. Can we do that again? Naruto sounds breathless and is grinning widely when he grabs Kurama's hand. Kurama that was so cool. Despite himself, Kurama chuckles and reaches out to ruffle the messy blonde hair. Glad you approve, kid. Fuji, you good playing a fur ruff. From where her head is resting daintily on her paws, draped across his shoulders, Fuji makes a vaguely offended sound, and her 3 tails tickle his arm as they flick. I'm very happy where I am, Kurama-sama, she says disdainfully. Though the view would be better if you were taller. Oh, fuck off, Kurama grumbles and tries his best to scowl at Naruto when the kid breaks into giggles. Hey, knock it off. We're related, remember? This is probably as tall as you're going to get, too. Naruto grins up at him, grabbing for his hand. I like you like this, Kurama, he says magnanimously. You don't need to be taller. It does Kurama's self-esteem as a fearsome former bijou no favors, but he melts a little under that. Thanks, kid, he says, and his voice is gruff because he won't allow himself to become choked up, not right now. Want to walk, or should I carry you? I'll walk. Naruto bounces with barely contained enthusiasm. Where are we going now, Kurama? Kurama pauses, stretching out his senses as subtly as he can, and concentrates. Shikaku's energy is everywhere, scattered thick across the village and through the sandstone of the buildings, because he's always been a greedy, grasping bastard. Still, the original is easy enough to find. Gaara is angry at something, and buildings are suffering for it. Shikaku is too close to the surface for Kurama's comfort, lashing against the seals holding him, and while they are not about to break, they are fragile. Far too much so for Kurama's peace of mind. Still, Kurama supposes it's a good enough opportunity. He needs to slap a few modifiers onto Shikaku's seal to filter out whatever crazy he can, the stuff caused by being improperly bound for so long, at least. Shikaku's natural crazy he unfortunately can't fix. Sorry, change of plans. We need to move fast again, he says, boosting Naruto up onto his back once more and taking off at a run as soon as the boy's got a secure grip. That kid I mentioned needs some help, so we are going to do that first. Across the village, something explodes. Dust fills the air in a wide cloud, erupting upward, and very distantly Kurama can pick out the smell of blood on the hot wind. So Gaara's already started going nuts, that's fine. Naruto will bring him out of it soon enough, and it's probably a recent change, so he's not mired in it yet. The only issue here is dealing with Shikaka, and Kurama doesn't think he'll have too much of a problem with that. It's easy to tell when they're getting close, because everyone is running the opposite direction, even the shinobi. Kurama wants to scoff and call them all cowards, but just sets his teeth and sticks to the edges of the retreating crowd, trying not to be noticed. A few people cast him glances, but most are too occupied with getting to safety to make note of someone moving at shinobi speeds in the shadows. Up ahead, the streets empty out completely, and Shukaku's murderous chakra gets heavier. Kurama pauses, glancing around, and then leaps up the side of a flat-topped apartment building. "Stay here," he tells Naruto. "Fuji, keep an eye on him. I have to go beat some sense into the idiots the kid, and I don't want either of you getting caught in the crossfire." The vixen yips softly, hopping down and going to wind around Naruto's legs. Before Kurama can move, though, Naruto catches his hand again and asks wearily, "You're gonna come back, right, Kurama-ni?" "Course I am, kid," Kurama promises, leaning down to press a kiss to his bright hair. "You're the most important thing in the world to me. I will always come back to you." That gets him a smile as bright as the sun. "Good luck, Kurama-ni. I know you can win." Kurama chuckles, rising to his feet. Shikaka roars, clearly about to break free entirely, and it makes him turn, leaping down into the epicenter of the distraction. He takes a breath and lets go, his chakra rising in a corrosive, blood-red surge to meet the Ichibis, and then shouts, "Oi, Shikaka! What's got your panties in a bunch this time, you tetchy little bastard?" Within the dust and rubble, something stills, then stirs. Kurama flicks a hand out, and wind whips past him, just enough to dispel the cover. What was once probably a nice square is now little more than a wreckage of shattered stones and debris, clothes and other things scattered through it. In the center, the area around him seething with animated sand, stands Gaara, no more than Naruto's age, with dead eyes and sand coating his body. Even as Kurama watches, more slides over him, and it's easy to recognize the beginnings of his transformation into a human-sized version of Shikaka. "You," Gaara says, and it's layered with Shikaku's deeper voice. "Don't call my name like you know me, you puny little human. I am. Yeah. The great and terrible Ichibi, possessing the fewest tails of any of the tailed beasts, but somehow still so high and mighty." Kurama scoffs, crossing his arms over his chest and narrowing his eyes. "Look at you. Do you really think this is what the sage meant our power for, you idiot? You're corrupting a child, and you're even doing that badly. For all the times he gives in, how many times does he resist you? How many times has little Gaara here shown just how much stronger than you he is?" Shukaku howls with rage, lashing out, but Kurama sees it coming and hurls himself to the side, then shoves chakra towards his feet and flips up and over, landing on Shukaku's far side even as Shukaku spins towards the spot Kurama used to be. With a snarl of victory, Kurama lunges forward, chakra gathering in his palm, and slaps a hand against Shukaku's sand. Fire blooms beneath his touch, roaring out, and the heavy coating of earth crackles as it hardens. Shikaku screams, whipping around, but Kurama's already gone, landing lightly behind his shoulder. "I'll kill you." Shukaku screams. "Your blood will soak my sand, because no one can surpass my arc." Another wave of fire falls away, and Kurama smirks. He drops into a crouch, flexing his clawed hands against the sandy earth, and taunts, "How about a test, then, little brother? My speed and fire against your sand and automatic defense. The winner gets that little boy you're torturing. Sound fair?" Seeing that the tanuki is about to start screaming again, he adds with all the cattleness he can manage, "Oh, wait, never mind. You always were too scared to bet against me, Shukaku. I guess a few centuries hasn't changed anything, huh?" There's a long moment of silence, and then Shukaku hisses like a tea kettle releasing steam. "Kurama," he growls. "I heard that humans locked you away as well. You managed to consume that little creature's soul entirely and take their body. I'm impressed." The memory of his Naruto falling, empty-eyed and devoid of life, hits Kurama so hard and suddenly that for a moment he can't even breathe. His entire chest seizes as pain lances through him, and he snarls automatically. His chakra redoubles, lashing furiously against Shukaku's, and Kurama throws himself forward. Edged with power, his long nails score deep into hardened sand, and he blurs away before Shukaku can even turn to catch him. Another hit, scoring deep into one of the Tanuki's arms, another to the back of his head, another. The perfect balance of chakra, caught in the palm of his hand and spinning like a hurricane. Negative and positive, dark and light, caught up together in a violet-edged snarl of power and intent, but weaker than ever before, not nearly enough to kill. It was a gift. Kurama screams above Shikaku's roar of frustration. A sacrifice for me. I can't help you understand right now, you self-obsessed bastard, but someday I will make you. He doesn't let the bitch Dama go, but leaks forward, aiming straight for Shikaku's chest. It won't hurt Gaara, not at half power like this, but an impact like a detonation, and it's like being caught in the heart of a sandstorm. Sand explodes outward, stinging and biting, and Kurama throws up an arm to shield his face. There's a ripple of chakra as the pressure vanishes entirely, Shikaku retreating with a last wounded roar as a small form becomes visible through the cloud. Red hair glows in the light of sunset as Gaara wavers, and Kurama automatically steps forward to catch him. The small, fragile body tumbles into his arms, and Kurama lifts him, murmuring mindlessly soothing nonsense as he tucks the kid's head under his chin. Chakra pulls in his free hand, and he presses it to the back of Gaara's neck, etching the seal into his skin as gently as he's able. Gaara makes a soft sound of surprise and faint pain, and Kurama strokes his hair, whispering, sorry, is that better? Can you hear him anymore? There's a long, careful pause, and then Gaara looks up. Wide aquamarine eyes stare at him for a second, and then Gaara breathes, mother. He ate your mother, kid, Kurama says dryly. It's a good thing, believe me. He reaches up, touching the kanji that's only just started to scar over on Gaara's forehead, and adds, your real mother loved you. She poured all of her love into your send right before she died. Why do you think your automatic defense is so strong? Gaara's breath catches and he drops his eyes. You shouldn't. Don't touch me, he says, trying for anger, but it wobbles as it comes out. I'll kill. You won't. Kurama hesitates, then ruffles his hair. Besides, I can handle Shikaku, kid. Leave my stupid little brother to me. You've got more important things to worry about. Like friends. I have no friends, Gaara says, and that at least comes out sharp, with an edge of fury that means the pain still hasn't healed. No one loves me, and I don't want them to. I'll live only for myself. Mother understands. Not your mother, Kurama repeats, rolling his eyes. Damn Tanuki, always making things harder than they have to be. When the 6-year-old starts to jerk in his arms, send hissing threateningly around them, he just shifts the boy to his hip, then leaps up to the top of a collapsed wall, and from there jumps back to the rooftop where he left Naruto. Kurama and I. Naruto shouts the instant they touch down. He rushes forward, throwing himself at Kurama as the redhead crouches down and accidentally catches Gaara in the enthusiastic hug as well. Kurama and I, that was amazing. You've got to be the best shinobi ever. Can you teach me to be as awesome as you? Can you? Please. No one's as awesome as me, kid, Kurama laughs, setting Gaara down and raising a brow when he skitters backwards, away from Naruto's bright grin. But I think he might manage to get close someday. With a lot of training and a bit of luck. He waves a hand between the two boys. Naruto, Gaara. Gaara, Naruto. You both Jinchuriki. Naruto's entire expression lights up, and he reaches forward to catch Gaara's hand. Gaara flinches, the scattered sand around their feet whirling closer, but Naruto just banes. Let's be friends, he proposes. I've never had a friend besides Hokage before, but I've always wanted one. For a long minute, Gaara looks like he can't decide whether to kill them all, turn and run, or throw himself at Naruto and not let go. He stares at the blonde for a moment, then shifts his gaze to Kurama, who gives him a small, crooked smile. You'll be fine, Gaara, he says softly. I tweak the seal holding Shikaku back. It'll take a lot more than just you getting angry or scared for him to escape now, so you don't have to worry about hurting anyone. Blue-green eyes go very wide, and Gaara looks down at when Naruto is still clutching his hand. I always wanted a friend, too, he admits, just barely above a whisper. You'll be my friend. Yeah. Naruto agrees, all but vibrating with excitement. He turns, bouncing in place, and crows, Kurama and I. Kurama and I, look. I got my first friend. Kurama laughs, reaching out to ruffle two spiky heads. Yeah, kid, I can see that. And it's a trace of a good memory of Gaara and Naruto standing side by side, Kage and Shinobi, and still best friends, and it's good. So good. With a soft laugh that nearly catches in his throat, Kurama leans forward and pulls the two bite-sized terrors into his arms, hugging them both tightly. They go stiff and startled, but Naruto hugs back the moment he recovers. Gaara is a little slower, but carefully, tentatively, his arms curl around Kurama's shoulder and hang on. Why were you so angry, Gaara? Naruto asks curiously, pulling back, and Gaara tenses again. He doesn't move, just buries his face in Kurama's shoulder a little more firmly. My father tried to have me killed, he says. He sent an assassin after me, and he didn't hurt me, but I was just so mad and it hurt, Kurama finishes for him. He rokes Gaara's back lightly, thinking of the seal he just placed on the kid. The armor of Sen should be enough to keep him safe, even with Shukaku pushed down, but what if it's not? The Kazekage is a bastard, and what if he sends other assassins? It's not the best situation. Why don't you come with us? Naruto asks, blue eyes intent. Gaara, we are going to cool places. Kurama and I already took us to river country and all across wind country, and I'm sure it's okay for you to come. Right, Kurama and I. Kurama supposes trusting Shukaku to look after two little kids was always a bit of a long shot to begin with. Besides, what's to lose? Leaving Gaara behind will just upset Naruto, and if the kid dies because of something Kurama did to him, well, he's never loved Gaara the way that he loved Naruto, but the redhead was always tolerable. A friend, even when he was no longer a Jinchuriki. And Shukaku was fond of him. That's reason enough to take care of this emotionally fragile, miniaturized version. Sure, he agrees and doesn't let himself sigh. Fuji, you got to carry one more. From where she's been perched on a low stone wall, watching the reunion, Fuji huffs. Of course, Kurama-sama, she says. It's not like he's all that heavy. Kurama sinks back on his heels, checking Gaara's face. Do you want to come with us, kid? He asks gently. You don't have to, and I don't want to force you into anything. We are traveling, trying to find somewhere safe, so it's a bit hectic. For a long moment, Gaara stares at him. Then that assessing gaze shifts to Naruto and holds on entreating blow, and Gaara swallows. Yes, he says in a very small voice. Yes. I want to go with you. You're friends, Kurama finishes for him, still gentle. Okay, let's get you home so you can grab your stuff while I find us some supplies. Maybe you can even get shoes, Kurama and I. Naruto offers cheerfully. Kurama scoffs. Those things are fucking uncomfortable. I'll keep my feet on the ground like they're meant to be, thanks. Come on. Gaara, you got a preference? I can carry you on my back or normally. I think Fuji still has dibs on my shoulders. That gets him another wide-eyed look. You're going to carry me, he asks. Oh, damn, sooner to the fiery pits of the deepest level of hell. Damn Konoha too, while he's at it. Little kids shouldn't act like they've been offered the world on a platter for something so normal. It takes effort, but Kurama stomps on his rage and opens his arms. Yeah, he says. See me, squirt. Naruto, make like a monkey, would you? Naruto cheers and throws himself onto Kurama's back, scrambling up and wrapping his legs around him. An instant later, Fuji flows into place like a particularly furry scarf, and Kurama raises a brow at the only holdout. Gaara looks between him and his outstretched arms, then offers a very faint, wary smile and steps forward. He grabs Kurama's shoulders as Kurama lifts him, clinging tightly, and Kurama shifts to resettle the weight. All right, which way, he asks. Gaara points to a street several blocks from the Kazekage building. The one without lights on, he says, and then tucks his face into the curve of Kurama's throat. Kurama chuckles and strokes his hair, then ruffles Naruto's and leaps lightly across the narrow street, heading for the indicated house. He'll let the kid grab what he wants, maybe ask him to lend Naruto some clothes, and see what he can scrounge from the kitchen for supplies. By then it should be dark enough for them to make it over the cliffs unseen. Maybe Suna was a bit of a dead end, but at least it got the freak squad off their tails. And besides, now that Kurama takes a moment to consider it, Madatabi has always been a hell of a lot more motherly than Shikaka, and is generally pretty reasonable too. Maybe Kurama doesn't know exactly where Madatabi and the Nibbies host are right now, but surely they can't be that hard to find. On his back, Naruto laughs, bright and happy, and out of the corner of his eye, Kurama can just barely see Gaara smiling back, still tentative but already gaining confidence. Kurama smiles too, entirely despite himself. Whatever. It'll all work out. Chapter 13, Simulacron. Simulacron, Simi LA with macron Kion, an image or representation of someone or something, an unsatisfactory imitation or substitute. From Latin simulare copy, represent, from similes like dot. In an unforeseen stroke of good luck, a sandstorm sweeps across northeastern Wind Country shortly before midnight, completely erasing all signs of their presence. Kurama feels the wind change in enough time for them to find shelter, so they bunk down for the night in a deep cave carved into a cliff, likely just for that purpose, whose mouth points away from the source of the storm. It's dry and roomy enough for a fairly small man, a smaller fox, and two tiny 6-year-olds, even after Kurama starts a fire to ward off the worst of the night's chill. It's little surprise that Gaara immediately goes to sit several meters from the mouth of the cave, just out of range of the wind, with wide eyes fixed on the storm outside. Little surprise, too, that Naruto drifts over to sit with him as soon as is eaten, and over the roar of the sand Kurama can just hear Gaara recounting facts about sandstorms in a tone that is, for him, of acute excitement. Slumped back against the rough wall, Kurama chuckles, not quite able to tear his eyes away from the red and gold heads bent together in the flickering firelight. Fur shifts under his fingers as Fuji leaves the scraps of her meal and flows into his lap, curling up tightly and dropping her head on his knee. Kurama rubs lightly behind her ear and she gives a brief, garbling purr to encourage him to continue. Amber eyes fall shut and she stretches lightly before settling down once more. All of this is for the boy, isn't it? She asks, too softly for Gaara or Naruto to overhear. Kurama sighs softly, tipping his head back against the stone and closing his own eyes. It is, he agrees. Everything. There's a brief pause and then she murmurs, I was surprised that there were two night-owled kitsune, but that's not quite true, is it, Kurama-sama? Since there's no real reason to deny it, Kurama just shrugs, giving the tip of one pointed ear a light tug. I told you it was complicated. There's only supposed to be one, but I'm an extra. Fuji hums an acknowledgement, clearly turning this over in her mind. I think I'm glad that I met you first, rather than the other, she says slowly. While you were fighting the Ichibi, Nara-chan got worried, and I felt Kyuubi-sama stir for a moment. He was very angry. Very hateful. You're better. Not too long ago, I finally found a reason to change, Kurama says, opening his eyes again to look at Naruto. The boy is laughing, and even Gaara is smiling faintly. It makes Kurama chuckle softly. The other Kyuubi will find a reason, too. Just need to give him the opportunity. The man who left me this body showed me that no matter how long you've held on to hate and anger, there's a better way. He glances down at the little fox in his lap and gives her another light tug. Is there someone looking for you right now, Fuji? Are you going to get in trouble for running off like you did? She huffs disgustedly, slapping a paw over her face in what is either long-suffering dismay or embarrassment, and moans, my brother is probably looking, or he will soon. He doesn't like me going off on my own, and he's got 5 tails, so he thinks he knows everything. One eye slits open, and her expression turns wholly smug. He won't believe that I got to meet the Kyuubi. He's going to be so jealous he'll turn green all over. Kurama laughs, smoothing a hand down her back and over her tails. Well, you're the only reason we've managed to make it this far without a lot more trouble, so I'm more than happy to have you stick around, but if you need to go back, that's fine too. I don't want you getting in any more trouble for my sake. Fuji snaps her teeth sharply, clearly showing her opinion of that idea. I said that you couldn't get rid of me that easily, Kurama-sama, she reminds him. I'll stay for as long as I think you need me, and even if I do leave then, you can always summon me. You're a night-owled fox, no matter what form you're stuck in, and you don't have many allies. Of course I'm going to help. Naruto's the one who so easily wins people's loyalty. Kurama breathes out a shaky breath, unused to such simple and unwavering support, and scoots Fuji up in his arms, burying his face in long white fur. Thanks, he manages, and it comes out muffled. Thanks, Fuji. If you ever need anything. Sharp ears prick up and Fuji wiggles excitedly as he settles her back in his lap. A star ball. Like those pretty purple ones you use, Kurama-sama. Do you think you could make me a star ball out of one of those? It's probably unwise to give a pajama, even miniaturized and held behind seals in glass, to the kitsune equivalent of a 13-year-old. Still, Kurama wasn't exaggerating when he said she's the only reason they've managed to come this far. Without her, he'd likely be trapped like a dragonfly in amber, whisked back to Konoha's tea and our division with Naruto forever out of reach. And Kurama is fairly decent at seals, given his time with Enmido and then Kushina, he can probably work something out. Holding that much power might even give Fuji another tail, which seems like a decent enough trader for her help. I'll see what I can do, he promises, and she gives a happy yip. Do you have an idea where to go next, Kurama-sama? She asks, settling back down with her head on her paws, one sharp eye on the boys. Should we cut back into the place with all the rivers, or keep traveling in the desert? Kurama considers, absently stroking her fur. They headed almost directly north from Suna, hoping to throw off any trackers. Gaara had insisted it would be several days before he was missed, even with Shukaku's little seine, so Kurama isn't too worried about pursuit from that direction. The clans he, Fuji, and Naruto created have enough chakra to draw the freak squad a few days off course, either deep into southern river country or doubling back into fire country near Ame's border depending on which one they followed, so there's also little risk of them catching the scent again. Without the threat of immediate pursuit, Kurama's life is a whole lot easier. He's not entirely certain where Madatabi is, beyond knowing that the Nibi's host is from Kuma, but somewhere in Lightning Country seems like a safe bet. If he remembers correctly, the girl is someone Killer Bee looked up to as a strong kunoichi, despite her being younger, so she's probably training. Which means she could be anywhere around Kuma, or elsewhere if she's the hardcore type. Kurama's range for sensing the other Bijou is pretty decent, but he'll still have to be fairly close to pinpoint her. Unless... We'll cross over near the middle of Wind Country's border with Ame, he says slowly, picturing the maps he saw so often through Naruto's eyes. Then we can head north through grass and cut east across Waterfall, which should keep us far enough away from Konoha. We'll have to go the long way, cut those sound, hot springs, and frost country before we get to Lightning Country, but I don't want to risk any Konohan in picking up our trail. Up for it. Sounds like fun, is Fuji's verdict. I've only ever seen the area around Mount Inari and some of the place full of rivers, but my brother says they are all different. Kurama saw far too much of the countries for comfort once the shinobi villages started falling and Kaguya advanced. The survivors couldn't stay in one place for more than a handful of days without Kaguya's troops finding them, so right up until the end they spent most of their time on the run. Different groups went different directions since it was too dangerous for everyone to travel together, but Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke were the main leaders and moved between the groups constantly. Just remembering those years is enough to bring Kurama's hackles up for the feeling of being hunted to overwhelm him. During that time he got used to being prey rather than the predator, and the knowledge still manages to set his teeth on edge. He hates it. Breathing out slowly, he forces himself to focus on the present rather than a future that he won't allow to come into being. Yeah, he agrees roughly. They are. Ame's always wet, grass is pretty much completely flat and generally green, frost is cold, lightning is full of mountains. They are pretty enough, but I prefer the forests. Trees are good. Fuji flicks her tails, is twitching, and then glances up at him. Are we looking for another one of your brothers? Might be a sister, Kurama says judiciously. Madatabi's always gotten along best with female hosts, after all, and has always struck Kurama as pretty feminine in a reserved old lady kind of way. But yeah, hopefully the Nibi is somewhere near Kuma. Madatabi isn't blindly crazy like Shikaka and generally gets along with whatever host Kuma provides. I don't think the current host is too bad, but we'll see. Worst comes to worst, Saiken's probably still in Kuri. They haven't got a great track record when it comes to Jinchuriki, but since the Slug's host will skip out eventually, he's probably not going to turn over a bunch of kids to the Mizukage. Amber eyes flicker back to him, then narrow fadely. And you don't trust me to watch them, Kurama-sama? Kurama snorts. I trust you with them in a heartbeat, Fuji, but they are 6, and I don't know how long it's going to take me to keep my promise. Might be a week, might be a month. Kids need care, and just in case I get hurt or captured, I want them somewhere that isn't the middle of the wilderness. Besides, you're a kid, too. I'm not going to dump that on you. Fuji sniffs, clearly a little miffed, but doesn't protest. All right, she agrees, if rather reluctantly. If you say so, Kurama-sama. I do. Kurama taps her on the nose with a smile. I'm going to try and see if I can't get in contact with Madatabi. Keep an eye on the brats, okay? And wake me up if you sense anything at all. The vixen yips her agreement, sliding out of his lap and bounding over to the two kids. She throws herself across their legs, making Gaara startle and Naruto laugh delightedly. Kurama can't quite hear what she says, but it's clearly a demand for pats, since both boys start stroking her fur. Gaara looks astonished, Naruto awed, but they are both happy, and Kurama allows himself a small smile as he settles back against the wall, resting his hands on his knees. As a Bijou fully aligned with his Jinchuriki, accessing the shared mental world of the tailed beasts used to be as simple as willing it to happen. Kurama isn't entirely sure that, as he is now, he'll be able to touch it, but it's his best bet of finding Madatabi, especially if Nidhi and Host are, like Killer Bee and Gaki, able to cooperate. He closes his eyes and takes a breath, centering himself and picturing a world he hasn't reached for in a very long time. Featureless brown stone beneath him, light filtering in from nowhere and everywhere, with darkness pressing at the edges. A moment of will, of want, and the air changes, the thick dust of the sandstorm vanishing into clean, sharp-edged newness, traced with the grain of growing things. Well, that's different. Slowly, not wanting to jar himself out of the trance, Kurama opens his eyes and is immediately met by grain and brown. There's a campfire, a clearing so well remembered it makes his heart ache, with ancient trees capable of dwarfing even his Bijou form leaning in around the edges. One step removed from this reality, he can feel Shukako pointedly ignoring him, and another presence that's so familiar it feels like looking in a mirror. The Kyuubi is asleep, though, deeply asleep in a way that speaks of seals and plots and biding his time, and Kurama very carefully doesn't puck at him. That's a conversation for another day. Several mental steps further on, he gets an impression of rapid wind beats, bright laughter, and the thrill of flight, chmei, without a doubt. There's a feel of quick coolness to his right, but muted, and close to it the ephemeral glimpse of a bubble drifting skyward, Isobo and Saiken easy to recognize. To Kurama's left is fire and stain, peaceful and at rest, side by side with the heat of molten rock and a touch of rage. Koku and Son Goku, Kurama thinks, and moves on. He reaches out, searching, and... there. The bite of cold fire, traced with a ghostly edge of death undone, and Kurama touches the border of his sibling's mind, a gentle nudge to bring Madatabi's attention to him. The cat stirs, curious but sleepy, and reaches back, and Kurama greets Madatabi with the impression of the rush of wind and fire. The Nibi will be expecting hate and fury all twisted up and tangled with Kurama's usual elements, but right now, at peace, with Naruto so close by, Kurama can't summon them. Moreover, he doesn't want to. Light shimmers, ghostly blue shot through with black, and the two-tailed cat steps out of the darkness of the trees, odd-colored eyes sweeping over the clearing. This is new, Madatabi says, studying him curiously. Since when were you autistic, Kurama? Or nostalgic, or human, for that matter? I might be your sister, but I'll admit, I barely recognize you right now. Well, that answers that question. Kurama gives Madatabi a smile, trying to ignore the differences in their sizes like this. It's vastly annoying to be so much smaller than even the Nibi. A lot has happened, Madatabi, and I don't always feel like I have to hate anymore. Got a minute? I'd like to talk. She sinks down onto her belly next to the fire, wrapping her two tails around herself, and tilts her head, eyes going distant. Yes, I can talk. The kitten is asleep right now. Just don't make me angry, she's had a hard day, and I don't want to disturb her. I'll try my best, Kurama agrees, a little wry, because he's never been the best at keeping his own temper, let alone helping someone else keep theirs. You like this one, then? Madatabi smiles, just a little. Well, there have been worse, she says lightly, and Kurama closes his eyes against a pang of hurt, remembering saying almost the exact same thing about his old host many times. Naruto had always laughed, teasing him about being a grubby old man, but his eyes had been worn. Kurama knows he understood what the fox only rarely voiced. Naruto's always been good like that. Right now, with 6-year-old Naruto beside him, happy and smiling, the pain is muted and distant, easily pushed down. But the loss is still there, no matter how much Kurama tries to focus on other things, and he suspects it always will be. He saw Naruto die, after all. That's not something he can ever fully recover from. Good, he says roughly, and it's impossibly hard to get the word out. Good. I'm glad for you, Madatabi. When he opens his eyes again, Madatabi is watching him, concern clear on her face. Kurama, she says gently, are you all right? That body, I know you can appear however you want here, but... Kurama swallows, shoving down the instinctive urge to snap. He doesn't deal well with feeling vulnerable, but there's not really another word that can apply right now. It's a long story, he says half-heartedly, and gets a pointedly expectant look from the cat. Rolling his eyes, he sighs and mutters grubbily, fine, which? I'm from a future where everyone is dead, but my Jinchuriki sacrificed himself to send me back in time, so I got landed with this body. Now I've got 2 bite-sized Jinchuriki to look after, including my assholish past self and that crazy bastard Shikaka, a promise to save the world that I have to keep, and a bunch of Sharingan users on my tail, with a Mukiden user thrown in just for fun. Can you help me or not? There's a long pause as Madatabi digests that, perfectly still. Then she snorts and gives a coughing laugh. Only you, Kurama, she says, shaking her head. I see you're just as prickly as ever, hatred or no. It's quite the story, and unnervingly plausible, given your current condition. I am not prickly. Kurama snaps, bristling, then realizes he just made her point for her and huffs in offense, crossing his arms and glaring. Madatabi just laughs at him again, sitting up. What do you need from me, she asks. Unfortunately, my help is limited by Ujida's abilities at the moment, but I'll do what I can. Kurama breathes out a sigh that's pure relief and rakes a hand through his hair. Thanks, Madatabi, he says sincerely. You're a lifesaver. I've got 2 6-year-olds with me that I can't take into battle or leave on their own, and I need someone to watch them for a month or so. Think you and your host can handle it? Madatabi hesitates, eyes narrow in a little, and her tails flick with minor agitation. Maybe, she concludes after a moment. I'll speak with her about it. Head our direction regardless, you'll be harder to catch when you're moving, and you need whatever advantage you can get right now. Yeah, Kurama sighs, raking a hand through his hair and wincing when he isn't quite careful enough with his claws. But I couldn't leave either of the kids where they were. Most humans are never going to understand Jinchuriki, and they are bastards to them no matter their age. Hurting kids like that, it makes me angry, Madatabi. I'm good at angry, but this is a kind I don't want to feel. When he looks up, there's an odd expression on Madatabi's face, somewhere between pleased and calculating, but it vanishes before he can read it further. She dips her head, glancing over her shoulder into the darkness she emerged from, and then rises to her feet. We are in the mountains directly west of the village, she says. But if we move, I'll find you and let you know. Fair winds and fast travels, Kurama. I look forward to seeing you in person again after so long. Same to you, Madatabi, Kurama answers, unable to fight a faint smile. And thanks. So you won. We'll see. With that helpfully cryptic comment, Madatabi bounds back into the shadows, and her presence vanishes like a rush of wind dispersing, fading back into a shimmer of sensation and nothing more. Kurama scowls after her, not able to ignore the insistent jab of suspicion that he just got tricked. A kid's sense for that kind of thing is usually pretty strong, and right now he's saying that he just got set up for something big. Damn it. You're a fucking witch, Madatabi, and when I find out what you're planning, I'm going to skin you, Kurama threatens, but the cat doesn't even deign to listen to him. She's already dropped back to sleep, and all Kurama can get from her is a faint flicker of smug satisfaction. Oh gods, I'm never going to be dry ever again, Shisui complains, throwing himself onto a wide branch the moment Kakashi calls a halt. He grimaces at their admittedly very wet surroundings as he digs a ration bar out of his hip pouch. That gets a scowl too, because Shisui is only subtle when he wants to be, before he tears off the wrapper and takes an unhappy bite. Honestly, Kakashi isn't feeling much more enthusiastic. They are still in river country, but this close to Ame's border it rains more often than not, and what is thick forest further south has become a massive, choking jungle that they have to fight their way through. Every piece of clothing Kakashi is wearing is soggy, and his feet started squishing in his sandals about half an hour after they broke camp this morning. It could be worse, but it sure as hell could be a lot better, too. With a faint grimace of his own, Kakashi takes a seat and leans back against the bole of the tree, fishing his rations out and starting in on them, despite the completely unappetizing taste and texture. Tens once gloomily compared both to moldy cardboard, and Kakashi can't entirely say that is wrong. The tracks are still clear, he says, in a half-hearted attempt to keep their spirits up. And they are starting to waver. Kurama can't keep this pace for long. We just have to outlast him and we'll run him to ground. Shisui keeps his eyes on his hands, breaking small pieces of the ration bar off as he eats them. At Kakashi's words, he makes a quiet sound of assent, but his expression is contemplative. After several moments, he glances up and asks quietly, "Are we all just ignoring the fact that it was foxes who saved Uzumaki?" Well, they were. But for all that Shisui likes to act the fool, he's very much not, and Kakashi should have expected him to bring up the matter eventually. Even more than a Tacha, Shisui is brilliant at connecting pieces and getting to the heart of things. With a soft sigh, Kakashi puts his food down and meets the Uchiha's gaze. The Yondame's seal won't break. It isn't breaking, he says simply. If it was something big enough that it required his life in payment, Minato-sensei would have made sure that no one else ever had to pay the same price. Shisui considers this for a moment before he nods. I'll believe that. But in that case, Uzumaki having fox summons is pretty interesting. Except that they weren't summons, Kakashi counters, because he's thought about this a lot as well. A summoning jutsu takes either blood or contact with the ground, even when done with a tattoo. Kurama's hands were bound, so he couldn't have summoned them. The white fox appeared above your head, and the red one in the bushes, a summoning can't do that, either. Besides, Kurama was just as surprised to see them as we were. He wasn't expecting a rescue. I've never heard of a summons coming to find someone without being called, Shisui agrees. That was definitely odd. But then, Uzumaki's weird as it is, right? I mean, all those things he can do can be written off as a Jinchuriki's abilities, but just him in general. He doesn't wear shoes or use weapons, he's got the shortest fuse I've seen outside of Makoto on her monthlies, and his hair looks like he took a rusty knife to it in the dark, which is a shame, because if he tried a little harder he could be pretty hot. It's all true, if fatally amusing laid out like that. Shinobi tend to be peculiar by nature, it's a coping mechanism, Kakashi is well aware of that, and Kurama seems no different. All the idiosyncrasies can be dismissed as a whole, but taken piece by piece. I think, Kakashi says slowly, that he feels like he's completely alone in the world. He doesn't care what he looks like, or what he acts like, because failing might kill him, but it might not, and that's enough of a chance for him to risk it. He's caught up in everything and can't see that the path he's on might have alternatives, because he feels there's no other way to move forward. Taking the rudder, it was an impulse, but now that he's done it he's not going to give the boy up, because he can't. This is how he's grieving, and we are all caught in the crossfire. Shisui's black eyes are far too sharp and clever as he studies Kakashi, crossing his legs under him on the branch. That's a long time to grieve, he says mildly, and Kakashi is abruptly unsure just who they are talking about. But from what you said about your fight with him in the village, and then the one we had in the forest, he seemed a little more in control the second time. He didn't completely lose it, even if he was angry. Maybe he's getting better, now that he's seen he's not alone. He meets Kakashi's stare, and adds, still mild as milk, you know, some people don't let go, even when the world tells them they should. It doesn't mean they are broken, it just means they hold on a bit harder than most. This is edging dangerously close to being a talk about feelings, and Kakashi can already feel the hives threatening. He eyes Shisui sidelong as he swallows the last of his bar, and remarks warily, I hope you're not implying that we should leave our village's Jinchuriki with an unknown and hostile shinobi just because it might be a good form of therapy for him, Shisui. Shisui rolls his eyes, flicking a handful of crumbs into the surrounding forest. You know exactly what I'm implying, Captain, he retorts. I won't play dumb if you won't. We have to catch Uzumaki, but that doesn't also mean that nothing can change. I've been with you on Naruto's guard, and I've seen how you look at him. This might be a good excuse to connect with him, don't you think? You mean after having to kill or forcibly subdue the first person who's ever been kind to him beyond the Hokage? Kakashi drawls, unimpressed. Yes, that's a great first impression to build a relationship on. Sign, Shisui holds his hands up in clear surrender. Whatever, I'm just a lowly A and B recruit and 15, what the hell do I know? His eyes flicker red, and when he raises his head the black tomer in his eyes have shifted into 4-point pinwheels, spinning lazily. It's a deliberate and entirely unsubtle point, because he knows very well that Kakashi also has a Mangekyou Sharingan and is therefore aware of exactly what has to happen to get one. Shisui understands thus, and that Kakashi has never asked for details of just how he got his eyes, he doesn't need to. Ren's death is a memory that won't ever fade. Still, if Shisui isn't verbally pointing it out, Kakashi feels no need to acknowledge he ever made a point at all. He pastes on a smile just to annoy the teenager and lets the conversation drop like a ton of bricks. Unfortunately, Shisui is made of stronger stuff than most and just snorts. He crumples the wrapper up and stuffs it into his pouch, then rises to his feet to stretch. Deciding he's also more than ready to get moving, Kakashi pulls himself up and turns to keep following Kurama's trail, half a second before the sky opens up again. It feels like getting a bucket of lukewarm water repeatedly entered over his head, and Kakashi sighs in aggravation, shoving his sudden hair out of his eyes. Beside him, Shisui is cursing under his breath in a way that is both impressively creative and a clear precursor to violence, and if they don't catch up with Kurama soon, Kakashi isn't entirely sure he won't join the kid in his rampage. This has not been his most successful mission ever. A flicker, like chakra wavering and then steadying again. Kakashi's head snaps up as he spins left, and he orders, Shisui. Sharingan eyes still bright with power, Shisui disappears in a burst of speed, hurling himself through the trees. Kakashi can only catch a faint afterimage, but he doesn't need more. Kurama's presence is both close and clear, and he heads for it at his fastest run, tearing straight through vines and branches. Subtlety won't do them any good right now, not against someone as powerful as Kurama, who's doubtless aware that they are coming. But when he bursts out of the jungle and staggers to a halt on the edge of the cliff, Shisui is just standing in front of the redhead, not moving. Kakashi leaps up to his side, already reaching for his chakra, but Kurama isn't making any move to attack. He's just watching them, Naruto clinging to his shoulders and the little white fox curled around his neck, and his crimson eyes are mocking. Uzumaki, Shisui says wearily, is this you giving up? Kurama smirks, just barely showing a flash of one sharp canine. Not hardly, he chuckles and waves a hand. Perched on his hip, Naruto gives them a wide, bright grin and vanishes in a puff of smoke. Fucking damn it, Kakashi thinks, with all the venom he can muster. He takes a shaky breath to get himself under control, all too aware of Kurama's sharp eyes on him, and then says with tightly contained rage, I take it the real you is somewhere in southern river country, then. The redhead laughs at them, even as the fox disappears as well. Wouldn't you like to know, he taunts. Then his gaze hardens and he steps forward, right into Kakashi's face. Tell me, he says, voice low, why are you following? I'm his family, his blood. I love him. I'll swear it on anything you want me to. So why can't I raise my nephew, rather than a village that hates him? He shifts his attention to Shisui, and his eyes narrow faintly, lip curling again. You should understand, Uchiha. Family and love is everything, right? The village is more important, Shisui counters sharply, and the resolve is clear on his angular face. Naruto is a Jinchuriki, and maybe I can't understand everything that means, but it makes him valuable. Every country in the world will want him, and do anything to get him. Surely even you can see that he'd be better off in Konoha. If you come peacefully, I'm sure we can work something out. You don't have to be separated from him. A faint, wry smile crosses his face. I wouldn't ask you to abandon your family, and I don't think the Sandaime would, either. Surprise flickers across Kurama's features, oddly similar to Kushina's face. Kakashi can see the relation in the shape of their eyes, the slant of their jaws, even the color of their hair. Long lashes clumped by rain sweep down as he looks away, towards the east, and then reaches up to rake a hand through his soaked hair. If he's trying to get it out of his face, he fails. The choppy chin-link strands immediately tumble back into his eyes, though he doesn't seem to notice. You don't trust me, he says after a moment, and it's edged with a frustrated growl. Whatever, I've never given you a reason to. But once I'm in Konoha, you're not going to let me out, and I refuse to be trapped anywhere, ever again. I've got things to do and people to save, and I'm not about to let you lock me up and steal my purpose. So either fuck off and quit chasing me, or come back with a better offer. He makes a hand sign that is definitely not a jutsu and just as definitely offensive, then disappears with a pop and a whirl of smoke, leaving them standing on an empty cliff. Fuck me, Shisui groans, pressing his hands over his face. Kakashi looks out at the vast expanse of river country they just crossed, which they will very soon have to cross again, and sighs, rubbing at his temples. I think he just did, he says wryly. Both of us, even. Well, it's the truth, but at least it makes his partner laugh. Chapter 14, $14 Refuge. Chapter text. Refuge a law, fuge, a thing that banishes or mitigates grief, a thing that drives away pain. From Latin anguish, misery, and Latin fuge, expelling or dispelling either a specified thing or in a specified way, derived from fugere, to expel, put to flight. There's a small, weathered in several hours from AME's border, tucked in between the rocky flatlands and a few marshy stands of trees. Stopping isn't the best idea, that would be avoiding all signs of humanity, sticking to the woods, and hauling us across the elemental countries to get to Kuma. However, there's been no sign of pursuit from either Suna or Konoha. The sandstorm did an incredible job of covering their tracks, and Fuji is getting tired in a way that a few stolen hours of sleep won't help. On top of that, Naruto and Gaara are both starting to look a little grimy, and Kurama knows that he's no better than the boys. Some faint flicker of caution has Kurama cutting off a square of his own blanket before they can enter the building and tying it over Naruto's bright hair. Then he sits back on his heels and regards the two boys closely. He can probably get away with claiming relation to Gaara, despite the difference in their skin colors, and since Naruto is about the same age, it's easy enough to write him off as either another relative or a friend. Stick close, okay, he reminds them, offering his hands. Fuji is curled around his neck again, eyes heavy and tails drooping, and Kurama knows that the second she hits the futon she's going to be out for the night, even though the sun is still up. Gaara, think you can call me Kurama and I while we are in here? Aquamarine eyes go wide. Gaara bites his lip and looks down, then sneaks a glance at Naruto without answering. Apparently understanding the implied question, Naruto banes. It's all right, Gaara, he says reassuringly. He can be your Kurama and I too. In for a kunai, in for the whole damn weapon store, apparently. Kurama stifles a sigh and waves his hands impatiently. Yeah. Come on, brats, I want a bath more than I want to breathe right now. Here's hoping they need a bunch of wood chopped. Are you gonna be a woodcutter and a shinobi, Kurama and I? Naruto asks interestedly, taking his hand without hesitation. Gaara steals another glance at him before he carefully does the same, and Kurama offers both of them a smile as he rises to his feet. Why not, he huffs, squeezing their fingers gently. It'll be worth it to stay the night. And if any of the other bijou try to make something of it, he'll pound their faces in, so who cares? The bottom floor of the inn is completely empty when they step in, only the innkeeper, as grim and weathered as her inn, seated behind the main desk. Sharp eyes immediately snap up, flickering across Kurama's tattered clothes and down to his bare feet, and then narrow sharply. 50 Aoi for you for one night, and 20 apiece for the boys, she says flatly. Money up front. Never has Kurama realized more clearly just how far the elemental nations came under Naruto's generation. Right now, AME is still only 7 years come from the Third Shinobi War, and while it didn't offer nearly the devastation of the Second, it was still a war. There's no room for kindness here, not yet. Not with that in their pasts. Will you trade for work? Kurama asks, trying not to sound too gruff. I can chop wood, or take care of. Money up front, the woman repeats, unbending. I can't afford any charity cases. If you don't have the funds, move on. All too aware of Naruto and Gaara, tense and silent and half-hidden behind him even as they grip his fingers tightly, Kurama tries again. Look, I'm sorry, but just one night. There's a storm coming. Anything you want done, I'll do it. The innkeeper glances at Naruto and Gaara for a long moment, but her lips press into a tight line and she shakes her head. I have no need of work. If that's all you have to say, put it on my bill, an unexpected voice orders, deep and sharp, and Kurama startles, jerking around. There's a man in the doorway of the inn, just stripping off his hari. Short, a good head shorter than Kurama, with dark red hair and a beard that comes to a point. He's lacking the armor and crown-like headpiece Kurama last saw him with, but is still familiar. More to the point, so is the heart, heavy chakra thrumming through him, tasting of molten rock and vast, potent pride, thick enough to choke on. Brown eyes flicker across Kurama's face, then down to the little boys pressed close to him, and Son Goku's Jinchuriki offers a small, crooked smile. Glancing past them, he looks back at the innkeeper and says again, "I'll pay. Add their room to my bill. I wouldn't wish a storm like that on anyone, let alone two kids." It takes effort for Kurama to swallow his own pride, because of all his siblings, Son has always been one of the hardest to deal with. Still, the man is right. Outside there's a wind picking up, and the clouds have been getting darker and lower all day. This is for Naruto's comfort, his safety, and because of that Kurama manages to incline his head to the red-headed man. "Thanks," he says, and it comes out rough. "I owe you one." Unlike with Madatabi, there's no cryptic, unnerving sidestep. The man simply nods, waving Kurama forward as he goes to snag the keys from the innkeeper. "Kurama. You just missed Han," he says. "He left a few hours ago to find Killer Bee on Turtle Island." "Killer Bee?" Naruto whispers very loudly from behind Kurama's leg, tugging on his pants. Kurama, who's that?" Son's host studies the boy for a moment, then crouches down so he's closer to eye level, though he doesn't approach. "Be happy you don't know," he says a little dryly. "But is like us. Has a bijou trapped inside him. For a given value of trapped, I guess." Naruto and Gaara exchange wide-eyed looks, and Naruto blurts, "You're a Jinchuriki too." The older man nods, looking faintly awkward. "That I am. I'm Rishi, and I've got the Yonba living in my head. What about you two?" Gaara slides back a little, tucking himself further behind Kurama, and Naruto glances at him, expression shifting from interest to wariness. "Kurama and he whisper shouts again, and really, Kurama has to teach him subtlety, if it's at all possible. Knowing Naruto, it's probably not. A quick glance at the desk shows the innkeeper has retreated elsewhere, so Kurama nods, ruffling blonde hair and then crimson. "It's fine. Rishi is a friend. Tell him whatever you want." "I've got the Kyuubi in me," Naruto says immediately. "And Gaara's got the Shikaka." Rishi blinks, taken aback, and glances at Gaara, then up at Kurama in what is clearly a request for translation. "The Ichibi," Kurama clarifies, reluctantly amused. He looks down at the 6-year-old redhead, who looks sullenly back at him and then tentatively raises his arms. Kurama chuckles and scoops the boy up, propping him on his hip, and Gaara drops his head onto Kurama's shoulder, half hiding his face. "Me too, Kurama and Naruto insists, reaching up as well. With a snort, Kurama snags him by the back of his shirt, hauling him into his arms even as he tries not to unbalance Fuji. "If you want to talk, can we do it after I get these two into a bath?" he asks Rishi. "It's getting hard to tell dirt from skin for all of us, I think." Rishi's lips quirk, and he straightens. "This way," he says, heading down the hall to the right. "Your room's only a few doors down from the bath, and right next to mine. I think she's trying to make sure the dangerous-looking people stick to one area." From the looks the woman was giving them, Kurama would believe it. He snorts softly, then says, "Fuji, hop down and find a bed. If you fall asleep there you're going to slip off and crack your skull." "I will not," the fox answers, making Rishi jump slightly as she lifts her head. Kurama can't quite see her face from this angle, but he knows with absolute certainty that she's smirking. Besides, Kurama-sama, it's not as though a fall from this puny height would hurt in the least. "Fuck off, Fuji. Go sleep," Kurama snaps, bristling, and she huffs, flicks her tail smugly, and leaps to the ground. One amble-eyed glare at Rishi has him hurrying to unlock the closest door for her, and Fuji offers him a prim, "Thank you, sir," as she trots inside. Brows raised, Rishi glances from the disappearing tail tips to Kurama, who rolls his eyes and crouches down, setting the boys on their feet. "Bathrooms there," he says firmly, pointing to another door standing ajar. "You two can manage a bath by yourselves." "We can," Gaara says quickly, grabbing for Naruto's hand. "Yeah." Naruto agrees brightly. "Sakura-chan," says she, and her friend take baths together sometimes, cause they are friends, so we can do it too. Gaara's a better friend than me, Nina. The name is a twinge, one more of Naruto's precious people, who died to buy them time to get a group of children to safety. Sakura had been heartbroken afterwards, inconsolable, and little hurt Naruto more than loss and grief. Still, the childish words make Kurama smile, and he gently tweaks Naruto's nose. "Yeah, you're pretty good friends, all right," he confirms. "Go on, Scran. Wash everything." Naruto gives him a beaming grin that promises chaos, then bolts, towing Gaara along behind him. The bathroom door slams closed as they vanish, and Kurama rises back to his feet, shaking his head. Somehow, he suspects that this won't end with the bathroom in anywhere close to pristine condition, but, well. After their reception, he can't say he's all that inclined to be accommodating. Once the sound of running water and muffled voices is loud enough to prove that the boys are thoroughly preoccupied, Risha jerks his head, gesturing Kurama into the door a few feet down the hall. "We can talk in mine," he says, and heads for it without waiting for an answer. Kurama snorts, mutters an insult as to Sun's intelligence, and follows. Han passed on the message, he asks as soon as they seated around the low table. "Achan?" Risha looks up from his bags, bottle of sake in one hand and a choco and a teacup in the other. "You mean that someone besides our villages is hunting us?" "Yeah." "That weed bastard with the masks on his back, is he the standard, or are there others to worry about?" "You know that stuff isn't going to get either one of us drunk, right?" Kurama asked critically, eyeing the bottle as Risha pours them each a measure of alcohol. The Jinchuriki rolls his eyes. "You sound just like Han," he complains. "We are not drinking to get drunk, we are drinking for the taste, so shut up and enjoy it." "Whatever," Kurama huffs, but accepts the cup Risha pushes towards him and takes a wary sip. It doesn't burn too badly going down, clearly of better quality than what Kiba used to force on Naruto, but the flavor doesn't do all that much for Kurama, either. He drinks it, since Rishi is doing the same, but it wouldn't be his first choice if he were alone. Akatsuki's a mixed bag, but they are all nuts. The main one to watch out for is a guy in a mask. He's got a Sharingan eye that can control the Bija, and it works on Jinchuriki too. One of them has the Rinnegan eyes as well. Konoha's favorite trader, or a chimera, one of Suna's rejects, a girl who's way too fond of paper, and Hoshigaki Kasame, the walking shark. Given that that's the basic lineup, you're best avoiding them at all costs, even if it means going back to IWA. Rishi snorts derisively. "I'm not going back," he says stubbornly. "Han and I split up so it would be harder to track us. He'll cut through Fire Country, and I'll head after him once he's got a decent lead. B's still got ties to his village, he can get word out to the others who aren't missing then." A thoughtful expression flickers over his face, and he asks, "That why you grabbed the kids?" "Because they are vulnerable." Kurama scoffs, looking away. "Not quite. Until someone in one of those shitholes learns how to take decent goddamn care of a 6-year-old, they are sticking with me. Naruto's family, anyway. I'm not leaving him." With a quiet hum, Risha drains his teacup and pours himself more sake. "The Yonbi's been screeching at me since he heard about you," he says, almost casually. "As soon as An said your name and that you called the Gobi brother, he started having a conniption. Care to tell me what that's about?" "Not really," Kurama answers warily. One dark red brow arches disbelievingly, and he sighs, scrubbing a hand through his knotted hair. "It's complicated," he finally manages. "And I'm not getting into it right now. But I'm related. Koku and Sun both guessed, but Sun's an arrogant, uppity bastard, and I'm not surprised that he's throwing a tantrum about it." Rishi's chakra flares wildly and he jerks, flickers of heat making the air around him swim like a heat mirage. Kurama just smirks, taking another sip, and points out, "But you could get him to stop screaming if you called him by name." Eyes narrowing, Rishi gives him a glare. "I'm not." "That's soft, yeah, Kurama huffs. "It's not about being soft, idiot. It's about respect. Sun's the source of most of your power. Without him, you'd be crippled at best, or probably just dead. Pay him back and use his damn name." "I will not." Risha growls. He sits back on his heels and glares. "You act like it's some kind of honor, like I wanted this." "Yes, he gives me power, but what do I get in return? I'm ostracized, hunted. And you," Kurama drawls pointedly, giving him a smart, sharp-edged smirk, "are acting like you're the only one with no choice in the matter. Some Goku sure as hell didn't ask to end up trapped in your soul, and you never asked for him to be there. Get along just for that, if nothing else, and count your blessings." Some's an egotistical son of a bitch, but at least is not blackkat crazy. Shikaku's been trapped and twisted by his seals for so long that there's not much left of what he used to be. Before I tweet the seal, Gara couldn't even sleep for fear of him taking control and slaughtering all of Suna. There's a long, tense moment of silence, and then Risha nods, just once. He looks away, tapping one finger against his cup, and clears his throat. Where are you taking them? Accepting the change of subject, because he's not a complete asshole, and also because he's made his point, Kurama shrugs. There's something I need to destroy at the Akatsuki base northwest of Kuma, and I'm not about to take 2 baby Jinchuriki with me. Madatabi might be able to babysit, though, so I'll work my way around. Unless you... Risha leans back, raising his hands as though to fend Kurama off. No. No, I'm terrible with kids, and besides, I want to stick close to Han. He's an idiot about a lot of things. Like women. If they send that paper girl after him, he'll be blushing too hard to fight back. They must make quite a pair when they are traveling together, Kurama thinks with amusement, because Han is easily 7 feet tall, while Risha doesn't even top out at 5. He snorts a little at the image, even though he's slightly disappointed that they are really going to have to hold themselves all the way to Kuma regardless. Still, he doesn't want to deal with B, not when Madatabi is an option, so it's not entirely the disappointment it could be. Don't try to fight Akatsuki if you do run into them, is what he says, though. Just run. They've been training for years just to hunt the Jinchuriki, and no matter how strong you are, you're not going to stand a chance. Risha stares at him for a long moment, sharp eyes studying Kurama's expression. Kurama looks back, letting him see just how serious he is. Akatsuki is powerful. Hell, Kurama can't think of another group that could have managed even half of what they did in his timeline. Obito is a mad bastard, but is a terrifyingly clever one. And then Risha says very softly, who'd you lose to them? Kurama's breath catches sharply in his throat and he wrenches his gaze away, staring down at his cup because it's the only safe thing he can think to focus on. Already his body is tensing, shoulders coming up and heart starting to pound, but he forces himself back under control, fighting away the surge of run that's coursing through his veins. A friend, he manages after a long moment, and the words come out just a bare decibel above a growl. My best friend. There's a pause as Risha regards him. Kurama can practically feel the man's gaze boring into the top of his head. Then Risha sighs quietly, reaching for the sake. He fills his cup to the very top, downs it in 3 long swallows, and says, all right. I'll run, and I'll make sure whoever I meet knows to do the same. B might take some convincing, but if he mentions it to his brother, A will be more than happy to make sure he does it. The promise is enough that Kurama nods. He pushes his own cup aside and rises to his feet. I should check on Fuji, he mutters. You sticking around for the night? Rishi inclines his head, and his expression is grimly sad as he watches Kurama retreat towards the door. I'll leave at dawn. I don't want him getting too far ahead of me. Night, then, Kurama manages, then closes the door and stalks towards his own room. There's still laughter and voices coming from the bathroom, so he doesn't pause, just steps into the darkened room and immediately heads for the window. Rain is lashing at the glass, a hard, steady drumming, but Kurama throws it open regardless, leaning out to let the icy drops pelt his skin. Best friend, he thinks, and it's somewhere between bitter and broken. He sees it again, Naruto falling with only emptiness in his blue eyes, blood staining his shirt even as the seal on his skin blazed with light. Sees again that final smile, feels that final hug, his nose and sun-bright hair and strong arms wrapped around him. You've always been a hero, Kurama. Now everyone will be able to see it. Naruto had whispered it to him, steady and certain, entirely unwavering. He'd had faith in Kurama more than anyone and was the first to ever see him as a friend. Kurama stares at his hand, remembers 10 fingers entwined with his darker ones, the foam grit Naruto kept on his wrist as they faced each other. He can't quite stop the shattered, shaken sound that tears itself from his throat, can't fight the way his eyes are burning, and he hunches forward over the sill, leaning out into the rain. Damn it all to hell and back. He misses his Naruto so much. It's not as though the 6-year-old version is a poor substitute. He's not, because he's Naruto, and that's all that matters. But there's no way for him to be what Kurama's Naruto was, no way for him to understand Kurama as fully as the man who pulled an angry, hateful Bishu up out of the darkness and gave him a reason to care. He pretends that the wetness streaking his cheeks is just the rain, but it's painfully hot and the raindrops are cold. How pathetic that he can't even lie to himself. The door opens, startling him enough that he spins, claws coming up. Before he can do anything, though, Naruto makes a loud sound of distress and cries, "Kurama-nai. Are you hurt? Are you okay?" On instinct, Kurama catches the small body that slams into his legs, grunting as he's knocked back a step. Thin, short arms wrap around his thighs as the boy presses close, and Kurama looks down at the top of his blonde head, remembers that last, warm hug just before his world ended, and chokes on the edges of a sub. He drops to his knees, grabbing Naruto and dragging the boy against him, hugging him as tightly as he dares. "I miss him," he whispers. "I miss him so much, Naruto, and I'm so tired of being sad. You're here, I found you, so I shouldn't feel like this anymore, but I can't stop it." "It's okay, Kurama-nai," Naruto says softly, worried but stubborn. "Even if you're sad, it's okay. Me and Gaara are here, and we love you, and you're our big brother. I'm really happy you're here, Kurama-nai, no matter what, so being sad is always okay. We love you anyway." It's such a Naruto way to comfort him that Kurama laughs, wet and rough and muffled against Naruto's small shoulder. He squeezes the boy just a little bit tighter, careful with his claws, and breathes, "Thank you. Thank you, Naruto. I promise I won't leave you. I'm never going to leave you, no matter what happens." Naruto doesn't say anything, just wraps his arms around Kurama and holds on, but really, that's all Kurama needs. He buries his face in blonde hair, breathing through the waves of grief that try to drag him down, and swears on everything that's ever been sacred that he'll never let go. Chapter 15, Anamnesis. Anamnesis by Nam NSS, the recollection or remembrance of the past, reminiscence. Via New Latin from Greek anaminskine to recall, from minskine to call to mind. Kurama steps out of the shower with a sigh, catching his towel from the hook on the wall and dragging it over his head. He feels run out, hollowed, but maybe it's not entirely in a bad way. The memory of his Naruto is foremost in his mind, but with Naruto the child so close by, asleep on the futon he's sharing with Gaara and dreaming peacefully, it's easier to recall the final smile Naruto gave him, Naruto's faith and fiery determination, rather than his death. He still hates Kaguya with everything in him, hates the goddess more than he's ever hated anyone or anything in his long life, but Kurama could never hate Naruto. Resenting his Naruto for sending him here, for trapping him in this body, for dying without even letting Kurama try to save him, has never sat all that comfortably with him, either. Scrubbing the towel over his trickling hair, Kurama takes 2 steps across the small, entirely soaked bathroom. Naruto and Gaara apparently decided to have a splash fight, and Kurama would be annoyed, but he remembers his Naruto coaxing Gaara into doing the same, both of them 20 years old and caged and still absolute brats. There are puddles underfoot, and the air is filled with stain, making it as humid as a jungle. That thought draws his attention to the memories of his clone, who faced Kakashi and Shisui just before it disappeared. Perhaps it's to be expected that those two caught up first, while the other clone is still leading Itachi and tends on a spiraling chase through southern river country. Kakashi is a terrifyingly good tracker, after all, and while Shisui is an unknown beyond the fact that he has a Sharingan, Kurama's happy to assume he's a talented bastard as well. Sarutobi wasn't pulling any punches when he picked this stain. He doesn't for a moment believe Shisui's words about finding a solution if he returns to Konoha. However, it was easy to see in that moment that Shisui believed them, and for an Uchiha to have that much faith in his village, 6 years after the Kyuubi's attack, means something. Distantly, Kurama can recall the knowledge that Itachi had a friend who helped set him on his path, whose death gave him the Mangekyo and who was all but killed by Dan's. He never really tried to remember the name. What did he care about one long-dead Uchiha, after all? But now he can't help but suspect that it was Shisui. Naruto always called that particular spark of devotion and implacable stubbornness the wall of fire, and Kurama supposes that that's what he saw in Shisui's eyes when he faced him. If you come peacefully, I'm sure we can work something out. You don't have to be separated from him. I wouldn't ask you to abandon your family, and I don't think the Sandaime would, either. What are the odds that the Sandaime sent the two Uchiha who were practically responsible for the massacre after him? Kurama can't decide whether he's amused or annoyed about it. If he weren't quite as cynical, he might even put it down to fate. But part of some grand plan or not, it does give Kurama a chance he's not likely to come across again. He doesn't have time to make another clone and send it after Shisui and Kakashi. Besides, they'd be even more suspicious since they already saw the one they were chasing disappear. But, well, it's simple enough to tug on his connection to the other clone and just change its orders ever so slightly. Kurama chuckles, low and amused, as he withdraws his chakra. He gets to help save one of Naruto's precious people a lot of grief and mess with an Uchiha at the same time. There are perks to everything, it seems. Adding in the fact that this is a particularly annoying Uchiha just makes it sweeter. Kurama still remembers all too well Naruto's brief fight with Itachi and having to suffer the indignity of getting a crow stuffed down his throat. Manifestation of chakra or not, some things just shouldn't happen, and getting assaulted with a bird is one of them. Naruto would laugh at him, Kurama thinks suddenly, hands pausing on the towel. The thought is bittersweet, but strangely good. Naruto would laugh at him for all these petty little grudges, for all the tricks Kurama has played. He would love the fact that Kurama snatched Gaara right from under Suna's nose and that he's used clones the way Naruto always did. That is planning all these little bits of unnecessary embarrassment for his pursuers and making friends with the other Jinchuriki. It might not be quite what Naruto himself would have done if he had managed to come back in time, but Kurama can't help but feel that the man would definitely approve. It feels like warmth unfurling inside of him. Like sunlight coaxing plants to bloom. Just a little spark of brightness unfolding in his chest, creeping up through his veins until Kurama can feel himself smiling. There's no jaded curve to it, nothing held back, just happiness. A small dart of joy that grows larger with each passing day, with every smile this child Naruto gives him. With every hug, with every step taken, with every change Kurama makes to himself, to Naruto, to the world as a whole. Small changes, small bits, but they are snowballing forward, and that's enough. Kurama's world died once already. He will never, ever allow it to happen again. Kurama takes a breath, slings the towel around his shoulders, and leans forward over the small sink to swipe a hand across the fogged surface of the mirror. Bye, Kurama. Kick some ass for me, okay? And look in a mirror as soon as you can, got it? Naruto had been smirking when he said that. Sly and amused and full of mirth, and Kurama holds on to that image now. He takes a breath, squares his shoulders, and meets his own gaze in the silvered glass. Dark red eyes, not sky blue, but they are the same shape as Naruto's. A straight nose, stubborn jaw, high cheekbones, he looks like Kushina, almost, and without Minato's culling to distract the eye the resemblance is easy to see. It's Naruto's face with hardly any changes, and Kurama feels his chest ache with gratitude for that small fact. He reaches out, claws clicking against the glass, and traces the shape, almost able to see Naruto in it. There are no whisker marks, none of the laugh lines and crow's feet that Naruto was sporting at the end, but, like overlapping images, Kurama can see the ghost of Naruto within his own face, and it's far more of a comfort than he had thought it could be. The hair is just ridiculous, though, and nothing will convince Kurama otherwise. It makes him chuckle softly as he touches the choppy strands, because he remembers that fight. Naruto had been growing his hair out through laziness in regards to cutting it more than anything else, and it had been a good foot past his shoulders when they'd been called to distract Kaguya's forces so their companions could get away. One of her undead soldiers had grabbed his ponytail and refused to let go, giving all the rest of them a chance to deploy him, and Naruto had screamed and flailed and been unable to get away until Sakura dove into the fray after him. She'd knocked the animated corpses back, then sawed Naruto's ponytail off with a kunai and a distinct lack of pity for his plight. Kurama had been laughing too hard to help incinerate the soldiers, and Naruto had sulked for days, not even allowing Sakura to neaten up the ragged cuts she had made. Carding his fingers through the crimson strands, Kurama gives in and laughs at the memory, feeling warm down to his bones. He wraps the towel around his waist, then heads for the hall, stepping out into the chilly air. There's still a light on in Rishi's room, and he knocks briskly on the door. There's a pause, then faint footsteps, and a moment later Rishi is blinking at him, one eyebrow lifting. If this is a proposition, or some way of paying off the room, he says suspiciously, I'm Kurama's lack of clothing, I'm flattered, but I need to get an early start. Kurama scoffs and rolls his eyes. Fuck you, he huffs. I just wanted to borrow a Dan kunai. If anything, the eyebrow lifts higher, and the other comes up to join it. You don't have one of your own. Rishi asks, faintly incredulous. Holding up one hand, Kurama wiggles his fingers, showing off the sharp points of his nails. I've never needed them. But it's kind of hard to cut hair with these. Rishi snorts, turning away from the door and waving Kurama to follow him. Yeah, it's about time you did something about that, he says, amused. You look like someone set a mop on fire. Kurama would take offense, except that the haircut was hardly his idea. My friend's doing, he explains. He was an idiot. It's too hard to hide the thread of fondness in his tone, so Kurama doesn't even try. It gets him a sharp glance from the other redhead, but after a moment Rishi's expression shifts into a faint smile and he turns his attention back to his pack with a soft snort. Well, I'm sure he wouldn't blame you for neatening that up, no matter how much you miss him. Here. A whole weapons pouch comes flying at Kurama's face and he catches it automatically. My spare. You're probably going to need it more than I do, though, so take it. A little surprised, Kurama weighs the pouch in his hand. Muscle memory from Mida, Kushina, and Naruto as well means that he knows how to use them, but he honestly hasn't thought of using a weapon beyond his own body before. He's never had to, after all. This might be an edge, though, if he needs to escape from the freak squad again. Thanks, he says gruffly, looking down to fiddle with the tie holding it closed. Another thing I owe you for. Rishi snorts. Let's call it a thank you for the warning. He dismisses the matter with a one-shouldered shrug. All for helping Han, if you want. He's a fool, but he's a friend too. I'd rather this Akatsuki didn't kill him before I have the chance to do it. They are definitely friends. Kurama laughs before he can help it, all too familiar with the sentiment, and nods in agreement. All right. Thanks anyway. I appreciate it. You're looking out for all the Jinchuriki, Rishi reminds him. Least we can do is make things a bit easier on you in return. I'd offer you a change of clothes as well, but I don't think mine would fit you. Given that Rishi is a good 20 centimeters shorter than him, for all that he's a fair bit broader, Kurama doesn't doubt it. This is enough, he says, waving that away. Thanks. Let me know when you're leaving. Rishi nods, smiling faintly. I will. Good night, Kurama. Good night, Rishi, Kurama returns, stepping back. He has a hand on the door when Rishi says quietly, I nearly killed my best friend the first time I lost my temper with her. That's why I left IWA. Maybe it's not quite like seeing her die, but she was so scared of me afterwards that it was still the same as losing her completely. Not that I blame her, but loss always hurts, and it always will. To make up for it, I learned to control my power. He doesn't say this is your way of making up for it, but he doesn't need to. They can both hear the words regardless. Kurama's not sure if Rishi thinks he's a Jinchuriki as well, and assumes Kurama's friend got caught in Akatsuki's crossfire, or if he's just good enough at reading people to see the guilt that's all wrapped up with Kurama's grief. Regardless, it doesn't matter. Kurama clears his throat, eyes on the wood in front of him, and gives a jerky nod. I'm going to tear Akatsuki apart until there's nothing left but ashes, he says gruffly. If you want to help, keep your head down and want the others to do the same. Rishi makes a quiet sound that's part amusement, part assent, and Kurama doesn't wait for him to say anything else, stepping out into the hall and quietly closing the door behind him. He pauses, taking a breath, and then closes his hand a little more tightly around the pouch of kunai. They clink together under his grip, and he forces himself to move, padding back into the bathroom and dropping them on the counter. He pulls one out, studying the well-maintained edge for a moment, and then glances at his reflection in the mirror again. It's not exactly Naruto's face that stares back at him, but it's similar enough that Kurama smiles a bit and lifts the kunai. The first ragged edge of crimson hair falls away under the gentle press of the blade, fluttering down to the counter, and Kurama takes a breath. This is the body Naruto left for him. This is the task Naruto wanted him to complete. He's doing it in a way Naruto would have liked, in a way that would have made him laugh, and that's enough. It makes Kurama smile, remembering Naruto's request, remembering the little blond boy sleeping just a few doors down, wrapped up with his new friend and entirely at peace, and he laughs a little to himself. Maybe it's not enough to heal the hurt entirely, but the warmth inside him is almost enough to rival the ache, and that's a damn good start. With steady hands, Kurama slices through the next choppy edge of crimson hair, and it doesn't feel like losing his connection to his past. It feels like a step forward, an advance, and Kurama thinks if he were here, his Naruto would be the one urging him on. They break free of the jungle just as the sun starts to set, and Kakashi can honestly say he's never been quite so glad to leave a place behind. Kurama's trickages at him nags like a scabbing wound. He should have noticed, should have guessed. If he'd been thinking more clearly, if he'd been able to see through the anger and worry and grief caused by Naruto's kidnapping, maybe he would have taken a moment longer, looked underneath the way he always urges his teammates, and noticed the misdirection for what it was. There's little doubt that the Kurama Tens and Itachi are chasing is a fake as well. The clone looked far too pleased with Kakashi's question for it to be anything else. 2 clones to lead them astray, and they are well behind Kurama now, with little idea of where he's headed. Kakashi really wants to hurt something. Possibly himself, but definitely Kurama as well. Since night is rapidly closing in, he comes to a halt with a heavy sigh, dropping down to sit on a sandy bit of ground. They are near the wind country border, since it's slightly easier to navigate with the lack of vegetation, and Kakashi knows that Tens and Itachi will be returning this way as soon as they realize they are chasing a fake. Once they meet, Kakashi isn't sure what they'll do, since Kurama has several days head start on them now. That's enough to put him almost anywhere in the western elemental countries. Hell, he could even be back in Konoha for all Kakashi knows, and it's frustrating enough to make Kakashi want to put his fist through something solid. "We are stopping, then?" Shisui asks, sinking down next to him. He lets out a tired breath, dragging his fingers through his flyaway hair. "You're so kind, Captain." Kakashi doesn't roll his eyes, but it's a near thing. "Just for a few hours. We'll keep going once the moon is up. I want to find the others as soon as possible." Shisui opens his mouth to answer, probably with something insubordinate and faintly mocking, knowing him, but then freezes. In the same instant, Kakashi leaps back to his feet, the sense of rapidly approaching chakra enough to put his hackles up. It's no one familiar, definitely not another Konoha shinobi, but there's an edge of aggression to it that says this is hardly a friendly encounter. He reaches for his tand automatically, aware of Shisui doing the same as the Uchiha flashes to his feet and spins to put their backs together. A moment later, 6 shapes come blurring over the rise and surround them in a rush. Kakashi bristles, tempted to lift his Hitachi so he can even the odds a little, but he restrains himself. The uniforms are familiar, as is the face of the man in front of him. "Baki," Kakashi says warily, eyeing the Keiskid's main guard and one of Suna's top jounin. "You're a long way from home." Baki watches him in return, visible eye narrowed above the red tattoos on his cheek. "Hate. I could say the same. What's Konoha's best tracker doing in river country?" "Trekking," Kakashi answers, cheerfully blind. He's not about to tell a Suna shinobi that Konoha had its Jinchuriki swiped. Suna's only an ally because they have no other choice, but this is a chance he can't afford to pass up. Suna keeps a close eye on the desert, and if Kurama headed west, they'll likely know her. "We are looking for a shinobi who's wanted for questioning in Konoha. Have you seen him?" "Red hair, short, kind of grubby. I think he's still barefoot, too." Because Kakashi's watching, he catches the faint widening of Baki's eye, the flicker of surprise that crosses the jounin's face before he can hide it. There's a long moment of silence, and then Baki glances over at the woman beside him. A silent conversation passes between them, and Kakashi can feel Shisui tensing at his back, ready for an attack. He doesn't think Baki will give that kind of order, though, and is starting to get a sneaking suspicion just what it is this squad is looking for. "Dark skin?" Baki asked finally, glancing back to meet Kakashi's gaze squarely. No Hitachi or visible weapons, accompanied by a three-tailed white fox as tall at the shoulder as a man's elbow. Well, the giant fox is a surprise and not entirely a pleasant one. No wonder Kurama is so far ahead of them if he's got that shape-shifting Node summons for transportation. Kakashi grimaces, releasing his hold on his tant and shifting out of a ready stance. "Uzumaki Kurama," he agrees unhappily. "He escaped Konoha a few days ago, and we've been looking for him since." "He's in Suna." "Not anymore," Baki says dryly, waving his squad back. "Guards caught a glimpse of them escaping over the wall 2 days ago, but a sandstorm delayed us in giving chase." Uzumaki kidnapped the Keiskid's youngest son on his way out, and we were dispatched to find him and recover the boy. There's a certain sinking sensation in Kakashi's stomach, and he trades wary glances with Shisui. They are well aware that Suna holds the Ichibi, even if they are not entirely certain who its container is. Given that Jinchuriki are usually chosen from among a Kade's close family in order to ensure their loyalty, Kakashi thinks he can guess why Kurama snatched the boy. He's not about to tell Baki about Naruto being taken as well, since the man will likely make the same connection Kakashi just did, but the situation is worrying. The fact that Kurama is collecting Jinchuriki can't lead to anything good. The countries need Jinchuriki to keep the balance of power as it is. Remove them and every country is going to start pointing fingers and making accusations, and the world can't afford another all-out war, not so soon after the last. We ended up follow a clone through Northern River country, Kakashi allows, but we lost his trail there. The other half of my team went south, and we are trying to catch up with them now. Baki accepts the information with a tip of his chin. Scouts found tracks headed northeast out of the village, but couldn't follow them before the storm broke. We've got teams searching up and down the border now, but I haven't heard anything yet. Have you faced Uzumaki? Kakashi inclines his head. He's strong, he says, then hesitates. After a moment of inner debate, he adds, we suspect he's a Jinchuriki. After all, if Suna does manage to find him before Kakashi's team can, they'll need every advantage to actually capture him. And once they do, refusing to return Naruto, a citizen of Konoha, might as well be an act of war. Even though Naruto is a container, he's too young to be an asset, and Konoha is stronger than Suna even without a Jinchuriki. They can afford a war to get Naruto back, Suna can't. Laying at least some of their cards on the table is worth the risk of sharing knowledge. At that, Baki blanches and several of his shinobi pale as well. Muttering a low curse, Baki rubs a hand over his face and nods sharply. Thank you, he says grimly. We weren't aware. I knew he was powerful, but... Kakashi gives him a crooked smile, understanding. It's one thing to face off against a powerful shinobi. It's another entirely to go head-to-head with a shinobi capable of calling on the vast power of a Bisha. There's a reason most Jinchuriki who leave their villages are pretty much never taken back. There's simply no one capable of it. Should we ask to join forces? Shisui asks, voice low enough that only Kakashi's is picked up. He pauses, considering, and glances back at his partner. Shisui meets his gaze with a faint smile and a tip of one shoulder, and Kakashi turns the matter over in his mind. Their villages are technically allies, so he might as well make the offer. If nothing else, it would be good to have access to Suna's resources, and if they do manage to find Kurama, returning the Keiski's son will only help strengthen ties. Can we offer our assistance? He asked Baki. Once we rejoin the rest of our squad, we can try to pick up the trail along the border. My nindods know his scent, they might have more luck than us. If the offer surprises Baki, he doesn't show it. Instead, he mulls it over for a moment, then nods sharply. Accepted, he says shortly. We'll be heading north from here, checking the border. You'll be able to find us. We will, Kakashi confirms. Good hunting, Baki. Baki laughs, rough and surprised. Same to you, Hatake. See you in a few days. Kakashi offers him a wry salute, and Baki returns it, then waves his squad away. They head back over the rise, towards the north, and disappear into the darkening twilight. Once all trace of the chakra has disappeared, Kakashi finally lets the tension ease out of his shoulders and slumps with a muttered curse, pressing a hand over his face. Kurama is collecting Jinchuriki. There is absolutely no way this is going to end well for any of the countries involved. Behind him, Shisui blows out a heavy breath, sinking down to sit on his heels. Wow, he says admiringly. We are so utterly screwed. Kakashi thinks about denying it, but given the circumstances, Shisui might actually be understating things. Honestly, Kakashi can't think of a better way to spark another world war than to go around stealing Jinchuriki. It's already a sticking point for most of the countries that a lot of them become missing then. To have a stranger with uncertain names and unknown ties start scooping them up is just asking for trouble. I'll send a message to the Hokage, he says at length. He can decide whether to alert the other Kades or not. We need to find Tens and Itachi as soon as possible. Kurama already has a solid lead on us. So no resting, then, Shisui says with a tired sigh, but he rises to his feet and gives Kakashi a crooked smile. Lead on, Captain. I've got your back. At least, Kakashi thinks a little wryly, he's not going to have to deliver the message to Sarutobi in person. Call him a coward, but he'd rather be well out of range when the Sandaime hears about this. Penumbra P and MBR, the partial or imperfect shadow outside the complete shadow of an opaque body, a shadowy, indefinite, or marginal area. Via New Latin, equivalent to Latin paine, almost an umbra shadow dot. Itachi watches the waxing moon drift above the tree line, seated cross-legged on a boulder at the edge of their small camp. His feet hurt, and weariness pulls sharply at his mind, but he is first watch and won't allow himself to close his eyes. Kakashi's Nindod is the only reason they've managed to follow Kurama this far. He's led them on a twisting, spiraling path that crosses over itself as often as it goes straight, and Itachi is practically dizzy from all the backtracking they've had to do. It's aggravating, but they are hardly any distance from where they started, and because of that Itachi suspects that they are following a clone. Surely the real Kurama would be trying to put as much distance between them as possible. Still, the small chance that they are on the trail of the real Kurama is enough to keep them moving. They can't afford to let him slip through their fingers if he's not a copy. The Sandaime is trusting them to get Naruto back, and their village needs its Jinchuriki. Strangling a faint sigh, Itachi closes his eyes, momentarily trusting his other senses to pick up an enemy's approach. The only sounds are those typical of a forest at night, though, with the faint added snores of Kakashi's dog Baishuk. None of it is sufficient to distract Itachi from his thoughts, and he keeps finding himself drawn back to the image of Kurama in the grip of Tenzo's vines, trapped and terrified. It doesn't sit right with Itachi what they are doing. He knows very well that it's for the good of the village, that there's no way Konoha can leave their Jinchuriki with an unknown, hostile shinobi. But when Kurama spoke of family, there was only sincerity in his face. He loves Naruto, cares for him so deeply that it's almost unnerving, and even though he knows he shouldn't, Itachi respects that. With their positions reversed, with Sasuke in Naruto's place and Itachi in Kurama's, he might even do the same. No child should grow up without a family, without someone to love them, and Naruto has. If Kurama is willing to make himself an enemy of one of the most powerful villagers just to see the boy happy, well, Itachi has to admire him for it, no matter how close to treason the thought may be. He'll do his duty, just as he always does, but he hates it. Hates the resignation that edges the surrender, hates that he's tearing a little boy from his only family, hates that there's nothing else he can do. That there's nothing else he will do, because his loyalty to Konoha comes first, and always will. He thinks of Sasuke, because he can't help himself. Remembers the flicker of disappointment in dark eyes when Itachi told him he'd be missing yet another training session because of a mission. Small shoulders slumped and Sasuke looked away for a long moment, and it had burned like shame in Itachi's gut. He's the pride of the Uchiha clan, the youngest A and B member ever, beating even Hound's fearsome record, but never, not once has anyone ever asked Itachi what he wants. There's no room for personal desires when he's the clan head son, no space for selfishness when he's the Uchiha's hope for escaping the stigma of the rest of the village. People blame them for the Kyuubi attack, for not assisting when every other shinobi in Konoha put their lives on the line, and Itachi is their hope for showing everyone that the Uchiha are loyal, are devoted. Shisui too, to a lesser extent, but Itachi was being serious when he accused Shisui of playing the fool. Shisui's genius is easy to dismiss or overlook in the face of his playful manner. Itachi, with his seriousness and solemnity and lack of humor, is rarely seen as anything more than his genius. Somewhere in the darkness, Lee's rustle and Itachi's eyes snap open. It's too isolated to be a breeze, too deliberate to be anything but a taunt. He holds himself perfectly still, staring out into the forest, and Sharingan eyes just manage to catch a flicker of movement, shadow shifting against the trunk of a tree. Perfectly silent, Itachi slips from his seat, one hand finding the hilt of his tant. For a moment he debates whether he should wait tense, but something inside of him whispers that it's not the right choice. Kurama never aimed to kill when he fought them. He only ever wanted to escape. Itachi doesn't want this to turn into a fight. He doesn't want to kill this man whose only crime is wanting to keep his family nearby. There is nothing in him that's capable of punishing Kurama for something he himself would do, so he takes a breath, steels himself, and steps into the heavy shadows around their camp. Maybe, if he gives Kurama a chance, makes him an offer. Overconfidence like that is liable to get you killed, Uchiha, a low voice growls, barely a handful of yards ahead of him. Itachi comes to a halt, hands loose and relaxed at his sides, posture carefully non-threatening. Not by you, he counters. There's a long moment of silence and then the shadows stir. Moonlight catches on crimson hair, just a flash of silvery color in the gloam, and Kurama steps around the trunk of a wide old tree, fingers dragging absently over the bark. He studies Itachi for a second before he snorts, one side of his mouth curling into something that's not quite a smile, but not quite a sneer, either. No, he agrees. Not tonight, at least. Is Naruto safe? Itachi asks, and he means it to come out as a sharp demand, but instead it's just expectant. As though he already knows the answer and is only asking because he should. And maybe that's actually the case, now that he considers it. After all, he knows with bone-deep certainty that Kurama won't hurt the boy in any way. He took Kakashi's Raikiri to the back just to prevent such a thing from happening. He is. Kurama crosses his arms over his chest, sharp eyes narrowing. He takes a step, then another, and Itachi turns to keep him in sight as the redhead circles him like a predator. He may trust Kurama with those the man considers family, but that's hardly the same as trusting him in general. I'm not here to talk about Naruto, though. I'm here to talk about you, Uchiha Itachi. That's unexpected. Maybe he should have work intents after all. Why? Itachi asks, keeping his voice even. It will gain you nothing. The words get him a snort. No Uchiha will ever give me anything more than grief, Kurama scoffs. Maybe pain and suffering, if it's a good day. No, kid, I don't want to have anything to do with your psychotic little family. And if this were just about me, I'd be more than happy to see every last one of you wiped off the map. The words are chilling, enough to make Itachi swallow as much as he tries to keep his composure. He's met more than enough people who dislike the Uchiha as a whole, but the venom in Kurama's voice speaks of something that's more than prejudice. This is personal. But it's not just about you, he ventures cautiously, extrapolating the man's words. There's something else. There always is, Kurama agrees darkly, coming to a stop directly in front of Itachi. He doesn't turn to face him, doesn't meet his eyes, but lifts his gaze to the nearly full moon and takes a clear breath. Do you know why the Uchiha didn't help when the Kyuubi no Kitsun attacked? Of all the many questions Itachi expected, that one didn't even make the list. He blinks, caught entirely off guard, and shifts back ever so slightly. I assume it was the clan's decision to keep our shinobi out of the beast's path, he says warily, because he's thought of it before, asked his father once, even, but Fugaku had brushed him off with tight-lipped anger and told him not to ask again. Kurama laughs, low and rough and without an ounce of amusement. Fuck, you're blind. No, kid, that's not what happened. Shimura-dan's convinced the Sandaime that the Uchiha do better protecting the civilians, and then he spread rumors that they controlled the Kyuubi and brought it down on the village. Made it all the easier for him to get you packed off to a secluded little corner of the village where he could keep his eye on you. Cause the Uchiha are dangerous, but you're also powerful, and he wants that power for himself. A shiver traces its way down Itachi's spine, but he stands fast. Given that Uchiha Madara was able to control the Kyuubi with his Mangekyou, it's not an unfounded accusation, he manages, though the words stick in his throat. With another rough chuckle, Kurama drops his gaze from the sky, and this time he holds Itachi's eyes without wavering. Sage, you're fucked up, he says, expression shifting into something that's caught halfway between pity and disgust. What would you do for your family, Uchiha Itachi? If you had to choose between killing your entire clan and keeping peace in the village, what would you pick? Somehow it doesn't feel like Kurama is speaking in hypotheticals. Unsettled and no longer able to hide it, Itachi takes a step back. What, he asks, and it catches hard in his throat. Kurama stares at him, and the expression in his eyes is full of wildness, a feral sort of intensity that hollows out Itachi's chest and leaves him shaken. Think about it, the redhead says, and his tone is deceptively mild, like a river with a deadly current hidden deep below the calm surface. Take a good long look at how you call yourself a pacifist before you answer. There's never only two parts, brat. Never only left or right to pick from. You're supposed to be a shinobi, aren't you? That's what looking underneath the underneath's all about. If you can't even do that much, you're not a genius. You just a murderer giving himself airs. With a loud pop and a whirl of smoke, the clone vanishes, leaving Itachi standing alone in the moonlight, unsteady, uncertain, and just a little bit scared. Not of Kurama, not of anything lurking in the darkness, but... When Kurama asked his question, Itachi's first, automatic response wasn't the one he had thought it would be. It wasn't one that he particularly likes, either. They leave the inn just as the first hint of light is spreading across the eastern sky, Naruto and Gaara on Fuji's back with Kurama and Ushi walking alongside. The boys are sleepy enough that Kurama's keeping a close eye on them, wary of any sudden falls, but Fuji looks well rested and is all but vibrating with energy. When Kurama looks back at the horizon, Ushi is watching him steadily, expression faintly concerned. Kurama arches a brow at him, and the man sighs a little and asks, "You'll be okay?" He glances south, as if following Han's path with his eyes, and his mouth tightens faintly. "I could." "We'll be fine," Kurama says dismissively. "Quit worrying. Besides, with Fuji we'll move faster alone. You've got your own promise to keep." Ushi doesn't look entirely happy about it, but he inclines his head. "All right. Just move fast. The rest of us aren't being actively hunted right now, but you are." Eyes open. 2 kids isn't a lot of backup, even if they are Jinchuriki. As if Kurama would ever let Naruto get caught in the crossfire. He scoffs and looks away, because it's an unpleasant thing to dwell on. He's not entirely sure what he'll do if the freak squad catches up again, or if some stroke of particularly bad luck has them crossing paths with another Akatsuki member, but he knows there's no way in hell he'll put either of the boys at risk. Better for Fuji to take them and run than have them put in danger. He's not about to ask her to return to Mount Inari, not when she ran away and will likely get in trouble the moment she goes back, but if there are no other options, he's selfish enough that he'll request it. "I could say the same to you," he points out. Kakuzu dropped the ball when he messed up capturing Koko. Akatsuki might decide to move up their timeline and really start tracking you down. If you're alone when they find you. "I'll run," Ushi promises. He falters, then snorts. Son Goku won't like it, but he can suck on an egg. "I'm not about to give up my freedom for something like his pride." Well, that's progress Kurama hadn't expected. He chuckles, then braces a hand on Fuji's back. "Good, Fuji?" he asks. "Ready when you are, Kurama-sama," she agrees cheerfully, crouching slightly. "I'd feel better if you were holding the kids in place. They are not entirely conscious yet." With a snort, Kurama vaults onto her back, leaning forward to brace Naruto and Gaara between his arms as he winds his fingers in her long fur. The fox straightens, flicking her tails, and he looks at Ushi again, tipping his head in silent goodbye. "Keep your head down," he warns again. Ushi has a brief laugh, raising a hand as he steps back. "The same to you, Kurama," he says. "It was an honor to meet you. I'll look forward to seeing you again." To his surprise, Kurama finds that the same applies to him. He wouldn't mind seeing Rishi in the future. He's never particularly thought that about any other human, not counting Naruto, who's in a category of his own, and he realizes now that it's not quite as offensive a thought as he might have expected. Fuji saves him before he has to give voice to any of those thoughts. She flicks her tails and shakes herself slightly, and Kurama can feel lean muscles punching. "See you, Risha," is all he has time to say before she's leaping forward, low and swift, long legs eating up the ground. He could look behind them, watch Risha leave. Could check one last time on this human he's managed to make a connection to, but he doesn't. There's no time for sentiment, not right now. Maybe they'll meet again in the future, but at the moment, AME is opening up before them, bright and clean in the aftermath of the storm, and if they keep this pace they might even make it to Taki before sundown. Knowing that, Kurama keeps his eyes on the horizon and doesn't look back. The first day Naruto doesn't show up for class, Iruka is mildly frustrated. The boy puts no effort into anything except his pranks, and while it's nice not to have to worry about thumbtacks on his chair or balloons filled with itching powder for one day, Iruka is a teacher. It's his duty to give Naruto an education, and Naruto skipping class makes that very hard indeed. The second day Naruto doesn't show up for class, Iruka starts to get angry. And when the boy is gone the next day, and the day after that, and the day after that, it just gets worse. Iruka likes Naruto, even though he'd accepted this job with the certainty that it would only ever hover on the borders of bearableness. Naruto was the demon fox. After all, Naruto was the reason his parents were dead. Naruto was the reason for his loneliness. Except Naruto isn't the demon fox. Naruto isn't even remotely similar to the monster who killed his parents, and Iruka can't help the kinship he feels with Naruto, who's so achingly, endlessly lonely. He'd planned to invite the boy for ramen sometime in the next few weeks, and was just getting his courage up. But now Naruto is skipping, probably working on some new trick, and Iruka hasn't seen him in almost a week. It's easier to get angry than to worry, so immediately after he dismisses his class, Iruka gathers up all of his irritation and heads for the closest thing to a parental figure Naruto has. "Come in," the Sandaime calls when Iruka knocks lightly on the door, and Iruka can't help a faintly worried frown. He hasn't heard Tsurutobi sound that tired in a very long time, and even though he's just a Chunin school teacher, Iruka is fairly close to the man who was friends with his parents. "Hokage-sama," he says with concern, stepping into the office and closing the door carefully behind him. "Is everything all right?" Tsurutobi smiles wearily at him, turning away from the window with his hands folded behind his back. "Ah, Iruka. Yes, everything is fine. It's simply been a long day. What can I do for you?" For a moment Iruka debates making an excuse and slipping away rather than laying more on Tsurutobi's plate, but it's Naruto. Naruto, who has been upset for almost a week already, and Iruka isn't about to let him get away with it any longer. "I'm sorry to bother you, Hokage-sama," he says apologetically, but it's about Naruto. "He hasn't been in class, and I was hoping you could have a word with him." Usually, when the subject of Naruto comes up in any fashion, Tsurutobi smiles. He's fond of the boy, that much is very clear, and it always eases something in Iruka's chest to see it. This time, however, the lines in Tsurutobi's face only deepen, something like ender sliding through his dark eyes. Before he can say anything, though, there's a sharp rap on the office door, and Iruka startles, leaping out of the way. Tsurutobi beckons him closer, even as he gives his permission for the visitor to enter, and Iruka slips off to the side, a little mystified by the fact that the Hokage wants him to stay even though he has a meeting. The man who steps into the office looks just as tired as Tsurutobi, and just as determined to hide it. Uchiha Fugaku inclines his head to the Hokage, lets his eyes flicker over Iruka, and then moves aside for the man behind him to enter as well. Nara Shikaku offers the same greetings, though he gives Iruka a faint smile, too. "Fugaku, Shikaku," Tsurutobi says politely. "Take a seat, please." The two Jounin trade glances, then do as they are told. Fugaku takes one more look at Iruka, who's pressed himself up against the wall unobtrusively, and then turns back to the Sandaime. "Hokage-sama. Is this about my son?" "It concerns the mission he and Shisui are currently on." "Yes," Tsurutobi confirms, settling into his own chair. "I am aware that I have yet to provide you with the appropriate paperwork as Uchiha clan head, but this is an exceedingly delicate matter, and until now I haven't wanted to trust anything in writing. Even for a shinobi village, that level of paranoia is very high, and Iruka can't fight a tense curl of unease in his gut. Judging by the faint narrowing of Fugaku's eyes, he recognizes that fact as well. Which would be why I'm here." Shikaku leans forward a little, resting his elbows in his knees and watching the Hokage with a lazy expression. "What's happening that is so big you're worried about international repercussions?" The unease deepens into outright worry, and Iruka subtly braces himself against the wall. He was just a student during the last war, nowhere near brilliant enough to graduate early, but he remembers that it was like all too well. If this is something important enough to hide even from the clan heads, if this could be the start of another war. "It concerns," Tsurutobi says carefully, "Uzumaki Naruto." Iruka takes a step forward before he can stop himself. "Naruto," he demands, and winces when the two clan heads turn to stare at him. Swallowing, he curls his fingers into fists, straightens his shoulders, and asks more politely, Is this why Naruto hasn't been in class for the last week?" If anything, Tsurutobi just looks more tired. "It is. 8 days ago, ANBU Hound returned from a mission to retrieve the daimyo's illegitimate daughter with a shinobi who had assisted him. The man called himself Uzumaki Kurama, a wandering shinobi with no affiliations, and though Hound and I were suspicious, we were not as wary as we should have been. Despite the fact that I assigned Kakashi to shadow him, Kurama defeated Kakashi, took Naruto, and escaped the village. Kakashi, Tense, Shisui, and Itachi have been tracking him. Kidnapped. Naruto has been kidnapped. Feeling sick, Iruka steps back, shoulders thumping against the wall and head spinning faintly. Naruto is the prisoner of an unknown shinobi who managed to defeat one of the strongest jounin in the village. He's been angry and frustrated and annoyed with the boy, and Naruto is in danger. There's a long moment of silence, and then Fugaku looks up. "You are certain this is an appropriate response?" he asks carefully. Given the shared name, Sarutobi simply shakes his head. "In any other situation, I might withhold judgment," he admits. However, Naruto is also Konoha's Jinchuriki, and beyond that, the news I received in Kakashi's most recent report is very worrying. He shifts the papers on his desk, drawing out a fairly battered scroll, and lays it between them. Kakashi and Shisui encountered a Sune squad on the border of River Country and Wind Country. They claimed that a shinobi matching Kurama's description had kidnapped the Keisuke's youngest son, and Kakashi suspects that the boy is in fact the host of the Ichibi. In addition, given the abilities Kurama has displayed, the suspicion of Kurama also being a Jinchuriki has been raised. Shikaku looks a little pale under his tan, though his expression is still calculating. So there's an unknown Uzumaki Jinchuriki running around the elemental nations and kidnapping his fellow Jinchuriki, starting with the most vulnerable ones. That's definitely not a recipe for disaster. Do we know what bijou he holds? We haven't even confirmed that he is a Jinchuriki, Sarutobi admits. There is evidence, but we could also be wrong. However, the abduction of 2 human containers cannot be a coincidence, and it puts Konoha in a delicate situation. Shikaku, you are my strategist, and Fugaku, you are a deft hand at politics, as well as clan head to Itachi and Shisui. Tensions are high between the countries and are want nothing less than another war. Should we bring this up, Konoha will likely bear the brunt of the blame, given Kurama's clan and that we were the first hit, but if Kurama is truly targeting the Jinchuriki, the other nations should be warned. Faint surprise flickers over Fugaku's face before it's ruthlessly crushed, and he looks down to contemplate his laced fingers. "I am honored that you have placed 2 Uchiha on such an important mission," he says slowly, picking each word with care. "And such trust in myself, as well. However my clan may assist you, Hokage-sama, we will do so." "Troublesome," Shikaku mutters, rubbing the bridge of his nose, and then nods. "The same, Hokage-sama. What do you need?" "Your opinions on the courses of action we might take," Sarutobi says immediately. "Any thoughts you have on the matter would be appreciated." This isn't a conversation that Iruka feels he should be present for, but his feet won't move. He can't leave. This is about Naruto, and even if Iruka hasn't managed to offer the boy his friendship yet, he feels responsible. Naruto doesn't have parents or guardians, but as his teacher Iruka is the next best thing. As the Hokage's occasional assistant, it's not inconceivable that he would be a part of such a discussion. Taking a breath, he folds his arms around himself and doesn't move. The 2 clan heads exchange long glances, and then Shikaku sinks back in his chair. Even if Kurama hit Konoha first, his only clear affiliation is to Uzumaki, he says, considering. Admitting he kidnapped a boy weakens us, but also evens the field. We'd be going out of our way to warn the other countries, and that gives us a leg up. With that, and everyone's attention focused on protecting their Jinchuriki, Konoha shouldn't have to worry about attacks. This shinobi targeted the strongest village first, Fugaku agrees, and the weakest second. He clearly has no fear of reprisal. Perhaps the other nations will blame us for failing to stop him, but the threat he represents is too great to focus on accusations for long. He is disrupting a balance of power that has lasted since the Shodain's reign. Without the Jinchuriki, or with the Jinchuriki in the hands of an unknown power, the countries will be vulnerable. Even with just 2 in Kurama's hands, that makes him dangerous, especially if one is the Kyuubi. Talking about Naruto like he's a weapon, an asset, makes Iruka's skin crawl. He pictures Naruto scared and upset, a prisoner because of his power, ripped away from everything he's ever known, and wants to cry. Thinks of another little boy in the same position, and is practically ready to go hunt down the Uzumaki Kurama himself if he has to. Kakashi will catch him, he says almost desperately. Right? He's the best, and so are Itachi and Shisui and Tans. There's no way this man can get away from all 4 of them. Shikaku hums softly. It will certainly make it harder, he acknowledges. Hate's a better tracker than even the Inuzuka. And if Kurama went from here to Suna, he'll have to head back across either AME or Fire Country to reach the next country with Jinchuriki. If he's being rushed, he might make mistakes. If he's a Jinchuriki himself, it might not matter, Fugaku counters. Hokage-sama, we should warn both IWA and Taki. They hold several tailed beasts between them, and Kurama is likely going to target them next. Sarutobi takes a breath, holds it, and then breathes out slowly. I agree, he murmurs. I'll draft a letter to the Tsukigage and Taki's headman tonight. Fugaku, your assistance with that would be much appreciated. Shikako, ready several tracking teams, at least one Inuzuka in each squad, though I leave the other positions up to you. I will provide a list of the Uchiha most capable at tracking, Fugaku offers. The Sharingan might not hold back a Bijou at our current levels, but locating the chakra should be simple enough. Between the Sharingan, the Byakudan, and the Inuzuka, and the Nindogs, we'll have a definite advantage to offer the other nations. Shikaku rises to his feet, looking thoughtful. That will make the news easier to swallow. Hokage-sama. With a polite nod, he turns and leaves, his usual amble replaced by what is nearly a stride. Hokage-sama, Fugaku echoes, also standing. He hesitates for a moment, gaze flickering to Iruka, and then says coolly, I can't imagine this will be a popular decision, including my clan, but I thank you for it all the same. Sarutobi smiles slightly, but though there's humor to it, there's also an edge of cunning that makes it very clear just why the man has made it past 60, even when the average lifespan of an active shinobi is only 40. The Uchiha are a valuable part of Konoha, and historically the village's greatest allies, he demurs. Despite recent sentiments, my views have not changed. Perhaps it's past time I make that clear. There's an entire conversation happening here that Iruka has no idea about, and he honestly doesn't care to learn. Clan politics are simultaneously frightening, boring, and far too intricate for him. Still, it's easy to see the faint flicker of something on Fugaku's face as he bows, then turns and sweeps away. The door falls shut behind him with a soft click, and Sarutobi sighs wearily, rubbing his hands over his face. Thank you, Iruka, he says eventually. Fugaku tends to hold his tongue better with an unfamiliar audience. I'm grateful for your presence. Iruka has never been gladder of the fact that he's a simple teacher rather than a politician or a powerful shinobi. I'm happy to have been a help, Hokage-sama. He hesitates, then asks a little desperately, Do you think Naruto is okay? Kurama won't hurt him, will he? From what Kakashi has reported, Kurama is rather desperate not to, Sarutobi assures him. He is, as far as we can gather, Naruto's uncle, his mother's half-brother. Kurama called him family, so I doubt he would intentionally harm the boy. It's a relief, if only a little. Iruka curls his arms around himself again, thinking of Naruto's wicked smile, his laughter, his all-too-familiar loneliness. Now, with Naruto gone, Iruka desperately regrets not having made the offer to take him for ramen, regrets the fact that he's held himself at a distance. Maybe if he'd done something differently, Kurama wouldn't have had the opportunity to snatch Naruto. Maybe then Naruto would be safe and sound in Konoha, and all of this would be someone else's problem. He closes his eyes, takes a careful breath, and prays fervently that Naruto will come home safe. Chapter 17, Avalate. Chapter text. Avalate Ravola with Macronti, to fly away, especially in such a way as to escape, to exhale. From the conjugation, first person plural present active imperative of Latin aval, to fly away. We need to double our pace, Kakashi says practically the instant Tans and Itachi come to a halt beside them. Kurama is hours ahead of us at the least, let's close the gap. I have never appreciated soldier pills so much in my life, is Shisue's cheerful contribution as he slings an arm over Itachi's shoulders. Itachi gives him a weary look, but says nothing as he turns back to Kakashi and simply nods. Ten's hums and adds a judicious, well, it's not as if Itachi and I covered a lot of ground when the clone was leading us in circles. Once we pick up the trail it shouldn't be too hard to make up the distance. Every minute counts, so Kakashi waves them into motion, headed north. It's a little after midnight, but the moon is almost full and shinobi eyes are trained for work in the dark. With any luck, Kurama has been stopping for the night since he's settled with 2 kids, and that will give them the time they need to catch up to him. The Suna patrols might have found something by now, he offers, because even for 4 ANBU this is going to be a grueling pace. Letting Kurama escape is out of the question, though, and they've already spent too much time chasing ghosts. They need to find Naruto, or Kakashi is never going to be able to look at himself in a mirror again. There should be some kind of limit to how many people he can fail, but if there is, he apparently hasn't hit it yet. That's a rather terrifying thought. With a flicker of speed, Shisui blurs into existence beside him, leaving the other two well behind him. Automatically, Kakashi shoots him a glare, but the teenager just rolls his eyes. Yeah, save my chakra for the marathon. But this is important. It's about Itachi. Kakashi gives Shisui a long look, then casually twists his head a little to catch a glimpse of the other Uchiha. Itachi is at the back of the line, which isn't precisely uncommon, but is also a shade paler than normal, and his eyes are blank where they are fixed on what's ahead of him. He's quiet, Kakashi finally allows. He's shaken, Shisui corrects, mouth pulling into a tight, unhappy line. I know my cousin, Captain. That's not just him plumbing up, something happened. According to Itachi, he confronted the Kurama clone, but before anything could happen it had vanished. Remembering the slightly gleeful way Kurama's other clone rubbed a misdirection in his and Shisui's faces, Kakashi is willing to believe that more happened than Itachi is entirely happy to reveal. Something Kurama said, he offers. Shisui huffs because it's hard to sigh when they are practically running flat out. Yeah, maybe. Just we should keep an eye on him, Captain. He can get lost in his head if he thinks too much, and that's not good for anyone. Itachi's head is kind of a scary place. Kakashi became ANBU at 14, and he knows just how broken he is. To become an ANBU at 10, there's absolutely no doubt that Itachi is suffering from at least a little bit of battle horror, no matter how good a shinobi he is, or how much of a genius he is. With that in mind, he inclines his head and says quietly, 1-10-2. This team is going back to Konoha in one piece or not at all. I'm not about to let anyone break on my watch. I know, Captain. Shisui gives him a small, grateful smile. Why do you think I told you? He salutes, then slows, dropping back to run at Tenza's side. Kakashi keeps a portion of his attention on the youngest member of their squad, but Itachi doesn't even seem to notice the interplay, which is a bad sign. No matter what his aims are, Kurama is a dangerous shinobi. If they go into an encounter with him distracted and divided, someone is going to get hurt, and Kakashi isn't optimistic enough to think that it will be Kurama. Fuji's path takes them across the narrowest part of Ame, skirting the hidden village in its rocky valley and dodging a handful of shinobi patrols. Kurama isn't certain whether Nagato is already the leader here or if it's still Hans, but better safe than sorry. Honestly, they would be equally screwed regardless of who it was if Ame's leader did catch them. One-on-one, Kurama is fairly certain he can take either of them, but Hans defeated all three of the Sannin, and Nagato as Pain doesn't fight one-on-one. Better to just avoid all traces of civilization in that case. They have enough food left from raiding Gaara's cupboards in Suna to see them through a few more days of travel, and Kurama has nebulous plans to go hunting when they stop for the night. He considers, briefly, sending more clones out to hide their path, but he doubts Kakashi will fall for the same trick twice. The next best option is to increase their speed, but Fuji's already running her paws raw for them, and Kurama isn't about to ask her for more. If he could shift into his Bija form, this would all be so easy. Kumo would feel like barely any distance at all, but there's little chance of that. And in all honesty, if shifting forms meant abandoning Naruto's body, Kurama isn't entirely sure he would. It's a bitter, macabre reminder, but it's still a piece of Naruto, even altered and changed to fit Kurama, and is not about to throw that away. Kurama-nai, Kurama-nai. The cheery voice and the small hand tugging on his sleeve draw Kurama out of his thoughts, and he looks down to find blue eyes staring up at him, Naruto's neck craned around in a way that looks painful. Yeah, kid, he asks, a little surprised. Gaara and Naruto have spent the last 3 hours playing I Spy, more than happy to ignore Kurama's quietness. Look. Naruto orders, pointing ahead of them. It's a sea. Kurama blinks, then glances in the direction of Naruto's gaze and can't fight a smile. Not quite a sea, he says with a chuckle. That's Kusa. It's grass you're seeing, not water. He can see the similarity, though, especially since Naruto has never seen an actual ocean before. They are descending a hill with grass country spread out before them, and in the afternoon sun the dark grass shines blue-green. Wind ripples the stalks in long, low waves that run from the edge of the grassland all the way to the horizon. It's a stark change from the rocky terrain of Ame or the forests of Konoha, and Kurama raises his head, breathing in the smell of sun-warmed wood, earth and growing things. It's still winter here, but like in Ame the bite of it is mellowed, turned to heavy rains rather than the cold of snow. I want to roll around in it, Fuji says a little wistfully, bouncing across an outcropping of rock and landing deftly on a stable patch of stone. She holds there, is pricked up and nose twitching, and then sighs mournfully. I want her, but mud. Kurama can't help but laugh, because if he's learned one thing traveling with the vixen, it's that she's just as fussy as a cat where her pretty white coat is concerned. Yeah, that'd put a dapper on things, he agrees. I bet the rivers are all snow melt, too. Maybe later in the year you can come back. But I want to roll in the grass now, Fuji complains. Even so, she leaps down, launches herself off a small ledge, and lands as light as a feather on the edge of the grassland. Straight across, Kurama-sama. Kurama checks the position of the sun, then shakes his head. Northeast. Let's miss the fire country border. I don't know if they'll have shinobi patrolling, but I assume so. Better to avoid them. You could take Kurama and I. Naruto says, cheerfully confident. Me and Gaara would help you. We would, Gaara insists, solemn but determined. He casts a worried glance at Kurama, then at Naruto, and says more softly, I can hurt people. It makes them stay away. I'll do it if you want me to, Kurama and I. There is definitely, absolutely nothing going soft and squishy in Kurama's chest. And if he finds it hard to swallow for a moment, that's just allergies. Something has to be blimming somewhere, after all, and is simply reacting to it. Clearing his throat, he reaches up to ruffle Gaara's hair as gently as is able. No, kid. Don't do that for me. If you find something you're willing to kill to protect, that's fine. Do anything you can to hang on to it. But only if you want to, got it? For a long moment, wide aquamarine eyes hold his, and then Gaara fists one tiny hand in Naruto's shirt and says firmly, I do. You're what I want to protect. And Naruto, too. Me too. Naruto insists, very, very serious, but still smiling brightly. Kurama and I, you're a precious person. Hokujiji says we always have to protect our precious people. It's part of the will of fire. There's no way for Kurama to win this argument, and honestly, he's not sure he wants to. With a soft chuckle, he tightens one arm around the boys, giving them a light hug. All right, I get it. My little warriors. Okay, Fuji, you good. The vixen huffs like the question is offensive. Of course I am. It's all flat, Kurama-sama, this isn't exactly going to be hard. Yeah. Because as an equal opportunity jerk, Kurama leans forward and musses up the fur between her pointed ears. Get going, brat. And make sure you tell me if you need a break, got it? Of course I will, Kurama-sama, Fuji answers, sounding distinctly like she's huming him. Northeast it is. Everyone hang on. Beneath them, muscles bunch, and in a surge of lend strength Fuji leaps forward, long legs eating up the ground. Her head is low, is poked attentively, and Kurama keeps his eyes on the horizon, scanning the grassland for any hint of human presence. The nice thing about Kusa being mostly flat is that they'll see trouble coming from a long way off. Rather than returning to I Spy, which, granted, would be incredibly boring given the surroundings, Gaara attempts to teach Naruto a word game, with debatable success. Naruto forgets about half the rules and makes up new ones as he feels like it, but Gaara doesn't seem to mind. Kurama keeps an eye on them in case of fraying tempers and possible tantrums, always more dangerous with two baby Jinchuriki, even given Gaara's repaired seal and Naruto's strong one, but they both seem happy enough. Since he doesn't need to distract them, Kurama is free to turn his attention to what's ahead of them, namely, whatever trick Matatabi thinks she's going to play on him. Kurama will reluctantly admit that she's rather cunning, even if she's not a fox, and is wary of whatever it is she's planning. He can't think what it could be, but in all likelihood he'll end up going along with it, since he needs her to watch the kids more than he cares about any sort of dignity. The witch probably knows it, too. He wouldn't have even considered asking her otherwise, and she's familiar enough with his pride to realize that. What he can't figure out is what she wants, though. Not release from her host, since she apparently likes the woman, and Kurama can't imagine anything else that would appeal to a sentient construct of chakra. They are not exactly greedy creatures, any of them, and they have no use for human trappings. Practically any information Madataba wants, she can get herself. The Bijou might need a partnership with their Jinchuriki to fully access their mental world, but they can still communicate through it without that, even if it takes a bit of effort. And beyond those options, Kurama is coming up blank as far as ideas go. Well, he supposes he'll figure it out soon enough if they can manage to keep this pace. Lightning Country is about 2.5 days from here, maybe 3 if anything slows them down, and then it'll be another day to find Madatabi and her host. And then Kurama's fingers curl in Fuji's ruff, and it takes effort not to growl. 4 days at the most and he'll be able to start turning the tables on Akatsuki. Less than a week and he can start making headway on the mission Naruto sent him back to accomplish. It's going to be sweet to destroy the Jedmaz, to take that much away from Kaguya. To start in on destroying her plans, reducing everything she set her hopes on to dust and ash. Kurama has no sympathy for the goddess. He'd happily carve her face to ribbons if she was standing in front of him, and then pull her heart still beating from her chest and feed it to her. She killed Naruto, destroyed everything precious to him. Naruto might have had mercy, felt understanding for the mad creature she's become, but Kurama never, ever will. The fury those thoughts invoke is a living thing. Kurama takes a deep breath and shakes it away, dragging his attention back to their surroundings. The only sign of their progress is the amount of grassland stretching out behind them and the slow creep of the sun overhead, and if Kurama doesn't pay attention, it almost feels like they are not moving at all. He lets his mind go blank as Fuji runs, trying not to let himself dwell on dark thoughts, no matter how easy it is. Harder, he thinks with a faint smile, when red hair feathers over his cheeks and brings to mind a familiar face in the mirror. It still hurts, Naruto's death, but it's a lot more bearable now. Simpler for him to face, with the realization that Naruto would approve. A river parts the grass ahead of them, wide and slow-moving, with a handful of low shrubs to line the banks and a few scattered stands of trees. Kurama watches them approach, considering calling a break here so they can have an hour or so to eat. They're not likely to find a nicer spot, and it will give them an opportunity to refill their water bottles. The sharp, ozone-hot crackle of electricity is his only warning. Faster than he's moved since Naruto stepped in front of Kakashi's Raikiri, Kurama throws himself forward over Fuji's head, already calling up his chakra. He's not over-skilled with Doten Jutsus, always defaults to his affinities of wind and fire, but long practice with Kushina's favored Doten and Suiton feeds into muscle memory. A single hand sign in the air, a hand on the earth as he touches down, and chakra flares. A wall of stone bursts from the ground to intercept the bolt of lightning even as Fuji skids sideways, only just managing not to slam into the barrier. Grr. Kurama snaps. Fuji, take them and run. The vixen doesn't bother arguing. Even as the stone falls away, she spins, bolting east at a pace that's easily double her normal. Naruto shouts something desperate and fierce, but Kurama doesn't have time to listen. He leaps forward with his claws bared, lashing out and down. The shockwave ripples out, slamming into the ground with enough force to make the attacker stagger, and Kurama takes ruthless advantage of the opening. He spins around another surge of lightning, then leaps. Power collects, spinning in a blur of black and purple, and Kurama slams the orb down hard. Chicks of mask go flying, and he flips over and lands in a crouch, eyes fixed on the man before him. Kakuzo, he growls, rising to his feet. Didn't I kick your ass once already? Akatsuki's treasurer bares his teeth in parody of a smile. And here I thought I had killed you. Imagine my surprise to find that Konoha just put a massive bounty on your head. Isn't that convenient? Now I get to kill you for destroying my masks, and I even get paid for it. Kurama scoffs. He can't sense any of Kakuza's other masks, so the bounty hunter likely only had time to make one. That's fine by him, he's not about to draw this out with Naruto and Gaara nearby. As if a weak-ass bitch like he could take me down, he mocks. Without those masks of yours, you're just as mortal as anyone else. Baring his teeth in a dangerous grin, he cracks his knuckles, then flexes his fingers and readies his claws. Oh, this is going to be fun. Pale green eyes narrow, and Kakuzu brings his hands up. Fuck you, he growls. I'm going to slaughter you and use your heart to make a new construct. What do you think? Fire. Wind. How about you just stop talking? Kurama calls up his chakra in a blood-red surge, lashing out. The shockwave follows the path of his blow, but Kakuzu dodges, spinning to the left. His thick gray threads shoot forward, and Kurama has to leap back and away. He doesn't let it slow him down, but shifts forward instantly, rolling underneath another thread and coming up with a high, twisting jump. This time he uses wind, sharp as blades and wide enough to cover that battleground completely, and Kakuzu shouts in anger as the earth grudge fear threads fall away, cleanly cut. A moment later he's right in front of Kurama, more threads gathering, and Kurama knows that if he stays where he is he'll be overwhelmed. Ducking back and away, Kurama slides around 3 threads as they stab forward, throws himself under another hard slash, and comes to his feet just behind Kakuzu's shoulder. The bounty hunter spins, fingers twisting into the signs for a Doten Jetsu, but Kurama holds himself forward, slamming a hard kick into the man's spine. Kakuzu goes flying forward, crashing heavily into the ground and rolling several times before he staggers back to his feet, expression test. "I'll kill you," he hisses. "Your heart is mine." Kurama laughs mockingly, stepping back and moving in a wide circle. "Sorry, but you're not quite my type," he retorts. "I don't tend to go for the crazies." Kakuzu snarls wordlessly, lunging for him again. The thick threads of his kinjutsu echo his limbs as he strikes at Kurama's head, but Kurama has more than enough time to gather his feet under him and jump, twisting through the threads and landing in a crouch, then immediately lashing out with one foot to drive it into the side of Kakuzu's knee. The missing nin bellows in pain as he goes down, and Kurama wastes no time slamming another shockwave down on top of him. Blood splatters and bone crunches, and Kurama laughs in vicious victory, dancing away from flailing limbs. "You're 1,000 years too early to hunt me, asshole," he taunts. "You better off trying your luck with a lesser god. What, did Akatsuki get sick of all your failures and send you out to die? I've heard that twice can be counted as a pattern. First Taki, and now..." "Shut up." Kakuzu staggered back upright again, fury clear on his face. "Leader wants to meet you, little bitch. He wants to know how you learned about us, and when he finds out he's going to make you scream. If I don't kill you now, he'll do it eventually, but you're going to suffer first." Well, that's not exactly good news. Kurama has to fight not to grimace, because he's confident in his power, but pain is not someone he wants to face without preparation. "So killing me now is out of the goodness of your heart?" "I'm touched." Kakuzu laughs at him. "I just want your bounty and your heart, asshole. I couldn't care less how you die. But those 2 things, those are mine." "Great. A possessive obsessed maniac with murder on the brain. Kurama meets the nicest people." "Not happening," he says flatly, flexing his fingers. "Run back home to your masters, mutt, and keep jumping through their hoops. You're starting to bore me." Yuri eyes narrow, and for a long moment Kakuzu studies him. "You're different," he says suspiciously. "You've changed since last time. Got a new trick up your sleeve, bastard." Something shifts behind Kakuzu, and Kurama doesn't fight the wide grin that bears sharp teeth. "Oh, you could say that." He lunges forward, claws outstretched, and Kakuzu shifts, ready to meet him, threads rising. But before he can, Kakuzu trips, expression turning startled, and instinctively lashes out at a tendril of sand cold tied around his ankle. In the same moment, an orange blur leaks out of the grass, and Naruto shrieks a war cry. It's echoed by a dozen other throats as more copies pour out from behind the shrubs, leaping onto Kakuzu and dragging his limbs down with the force of sheer numbers. Kakuzu's eyes go wide, but Kurama is already too close to stop, and he slams his palm into the bounty hunter's abdomen. Power surges, positive and negative in careful balance, and Kakuzu screams. Clans pop one after the other as his earth grudge fear strikes out, but blood is pouring from the gaping wound in his stomach and the movements are clumsy, convulsive. There's power in them, but it's desperate, undirected. Somewhere behind them is another shout, unfortunately familiar. Kurama curses, snatches the original Naruto off the ground where he was thrown, and leaps backwards out of range. "Fuji," he shouts, and a pale shape rises from the tall grass like a wraith, immediately bounding to his side. Gaara is beside her, clearly having dismounted so they could sneak back and surprise Kakuzu, and Kurama wastes no time grabbing him by the collar and tossing him onto the fox's back. He leaps on as well, Naruto still tucked under one arm, and twists to bring one hand slashing down. Chakra flares, fire sparks, and with a shrieking howl wind screams across the prairie. The handful of sparks become a sheet of flame, tall and broad and blisteringly hot, and Kurama doesn't wait around for the freak squad to react. It gnaws viciously at him, leaving Kakuza behind when victory is so close, but he can't risk capture. Not now, not with an end in sight. This time, when he shouts at Fuji to run, she does him one better. Sparks fire flares, curling incandescently around her paws, and she leaps straight up into the air. It catches like she has wings on her feet, and with a long, life bound she's flying, soaring through the sky without anything to slow her headlong rush. Kurama twists his fingers in white fur, prays that she's strong enough to keep it going until they've put space between themselves and their pursuers, and doesn't allow himself to look back as the section of burning grassland falls away behind them. Chapter 18, Effulgent. Effulgent, effulgent, IFL-forward/, shining brightly, radiant, emanating joy or goodness. From Latin effulgent, shining brightly, from the verb effulgere, from x, out plus fulgere to shine. Fuck, Shisui growls, watching the white speck that is Kurama's not a summons, apparently able to fly, which Kakashi finds patently unfair, vanish against the horizon. How the hell can it do that? Not easily, I would suspect, Kakashi says, and it takes more effort than it should to keep his voice even. If this is the first time she's done it, I assume it's a last resort. Which unfortunately doesn't change the fact that Kurama, Naruto, and the Keisuke-san are now well out of reach. Feeling distinctly irritated, he turns his attention to the shinobi Kurama was fighting, still hunched over on the other side of the river. He starts. Before he can get so much as another word out, the man snarls, Konoha dogs. You're responsible for my prey escaping. I think I take offense, Baki says, eye narrowing. Who are you? Why are you after him? But the man just growls, then leaps forward and dives into the river, letting the deceptively swift current sweep him away. Kakashi and Tens both lunge to grab him, but a burst of one-like gray thread stabs straight at them, forcing them to jump away before they get close. A moment later the man is gone, all but out of sight, and Kakashi rolls back to his feet with anger curling fire-hot in his gut. I think, he says with careful mildness, testing the words as he speaks them, that I'm starting to lose my patience. Tens casts him a wary sideways look and deliberately edges out of the line of fire. We've come this far, Itachi says quietly, practically the only thing he's said since their teams met up along the border. Kakashi used to the Uchiha's reticence, but this is strange even for him, and Shisui obviously thinks so as well, if his frequent worried glances are anything to go by. It's not like we are going to give up, Shisui reminds his cousin, leaping lightly across the river. Scorched grass crunches under his feet, and he crouches down to inspect a shard of what looks like porcelain where it's half buried in the ground. Almost looks like an A&B mast, he comments, holding it up for Kakashi's inspection as the older man joins him. Can Shiba tell if it's Kurama's or the other man's? Kakashi glances over at his Ninken just as Baki grabs the big dog, hauling him off the ground and jumping to their side of the stream. When he catches sight of Kakashi's raised brow, Baki just snorts and says, I hate the smell of wet dog. Well? Anything. Shiba? Kakashi asks mildly, crouching down next to the white dog. It's the swimmers, boss, Shiba says after a quick sniff, wrinkling his nose and giving a pointed sneeze. He smells like something dead. Separate and track them both. Ten suggests, scanning the ground for any more pieces. He comes up with a handful, enough to show that it clearly was some sort of mask before it was destroyed. Kakashi trades glances with Baki, then shakes his head. No, separating didn't work out so well for us last time. We'll keep going. Kurama will have to land somewhere, especially if it's a particularly draining technique, and their heading was clear. They are going towards Taki. Home of another Jinchuriki, Itachi points out. Is there a way to warn them? Shisui snorts, rising to his feet and dusting off his fingers. If we are lucky, the Hokuts already sent messages to all the villagers. We should concentrate on actually catching Kurama. We've already closed the gap. Even with this, he won't be too far ahead of us. Kakashi hopes the younger man is right. They can't afford to lose the trail now. Are you good to keep going, Shiba, he asks. I can dismiss you and call one of the others. Shiba looks offended, his dark mohawk of hair bristling faintly. I'm your best tracker, boss, he protests. You're gonna kick me off the case now. Ma. Kakashi raises his hands in surrender. Just a suggestion. Let's go, then. We are losing ground. Which we wouldn't be, Ten says pointedly, if someone had kept their mouth shut and not screamed like a little girl. Shisui scoffs loudly. Oh, because you tricking me and almost making me land on my face is my fault. I did not trick you, Ten's counters, smiling. Kind of. Kakashi still isn't entirely certain how he gets his face to do that, but whatever it is, it's definitely creepy. If I had, Shisui, you would know. You're a lying liar who lies, and you totally did. There were roots. I saw them. Yes, Shisui, plants have roots. Good observation. Very insightful. No wonder you're a jounin. Oh, fuck you, plant boy, these roots moved. You're mistaken. Ten's smile gets creepier, something Kakashi hadn't really thought was possible. I wouldn't sabotage a mission just to torture you. We are comrades. And with friends like you, I'm safer among my enemies. I hear paranoia is a symptom of psychosis. Maybe you should go back to the village mad, get your head seen to. Being that empty all the time can't be good for it. Kakashi puts his head in his hands and sighs, trying in vain to shut out their voices. He wishes desperately for selective deafness, not the first time he's done so when stuck on a train with those two, and is certain it won't be the last, either. Well, Baki says dryly. How long have they been married? That is a horrifying thought. Kakashi grimaces and asks, possibly rather plaintively, must you plant those images in my head? The Sunanin snorts, but obligingly changes the subject. We should get going. My team is several hours behind us already, and we don't have time to wait for them. We need to catch up as soon as possible. Kakashi definitely isn't about to slow down enough for them to join up. His team can move at the necessary speeds, but dragging anyone else along would just hinder them. Baki, who insisted on joining them at the border, at least can keep up with their pace. Anyone weaker would be entirely out of luck. Shiba, he orders mildly, and the Nindog immediately puts his nose to the ground and heads after Kurama's group at a loping run. Kakashi follows with Baki on his left. Tens and Shisui trail after them even as they argue, and an unnervingly silent Itachi brings up the rear. There are trees passing beneath them by the time Fuji starts to falter, and Kurama doesn't know or care if they are fire country or not. Naruto is clinging to his back, Gaara is clinging to his front, and both boys are pale and worried. The freak squad is behind them, but likely not for long, and Kurama can't help the twist of panic low in his gut. He's not prepared for this, doesn't have a solid plan beyond run and don't get caught. Fighting would be easy, but there's a new face in the party to go along with the 2.5 Sharingan users and the baby Mukiden user. Kurama's odds of escaping without seriously hurting someone, and he doesn't want to, has never wanted to, even at his angriest, are diminishing by the hour. Desperate for a distraction from his increasingly dark thoughts, Kurama catches the first flicker of Fuji's foxfire just as they pass over the wide, lazy curve of a river. She wobbles and they drop several feet at once, making Gaara start in Naruto yelp. Kurama grabs them both, drags them more tightly against him and says, Fuji. Another wobble, this time almost enough to unseat them, and the vixen only just manages to recover before they plummet into the water. Sorry, Kurama-sama, she manages on a breath. I think this is all I can do. The foxfire around her paws flickers, then vanishes like a candle flame snuffed out. There's a gut-lurching moment of free fall, a sharp pop, and Kurama suddenly has his arms full of baby Jinchuriki and tiny teenage fox summons. He has just enough time to think shit, very vehemently, before they are plummeting, the surface of the river rising to meet them. Kurama hits it feet first, and the sudden shock of cold is enough to drive the air from his lungs like a fist to the stomach. Gaara flails desperately, and Naruto almost lets go, but Kurama hooks one arm around both of them, ducks flailing limbs, and kicks for the surface. Fuji is doing the same, but her motions are weak, exhausted, and Kurama grabs her as he passes. One more strong push and his head breaks the surface, and he sucks in a breath as he strikes out for the bank. Thankfully the water is slow-moving, and the bank isn't too steeply inclined. Kurama staggers through the shallows, grunting at the even colder bite of icy air, and up onto the grass. He flops down there, trying not to shiver too noticeably, and asks, everyone okay? Naruto's teeth are chattering, and Gaara's lips are blue. Fuji is unconscious, looking a third of her usual size with her fur completely soaked, and Kurama can't quite feel his fingers. The boys exchange glances, and then Naruto offers a brave smile. "We are okay, Kurama and I." It's very obviously a lie. Kurama stares at them for a long moment, then curses and drags a hand through his sopping hair, which is leaking icy trails of water down his neck and shoulders. "Right," he says grimly. Gaara sneezes, squeaky like a mouse with a cold, and then looks deeply offended to have made such a sound. Naruto laughs delightedly, but is shaking so hard that it comes out warped. "Sage fucking damn it," Kurama thinks wearily. They don't have time for this. There's no knowing how far east they manage to get, or how fast the freak squad will manage to catch up. But there's no way they can keep going like this, wet and freezing and on the verge of hypothermia. It's winter, and night will be falling soon. They boys are already in a bad way. If Kurama doesn't do something, they'll freeze to death. A little helplessly, Kurama casts a glance around them. There are trees a short distance away, not quite a forest, but decent for cover. They but right up against the rise of a hill, its sides steep and wooded, and that at least is a good sign. Maybe Kurama can pull together something like a shelter for the night, though it won't help with their trackers. Still, it's at least the start of a plan, and if Kurama has to, he'll fight Kakashi and his pet Uchiha. He's not going back to Konoha, not when there's an end to all of this in sight. "Come on," he says, pushing to his feet. "Let's go start a fire and get warm." He scoops Fuji's limp form up in his arms, checking her breathing, and is relieved when he finds it deep and steady. She's exhausted, on the verge of chakra exhaustion, but she'll be fine with a little rest. A small hand fists in the supping hem of his hari, and Naruto presses close. "Is Fujine okay?" he asks sullenly, and on Kurama's other side Gaara nods, serious eyes fixed on the little fox. Kurama smiles at them, ruffling blonde hair, then red. "Yeah, brats, she's going to be just fine. All she needs is some sleep. Let's go get warm, yeah." "Maybe we can share that person's fire," Naruto suggests cheerfully, pointing in the opposite direction of the hill, and Kurama stiffens, spinning around. There is indeed a fire in the distance, through another stand of trees. It's a large one, without a lot of smoke, and Kurama's willing to bet that someone experienced built it. Maybe a shinobi. Probably an enemy, given the way his luck is going today. Still, it's a fire. It's close enough that even if Kurama lights one of his own, whoever built it will see, so they might as well dive in head first. "Right," he says on a sigh. "Let's check. You got to walk, kids." Gaara nods solemnly, then twists his fingers into Kurama's sleeve and says quietly, "I don't think I like swimming, Kurama and I. Do we have to do it again?" "Right." This is the moment when Kurama remembers that Gaara is from a desert and has likely never been dunked in water before outside of a bath, let alone an icy river somewhere near the Taki border in the middle of winter. This day is just off to a truly fantastic start. "No," he says as comfortingly as he's able. "No, Gaara, we don't have to go swimming anymore. Not until summer, and you might not mind it then." Naruto stays right next to his leg as he heads for the flicker of light in the distance. "I went swimming once," he says cheerfully. "But it was on Sasuke's birthday when he threw me into the river, so it was pretty warm. The water felt good, and it didn't hurt. Will we get to swim like that?" "I think you'd like it, Gaara. It was lots of fun." Gaara eyes him skeptically, but says nothing. With a soft snort, Kurama nudges the boy to the side, around a large rock that's just the right height to trip in. "Later, kid," he reminds Naruto, then judges the distance from the fire ahead and adds, "Wait here. I'll check it out. Stay quiet, okay?" "Sure, Kurama and I." Naruto happily accepts Fuji, cradling her in his arms, and Gaara shifts closer to him, transferring his grip from Kurama's sleeve to Naruto's. Kurama gives them each another hair ruffle, murmurs, "I'll be right back," and a scream. A child's scream, high and terrified. Kurama jerks around, eyes fixed on the source, the fire, and hesitates. Instinct says to go, to help, but instinct also says to stay with Naruto, with Gaara, because they are vulnerable targets. "Go, Kurama and I." Naruto urges, and that's enough. Kurama bolts, chakra already rising in a flickering surge of bloody red, and he dodges around a stand of trees, leaps an outcropping of mossy stones, and lands squarely in the center of a small clearing, the fire crackling on his left. In an instant, he takes in the situation, two shinobi dressed in dark colors, a green-haired girl held between them, overturned bags, blood on the woman's face, the man favoring his leg, a wide bruise decorating the girl's cheek. And around them, sharp and strong, is the scent of fear. Around them is a surge of familiar chakra, bright and light like beating wings, with a shimmer that no other Biju's power has. Chmei, Kurama recognizes in a rush and doesn't hesitate. With a roar he throws himself forward, right at the pair of Jounin, and sharp claws tear into the man's throat. He goes down with a gurgling cry, even as Kurama spins. The woman has more time to react, and she holds the girl to the side, then brings up a kunai and stabs forward. Kurama twists around the blow, dodges a hard kick, and flips over her head. She spins, trying to follow, and while the blow that should have taken out her spine misses, Kurama's claws slice through the arm of her uniform and then through skin, and blood splatters across the ground. It doesn't slow the woman. She hops back, bringing her hands together, and the earth shakes. Kurama leaps headlong over the pit that suddenly opens right in front of him, kicks off a spear of stone that tries to skewer him, and tackles the woman bodily. She goes down with a cry, but manages to get a foot in his gut and launch him off of her, and Kurama has to twist in the air. He comes down on one hand, flips back to his feet, and catches the kunai that comes flying at him. A bare instant later the woman follows, but Kurama ducks her second kunai, dodges a knife-hand blow to the back of the neck, and twists, driving his stolen kunai forward. Fouled by his feet, trapped by her own attempt to hit him, the woman has nowhere to dodge, and the blade takes her in the heart. There's a long moment of silence, broken only by the crackle of the fire, and then Kurama takes a breath and straightens, stepping away. The woman's corpse drops, almost on top of her partner's, and Kurama gives them a brief glance before he turns to the little girl. She's probably no more than 8, small and skinny in a way that's all too familiar, and the livid bruise on her cheek makes Kurama wish he had taken longer killing her attackers. "Hey," he says gently, watching her sit up and warily inch away from him. He crouches down, but doesn't move closer, and asks, "You okay, kid?" She takes a breath, eyes flickering to the two bodies, and then squares her shoulders and looks up stubbornly. "I'm okay. They didn't hit me that hard." Kurama might believe her, but now that he has time to look he can see the second bruise spreading across her stomach, stark against the bare skin, and the ring of bruises around each of her wrists where hands grip too tight. "They shouldn't have hit you at all," he says sharply, and it comes out low enough to be counted as a growl. The girl jerks, orange-gold eyes snapping up to his face, and makes a wordless sound. But she protests and then stops short, looking down again. "You don't know me," she points out, and it's quiet, but there's an edge of fire to the words. "I could be dangerous, and you just killed them for no reason. Save him from damaged children and the fucked-up asshole bastards who made them that way." Kurama draws in a slow breath, fighting to keep his temper under control, and says quietly, "Even if I didn't know you, it's still not right for them to hit a kid, especially when there's 2 of them and 1 of you, and you weigh maybe 70 pounds soaking wet. But you're wrong about one thing, kid, I do know you. I know what you are and what's inside you. It doesn't make you a monster. It's not a reason for people to hurt you." She stares at him for a long moment, wide-eyed and silent, and then something rustles. She jerks around, on her feet in an instant and already reaching for one of the dropped kunai, but Kurama holds up a hand to stop her. "Easy," he murmurs. "They are with me, and you've got a lot in common." Raising his voice, he adds, "Naruto, Gaara. It's fine, you can come out now." Almost before he's finished speaking, a blonde head pops out of the bushes, and a moment later Naruto wriggles his way through, still carrying Fuji, with Gaara hanging onto him. "Oh," he says, taking in the clearing. "I thought we could rescue you again, Kurama and I." Kurama rolls his eyes. Yeah, brat. No need to play hero on my account. We are all good here. Naruto, Gaara, I want you to meet someone." "Hi." Naruto says immediately, beaming widely at the girl, who looks entirely pollaxed to see such an expression directed at her. "You're really cute." "I'm Naruto." Gaara, the redhead adds, almost inaudibly. He's eyeing the new Jinchuriki warily, and his grip on Naruto's shirt is so tight that his knuckles have gone white. He studies her for a long moment, then glances up at Kurama and asks quietly, "Is she like us?" Naruto's head snaps around and he suddenly looks like he's all but vibrating with enthusiasm. With a soft chuckle, Kurama drops a hand on Gaara's head. "Yeah, Squirt, she's one too. She's got Shmei, the Nanabe." Shifting his attention to the girl, who has gone pale, he tries for a reassuring smile. "I told you that you guys have a lot in common." The girl takes a shaky breath. "You're like me," she demands. "Yeah." Naruto grins, flashing a victory sign. "I'm Uzumaki Naruto, the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, and I'm gonna be the next Hokage, believe it." She giggles, then briefly looks surprised, as if she hadn't meant to. "I'm F," she says. "F of Takeda Cure." Turning to Kurama, she bows deeply, then looks up, and this time she's wearing a smile. "Thank you for saving me. They were going to take me back to Taki and lock me up, because I keep running away." Kurama lightly touches the bruise on her face, unable to fight a frown. "Well, if that's the kind of treatment you get there, I sure as hell don't blame you. Got somewhere to go, kid?" "I don't need it," F says stubbornly. "Everything will work out. I just have to keep moving and avoid people." That sounds unnervingly familiar. Kurama studies her for a moment, feeling the well-remembered buzz of Chmei's chakra against his skin. The beetle is wary, slightly agitated but keeping a distance for now, not trying to overwhelm F, and that earns the Nanabe some brownie points. Still, even older than Naruto and Gaara, even with Chmei as a fairly respectful passenger rather than an S like Shikaka, even with F being nominally none of his concern and nothing to do with his current mission. Even with all of that, Kurama can't leave a little girl alone in the woods. Not when people are after her, no matter how convinced she is of her own strength. He's turning into a goddamn sucker, Kurama thinks sourly. His Naruto would be laughing his ass off right now. "It just so happens," he says, and can't quite manage to make it offhand, "that we've got pretty much the same plan. But I found it's easier to get away when you're running to something. Want to tag along? I'm dragging these two to see another Jinchuriki up near Kuma. Should throw Taki off your tail, if nothing else." For a long moment, F eyes him, then turns to regard Naruto and Gaara. They look like a sorry group, Kurama knows, bedraggled and wet and dirty, suffering from the bone-deep weariness of too many days with too few breaks. Kurama can see the refusal in her face, the stubborn insistence to go it alone. But then she hesitates. She glances back at Kurama, then at the bodies, and then at Gaara and Naruto. Why, she demands, and that spark of fire Kurama heard once before is in her eyes. "I don't care if you know what I am, you don't know me." "But I'd like to," Kurama tells her softly, and her breath catches. He reaches out automatically, settling a hand on her pale green hair. "Everyone needs a friend, kid. No one can ever make it entirely on their own. The kindest man I've ever met taught me that, and I'm not about to forget it. Everyone needs someone to lean on, even if you only ever use the help once. That's still one time when you need someone to stand with you, and that's what friends are for. I can't promise anything, but we could be your friends. If you want it." Naruto. All he can think of in that moment is Naruto, his Naruto, the one who was everything to him. That man, that boy, that hero, he'd say something like this. And even if Kurama can only ever be a poor imitation, even if he can never live up to the man that Naruto became, that he always was, maybe it's still enough to change a little girl's life for the better. F chews on her lower lip, orange gold eyes steady as she sizes him up. "You mean it," she says, almost disbelieving. "You want to be my friend?" "Us too." Naruto insists, bouncing on his toes and grinning. "Kurama and I like saving people and making friends, and so do we." "I don't give half a damn about most people," Kurama corrects with a roll of his eyes. "But you three are Jinchuriki. There aren't a lot of people who can save you when you get in real trouble. I figure I might as well keep you out of it as best I can and save myself some work." "That's why you saved me?" F asks curiously. "Because I'm a Jinchuriki." Kurama shrugs. "More or less. I would have taken care of those guns even if you weren't, but I'm happier that you were. All the best people I've met have been Jinchuriki, and you're not doing much to break that streak, kid." The silence stretches for another long second, and then F ticks up her chin and squares her shoulders. She meets Kurama's eyes evenly and says, "Then I'm glad I'm a Jinchuriki, if that's the reason you wanted to save me. And if you're going somewhere, I'll come too." Joy, another brat to watch. Kurama heaves a disgruntled sigh, but maybe he's smiling. Just a little, and only possibly. Over Naruto's happy cheer, he says, "Great. Welcome to the Tain, hope you don't mind hoofing it for a bit. We should head out in case those two weren't alone." F makes a face. "I hate lighting fires in the caves," she says, clearly dissatisfied with the thought. "It's always so smoky and the bats get all upset." Kurama pauses. Blinks. "Caves." F blinks right back at him. "The caves," she repeats. "They are for when Taki gets invaded, so we can get shinobi to the border faster. Most people just go above ground, but they are the reason I always get away. My grandpa's the headman and showed them to me. Weren't you gonna use them? It's easier. The gods look after drunks, idiots, and wayward time-traveling Bija," Kurama thinks, the rush of relief almost buckling his knees. "Kid," he says fervently, "you are absolutely goddamned amazing. Caves just became my new favorite place." Naruto, Gaara, up. Naruto grabs his hand, Gaara still attached to his sleeve. "I like caves too," he agrees easily. "Is there gonna be another dirt storm?" "That last one was fun." "Sandstorm," Gaara corrects and is still watching F a little warily, but he also doesn't move away when she slips past him. "I don't think there will be." "There isn't anything like that here," F agrees, and isn't the least bit shy about grabbing Kurama's free hand and latching on. She gives him a pointed tug. "Come on, this way. The mouth opens over here. I can't close it, cause I don't know any doujinjutsus yet, but we might be able to hide it." Kurama snorts. "I can hide it," he volunteers. "Sealing it should keep them off our trail completely." "You're a smart one, kid." F banes at him, twisting her fingers through his and gripping tightly. "No one's ever said that about me before," she confesses. "Kurama and I's like that," Naruto agrees sagely. "He's always super nice, and he gives hugs, and he tells stories, and he let me have 8 bowls of ramen when we stopped for noodles, and he carries us, sometimes," Gaara puts in quietly, juking his head a little. "It's a nice—" "Shut up," Kurama huffs, feeling heat rising in his cheeks. "You're all brats, and I'd eat you if you had a little more meat on your bones. I'm just being nice so I can fatten you up, got it?" F giggles and skips a step, swinging their hands. On his other side, Naruto presses close, all but tripping him up, and Gaara's small hand finds the hem of his hari again, tugging lightly. Kurama looks down at the 3 little larval stage humans he seems to have adopted, thinks of the sheer magnitude of mocking this would earn him from his Naruto, and quietly despairs. But maybe, just maybe, he's smiling again. Chapter 19, Quiscus. Quiscus, quis, KWS, difficult to deal with or settle, perplexing, of a person of dubious character. Origin uncertain, possibly from classical Latin quisques, however, with subsequent alteration of the ending after adjectives in no use. "I'm starting to sense a pattern here," Tense says unhappily, leaning down to test the heat coming off the smothered fire. He rocks back on his heels and adds, "This is an hour old, maybe a little more." Kakashi makes a vague sound of acknowledgement as he and Baki turn over the pair of corpses left crumpled around the camp. The one in front of him is a woman, and the cause of death is easy to see. There's a kunai in her heart, driven up from underneath the breastbone. Kakashi doesn't have to look at the remnants of a doujinjutsu or the scuff marks on the ground to realize just what happened here. This was clearly a fight, and one this kunoichi had little chance of winning. Baki's quiet noise of disgust pulls Kakashi's attention to him, and the Sunanin nods at the body he's studying. "Took out his throat. Not a blade, I think, but—" "Claws," Kakashi finishes for him, remembering the bandits when he and Kurama first met. And maybe it's stupid, but it's almost a shock to remember just how easily Kurama killed those men, how easily he must have killed these two. Kakashi won't quite go so far as to say that Kurama's avoided killing them all the time they've been on his tail, but he hasn't been trying as hard as he likely could have. The one time they managed to confront him, he was more focused on getting away than anything. Baki raises a pointed eyebrow. "Little ones," Kakashi clarifies, waving a hand. "Like fingernails, but sharper. I've seen Kurama use them before. It was definitely him. With twin thumps, Itachi and Shisui land in the clearing, and a moment later Shiba wriggles his way out of the undergrowth. We couldn't find anything, Shisui announces. They dragged themselves out of the river, came here, and then the trail goes cold. These Ataki shinobi is Itachi's quiet input. Do you think he took something from them? Something to get him into the village? Ten suggests. They still have their Hatayate, though. Baki shakes his head. Taki is small enough that a gate guard would know pretty much everyone on site. If Uzumaki really is aiming to grab Taki's Jinchuriki, he'd have to sneak in. Killing at patrol isn't exactly the best way to maintain your cover, though. If they are at patrol, Shisui counters. There's only 2 of them. They are packed for speed, not a long trip, and their water bottles are inconveniently small if they are going to be someplace removed from water. Even in Taki, that's most places a patrol would take you. Kakashi blinks at Shisui, long and slow. This would be the brain that got Shisui promoted so quickly, the one he rarely shows under the carefree smile. It kind of makes Kakashi want to punch him after spending the last week listening to him and Tan's bicker like idiot children. Judging by the narrowing of Itachi's eyes, the 11-year-old feels the same. He sighs through his nose, giving his cousin a long-suffering look, and crouches beside the body of the man. Teeth is his contribution, pointing at the shinobi's leg. Here. Too big to belong to a 6-year-old and too small for an adult. They were attacked by someone else as well. Or someone else fought back, Ten's murmurs, kneeling beside his teammate and beginning to inspect the body for more signs. There are nail marks up and down his arms. Kurama's claws wouldn't have done that. Sir Kurama rescued someone, likely another child, though older than Naruto and Gaara. Kakashi stares into the darkness of the trees, feeling a distinct unease curl in his gut. He's never heard mention of how old Taki's Jinchuriki is, or even which beast they hold. There's no reason to think chances would align enough for Kurama to accidentally stumble over another Jinchuriki, unless... What if they had plans to meet? Kakashi has little idea what Kurama was doing before he appeared out of nowhere to help rescue the daimyo's daughter. If Taki's Jinchuriki was old enough to make their own decision, and Kurama contacted them, the unknown Jinchuriki could have arranged for Kurama to find them and take them away. The idea feels uncomfortably likely, given the fact Kakashi has managed to scrape together about the wayward Uzumaki. You blind fools will never understand even the smallest portion of what it means to be a Jinchuriki, but I do. And I'll make sure Naruto does too. You want to punish him for it? Cast him out. Fine. But I'll teach Naruto just what it really means to wield the power of a Bija. If this is some sort of Jinchuriki revolution, the countries need to be warned. Before anything else, before they even take another step, they need a plan to take word to Kuri, Iwa, Taki, and Kuma, because Kurama is dangerous. It's tradition for hosts to be picked from the cage's close family so that they'll be loyal, but Kakashi has seen firsthand how much hate Jinchuriki garner. It would be hard for anyone's loyalty to hold up in the face of that. Couple it with a man who clearly knows what it means to be a Jinchuriki, promising freedom and power, with 2 or even 3 containers already under his thrall. This is a recipe for another war, and no matter the logical outcome of 9 Jinchuriki against all of the elemental countries, Kakashi feels unhappily pessimistic about the nation's chances. He's seen what the Kyuubi was able to do to Konoha in a handful of minutes, after all, and none of the other villagers have an impossibly stubborn Uzumaki Kunoichi, a newborn Uzumaki child, or a Fuinjutsu master on Minado's level to save them. I think, he says slowly, that our first priority should be warning Taki, and then Iwa. Baki shoots him a sharp look, sinking back on his heels. You think this has something to do with Taki's Jinchuriki, he says, assessing. Kakashi meets his stare without wavering. I think we can't afford to assume anything less, he counters. I know exactly what one Bijou can do to a village. Kurama already has 2, maybe 3. If he gets any more on his side... The pieces are visibly coming together in Baki's mind, and he grimaces, dragging a hand over his face. Right, he says grimly, looking around the small camp. Good spot for an ambush if these 2 were waiting for the Jinchuriki to lower their guard. But they wouldn't have expected Uzumaki. No one ever expects an Uzumaki, Kakashi says dryly, making the other man snort. Got a sealing scroll? Baki asks. The least I can do is take the bodies with me if I'm legging it for Taki. Kakashi honestly hadn't expected him to volunteer for the task, but given Konoha's history with Taki, it's likely for the best. He pulls an empty scroll out of his belt pouch and hands it over, then asks, IWA. Baki grimaces. Suna and IWA have too much history for me to go waltzing up to their gates and not expect to get a hostile mountain dumped on my head. No, I'll ask Taki to send someone. You'll aim for Kuma. At this point, we are better off tracking Kurama. Kakashi tips one shoulder in a faint shrug. The Hokage's message will reach Kuma before we can, and he'll be able to get word to Kuri as well. With enough shinobi on alert, there shouldn't be a way for Kurama to steal any more Jinchuriki. With a snort, Baki rises to his feet. He is hoping. Now get a move on. Uzumaki's got an hour's head start, and knowing him, he'll take advantage of it. There are only so many passes into Kuma. Figure out which is heading for, get there before him, and cut him off. Something flickers over his face only to be ruthlessly crushed, and he turns away, busying himself with the scroll. Get the kid back. Gaara doesn't need more reasons to hate humanity. Well, the Sunanin has a heart after all. Kakashi would smile, but all he can think of is Naruto in the same situation, and that takes all the humor out of his realization. Instead, he hums a vague acknowledgement, tips his head at his teen, and warns, head on a swivel. Where was born, Baki retorts, waving him off. Same to you, Hatake. Kakashi waves back, then leaps for the trees. Itachi is a beat behind him, Tans and Shisui bringing up the rear, and Kakashi again says a wistful goodbye to all thoughts of rest and easy paces. There's no time. No matter Kurama's intentions, he's on a mission that could throw the entire shinobi world into war, and there's no way Kakashi is going to have that on his head. After 2 days of dark tunnels, unable to catch even the faintest hint of a breeze or any stray shaft of sunlight, Kurama is honestly ready to climb the walls if it will get him even a little closer to the open sky. He's grateful for the detour and for the way that F clearly knows these passages so well, but is not a creature meant to stay underground for long stretches of time. It's bad enough that Kurama is fairly certain he'd pick another 100 years in a human host before he picked a month below the Earth. Only a few more minutes and then we'll be near the Moon Country border, F says cheerfully, though she doesn't look behind her. Naruto is on her back, fast asleep, but she's not struggling to carry him yet, so Kurama hasn't tried to take the boy. He's carrying both Gaara and Fuji anyway, the latter also deeply asleep, the former drifting towards that state. Fuji has woken up a few times, but she's still exhausted, and the boys are as well. Because he can, Kurama shifts his hold on Gaara and reaches out to ruffle F's hair, smiling at the grin it earns him. She's a bright, happy girl, and even if bringing her along was spur of the moment, Kurama doesn't regret it. Not only for her knowledge of the tunnels, either. You okay? He asks. That's a lot of dead weight you dragging around. F glances over her shoulder, where Naruto's face is pressed right up against the scroll she's carrying. She just looks for a long moment, then smiles and says, that's all right. I can go a little further. He's really cute when he's asleep. Kurama snorts sharply. Yeah, I guess he is. More than when he's awake, at least. On his shoulder, Gaara makes a sound that's vaguely a protest, and with a roll of his eyes, Kurama allows, yeah, he's still cute no matter what. Go to sleep, squirt. Muffling a giggle with one hand, F offers, there's a place to camp right outside the tunnel exit. I think it's nighttime, too, are we going to stop? Kurama debates for a moment, but it's probably safe. If F is right and no one knows about these tunnels but Taki Shinobi, and high-ranking ones at that, Kakashi and his freak squad will be taking the long way around Taki's forests and rivers. Maybe they'll catch up, but even if they outpace Kurama's little gaggle of children, they likely won't be able to predict exactly where Kurama is headed. Besides that, he could use a spare hour or so to get in contact with Madatabi again. It's probably not fair to dump another child on her without warning, especially when she agreed to take Naruto and Gaara without a fuss. Yeah, he confirms after a moment. We can spare a few hours. I want to get some water and food into Fuji and meditate for a bit. You three could do with some uninterrupted sleep, I'm sure. This isn't too bad, F says, determinedly cheerful. Grandfather's training is a lot worse. I always feel like I'm going to die afterwards. This is just walking. Kurama can't quite suppress the low, angry growl that worms its way up from his chest. F is 10 years old, not the 81st thought, small for her age, on the edge of too thin, with calluses and sores and scars that even Shmei couldn't entirely erase. They've been traveling for 2 days now, and F has spent a large portion of that time carrying one of the boys, who can't weigh all that much less than she does. She's never complained, never faltered, and he hates it. Hates what it means for FS past, for what she's gone through. Hates the way those deep bruises are hardly noticeable to her. She's a child, but no one has ever given her the opportunity to be one. Because she's a Jinchuriki, a weapon she's been training for as long as she can remember, pushed to be better and stronger and less human. For all that Kurama thinks Tsurutobi went about things the wrong way when Ruda was concerned, at least the old man never treated Naruto like a weapon. Not the way other villagers treat their Jinchuriki. Humans are so goddamn blind, and it's lucky for this world that Kurama knows things can get better. If he didn't, if the version of him that came back was the one from before he'd formed even a vague attachment to Naruto's precious people, well, Kurama isn't entirely certain how many of the countries with Jinchuriki would still be standing. "You're tough as nails, sweetheart," he says gruffly, not looking at her. "I think you could teach most shinobi a thing or two about being strong." F is quiet for a long moment, but she slows her steps a little, dropping back to walk right beside him. And if she's leaning into his side a little, Kurama isn't about to call attention to it. Not unless she wants him to. I think I hate everyone in my village," she confesses in a small voice, keeping her eyes fixed ahead of them. "They all glare at me and whisper all the time, and it doesn't matter what I do, they are just always angry. They always hate me. It's like I'm always standing far away, while they are all standing together, and sometimes I just get so angry at all of them." Kurama takes a breath, then lets it out slowly, trying to contain his temper. There's no one to get angry at down here, no good way to release it outside of wanton distraction that's more likely to bring the tunnel down on their heads than do anything productive. "I'm probably not the best person to talk to about anger issues, sweetheart," he manages, and it takes effort to keep his voice even. "There's a hell of a lot of hate in me, and there has been for a long time. But I'd say you're absolutely justified if that's how you feel. No one should ever tell you that you have to love someone who hurts you, even if it's just mentally. You're the only one who can decide to forgive them for it. And if you never want to, if you always want to carry that grudge and hold them at a distance the way they did to you, that's entirely your choice." The tense, tight line of FS shoulders relaxes just a little, slumping into something more natural. "I thought adults were supposed to tell us that peace was the best thing, and that you should forgive people, and that they were just being stupid and ignorant and it wasn't their fault," she says almost accusingly, though there's relief in her orange gold eyes. "That's what Mom always said." Kurama snorts, reaching out with his free hand to lightly ruffle her hair again. "Maybe," he admits. "But I'm pretty terrible at being human, kid. The only advice I can give is what I know, and it's probably not majority approved, sorry." F takes a careful breath, then looks up to flash him a smile. "That's okay," she says brightly, hoisting Naruto a little high up on her back. "I think I like your advice a lot better than all the rest I got. If that makes me a terrible human too, I don't really mind. We can be bad at it together." That wasn't quite what Kurama was getting at, but he supposes it's close enough. Chuckling, he shifts Gaara into his other arm, then nods in front of them. "That my imagination, or is there actually some light up ahead?" F blinks, lifting her head, and then laughs. "We made it. Come on, I'm hungry." She takes off for the crack in the stone, leaping lightly across the roughly hewn floor and then right up the gap. Kurama follows a little more slowly, turning sideways to slip through the narrow opening. It's clearly late afternoon, the sun low on the horizon and the moon already rising above the treetops, and Kurama takes a long moment just to breathe in the smell of something besides bare stone and dirt. Moving air is a blessing he'll never again disregard. Even being trapped in that terrible sewer in his Naruto's mind wasn't as bad as being stuck underground. From even a few steps away, the entrance to the tunnels looks like nothing more than rough stone, and Kurama makes note of its exact location in case he's ever passing back this way and desperate enough to use it as a getaway. He doesn't expect to be, but, well, Naruto taught him a lot about expecting the unexpected. At the edge of the tree line, F is crouched down, busily building a ring of stones for a small fire. Caution makes Kurama hesitate, but at length he decides that they'll be fine lingering for a few hours. They are getting pretty far north, after all, and it's still winter. The air has bite once the sun goes down, and Kurama isn't about to let the kids suffer through a night without any warmth. They've got blankets, but those can really only do so much. Carefully, he sets Gaara down next to Naruto, then carefully lifts Fuji from where she's been coiled around his neck and sets the vixen in Naruto's lap. She shifts a little, one amber eye slitting open, and grumbles softly. Kurama steps away, deciding to leave her to either wake up or slip back into sleep on her own, and makes a circuit around the edges of their little camp, collecting dry sticks and stretching out his senses. There's no one else around them, though, not that he can feel by way of chakra or malice, and he allows a little bit of tension to ease from his spine at the realization. His range is decent, so as long as he keeps an eye out they should have enough warning to hightail it if someone gets too close. By the time he makes it back, F has the fire going and is seated cross-legged on the ground in front of it, watching Fuji with bright-eyed enthusiasm. The fox is sitting up, truly awake for the first time since they landed in the river, and though her fur is still a little dull, she otherwise looks recovered. Fuji, Kurama says, dropping the wood off to the side and sinking down next to her. You're up. Feeling okay? Fuji gives a bright yip and pounces on his lap, curling up and wrapping her three tails around herself. I'm fine, Kurama-sama. I take it we got away. I'm sorry I wasn't able to take us further. Kurama cuts her off, tapping a finger on her pointy nose. Hey, shut up. You were fantastic, Fuji, and you got us to safety even though it could have killed you. And it's thanks to you that we were in the right place to rescue F, so none of that blaming yourself shit, okay? Pointed ears fold back, and a long tongue flashes out to lick Kurama's knuckles. All right, Fuji allows, a touch grudgingly. I'm glad we got away, Kurama-sama. Thanks to you, Kurama repeats, smoothing a hand over her soft fur. Now, how are you really feeling? A little tired, but I'm all right, she admits. I can keep watch if you need to rest, Kurama-sama. Sleep sounds tempting, but it can wait. Not yet. I need to get in touch with Madatabi again, though. Can you keep an eye on things while I'm out? F will help, she's had a lot of training already. Fuji's ears perk up, and she pokes her head over Kurama's knee to take a look at F. In an instant she's gone, flowing out of Kurama's lap and darting around the fire and hopping into F's lap instead. Oh, you've picked up a girl, she says cheerfully. How cute. I'm Fuji. F's expression shifts to upright delight. You cute too, she answers. I'm F. Are you a summons? Can I pet you? Fuji preens a little. I am, and of course you can. Right behind the ears is good, and down my back. F's fingers immediately find the right spot, and Fuji half closes her eyes in bliss, a garbling purr rumbling up from her throat. Kurama chuckles, settling back a little. Keep watch, he reminds them, and gets a flick of Fuji's tails in response. Deciding that's as much as the vixen is capable of right now, Kurama closes his eyes, rests his hands on his knees, and reaches for the shared mental realm of the Bijou. It's not the same as last time, he realizes even before he opens his eyes. No campfire, no vast forest of monolithic trees. Instead, the roar of a waterfall fills the air, cascading down from high cliffs in a narrow torrent. There's an island in the center of the resulting lake, just a small patch of grassy ground, and round the edges of the pool the trees press close. The air is wet and warm, the sun at its height, but... the falls of truth. Kurama takes a breath, rising to his feet, and tries not to dwell on the memories that pervade this place. Naruto, all of it Naruto, that's all he can see and sense. The battle between Naruto and his darker half, the first time Naruto fully took his chakra, when Naruto learned his past. It's all here, in the lake before him and the temple behind the falls. And of all the places for his subconscious to manifest, this is likely one of the most painful, because this is where everything started to change. This is where Kurama lost all hope of anything ever being different, but where it began to shift regardless. For an endlessly long moment, Kurama stares out over the rippling water of the lake, halfway expecting to see Naruto step out of the temple and smile at him. But there's nothing beyond the thunder of the water, the spray of mist drifting away. Only silence, painfully empty, and Kurama drags in a shaky breath and swipes a hand over his eyes. A flicker behind him, an impression of rapid wing beats, bright laughter, and the thrill of flight all caught up in physical form. Kurama turns, claws half-raised and ready, only to see a familiar shake drop from the sky and settle on the back, 6 wings folding away. Chme's head tips curiously as the beetle shifts back to sit on the grass and says, "Kurama, I thought that was you I felt the other day, but you've changed." "Chme," Kurama returns, trying to banish the emotion from his face and voice, even though he knows he doesn't quite manage it. This isn't exactly a place that promotes emotional equanimity for him. A lot can happen in 100 years. Chme squints at him for a long moment, wings flickering out and fluttering briefly, gossamer bright, before they fold away again. "I suppose," the beetle allows. "But you've spent a long time not changing, haven't you?" "Why now?" "Extenuating circumstances," Kurama says succinctly, crossing his arms defensively over his chest and trying not to fidget. "Was there something you wanted, Chme, or is this just a social call? Can't a bijou talk to a brother?" Chme complains, and apparently Kurama was massively wrong about only having brothers. Not that he's about to protest. Another flicker of wings, embarrassment, Kurama thinks, though it's been a very long time since he had to read Chme's body language, and she says, "You saved my host." Well, not the conversation Kurama was expecting to have, but not one he'll complain about. Her did. She probably could have saved herself, but since I was there, I figured I might as well. Though I noticed you weren't trying to take control, Chme. Feeling polite all of a sudden. Her wings flare up and out, and the beetle bristles. "I'm always polite." Chme protests. "I'm lucky 7 Chme, and anyone would be fortunate to have me as their bijou. Those fools in Taki can't see it, but F has never been ashamed of what she is." Kurama can imagine that she hasn't. F is a strong, stubborn girl, as bright and happy as Naruto, with a seething edge of darkness that reminds him of Gaara's aching fury more than anything. It would be a potent combination in a regular shinobi, let alone a Jinchuriki. With a faint sigh, he holds his hands up, a vague attempt at placating her, and answers, "Hey, call it, that wasn't a criticism. Just observation, okay? I just got done dealing with Shukaku being a greedy, malicious bastard and trying to drive his host insane. Forgive me for not being overly optimistic about all of this." "We are not all Shukaku," Chme reminds him with an amused snort. "Though I'll admit, I might have a few screws loose, too, if I was trapped in a crazy priest for years on end." Rolling his eyes, Kurama gives her that one. Between the seal, his natural crazy, and his previous hosts, Shukaku didn't have the best chances of coming out of this mess sane. "Right," he allows. "Still a bastard, though." He ignores Chme's laughter and adds, "I'll take care of F as much as I can, but I need to get all 3 of the brats to Madatabi." "Heard anything from her?" Chme hums, settling back again, and then shrugs her wings in a flicker of iridescent color. "Not yet, but none of us speak much anymore. You know how it is, Kurama. We've been apart for a very long time now. You can hardly expect us to be best friends after the way we separated." Kurama ignores the pointed look being aimed his direction. After the way the 4th Shinobi World were played out, he knows for a fact that he's the strongest of the bijou. He faced down most of them combined at one point or another, after all, and if the others don't like being reminded of that fact, well, it sucks to be them. Maybe not friends, but we are all still connected. Now Bazaf, the squirt is fine and I'm not about to drop her back off with Taki. So get out of my face and let me find Madatabi. With a clatter of beetle wings and a sharp humph, Chme launches herself from the ground, pausing to hover over Kurama's head. "I don't care if you're older, Kurama, one of these days you'll have to stop being a prickly jerk or I'll sit on you." "I'm not prickly." Kurama snarls. "Go perch on a flower, you overgrown bumblebee." Chme gives an angry, rattling buzz. "Thanks for saving F, you bastard." "You're welcome, witch." Kurama snaps back and glares as Chme turns, pointedly flickers her barbed tail, and soars away. Sage, he hates his siblings sometimes. Most of the time. In general. Kurama thinks about how he's setting himself up to interact with all of them at one point or another, and groans as he drags a hand through his hair. Goddamn, does his Naruto owe him big time for this saving the world crap. Chapter 20, Volans. Volans of me, LNZ, a state of mind referring to voluntary acceptance of specific risks, being willing to accept a risk inherent in a course of action. From classical Latin vol, I wish, I am willing. Despite all of Kurama's plans, Madatabi is nowhere to be found. It's frustrating, but more than that, it's worrying. Kurama wanders the shared mental world, even though he really doesn't want to run into any more of his siblings, searching for any trace of cold fire and death undone. There's nothing, though, just emptiness where the cat's presence should be. Vaguely unsettled, Kurama leaks out over the water to settle on the little island Naruto once used, though he pointedly stays facing away from the falls of truth. There's no part of him that wants to meet his darker self, because he knows exactly who and what that creature will be. Cold, malicious, calculating, wanting nothing more than to see Naruto's blood painting his hands and the world set alight for his pleasure alone. Even now, Kurama's not a pleasant person. For that matter, he's hardly even a person. Naruto reached down into him, changed him, made him better, but there are still pieces Naruto could never get to. It's not that Kurama regrets them, but maybe he wonders, just a little, what he'd be like if he had been able to save Naruto, if Kaguya had never stretched out her mad, grasping hands and torn the entire world from them. Still, he's not here to dwell. There's no point thinking about it, because Kurama's already changed things here irrevocably, and there's no way he's going to stop now. Steeling himself, he closes his eyes and stretches out his senses, trying to find Madatabi. Nothing. Just blankness, like something's been torn out and left a hole behind. Fuck, Kurama whispers, dragging his hands through his hair and fisting them on the red strands, yanking sharply. Fuck, 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 this is not good. Sage, Madatabi, where the hell are you? A simple lack of answer would mean that either Madatabi was pissed and ignoring him or busy. A lack of presence, well. Kurama really doesn't want to think what that means. He is to, though, can't not, and the only image currently coming to mind is Gaara, the older Gaara, laid out in that cave like a damned human sacrifice, unmoving, unbreathing. And what if this is his fault? What if Madatabi's host, the host she likes, the host she's fond of, and Sage, it's making him think of his Naruto even more than he usually does? What if the girl was snatched by Akatsuki? Kakuzu was trying to collect Koko, after all. There's no way to say if they've decided to step up their timetable for gathering the Bisha. If they have, the Nibi seems like a reasonable one to start with, given that the Ichibi's host is currently sacked out and drooling on Naruto's shoulder. Fuck, Kurama mutters again. If it is Akatsuki, if they've gotten to Madatabi, that's possibly the worst situation possible, barring another escape by Kaguya. It means all the Jinchuriki and Bizu are in danger, even more than they were before. This was always a possibility after Kurama interrupted Kakuzu's fight with Han. But Kurama honestly hadn't thought it was likely. For being a psychotic bastard, Obito is terrifyingly controlled and is better at long-term planning than almost anyone Kurama has met. As it stands now, Kurama can't imagine that he has anywhere even close to enough White Setsu clones to stage another war, and he won't be able to stabilize them without Tanzes Mokiden anyway. So why grab Madatabi if that's the case? Why put things in motion if there's no way to reach the goal yet? Unless Kurama is missing things, which is possible. He's not a mad Uchiha with delusions of godhood and world peace through mass hypnotism. And Sage, but Madara must be a smooth bastard to sell a plan as fucked up as that, even to a traumatized kid with seals all over his heart and the vision of his only friend's death on permanent Technicolor repeat in his head. Still, regardless of flaws in the possible plan and a distinct lack of being able to think like a crazy Uchiha bastard, Kurama has to assume that it was Akatsuki who took Madatabi. Which means it's more than likely her host is dead and she's stuck inside that damn statue. If it turns out that something else is the cause of her going missing, Kurama will be pleasantly surprised, but for the moment he has to believe it was the absolute worst-case scenario. It's safer for everyone that way. So, that leaves him with a choice. Keep heading north, hoping that Madatabi isn't actually sealed in the Jedmaz or that she appears in their shared world again, on the off chance that she's actually fine, or change direction. Which direction can he reasonably go, though? He's got not one but 3 brats to look after, even if F seems mostly self-sufficient, and a sudden lack of any possible babysitters to take care of them while he goes and throws himself headlong at the Akatsuki. The freak squad is still on their tails, as is Kakuzu, though Kurama's less worried about him. With a bit of control, Kurama can take him out. The 2.5 Sharingan users and the baby Mokidan user, though, they present a bigger problem. And that, honestly, does not say a hell of a lot about Kurama's chances against all of Akatsuki, even in their current reduced numbers. He has a plan, though: sneak in, destroy the Jedmaz, fuck up Kaguya's plans to come back, and then sneak out again. He can pick the Akatsuki members off one at a time once there's no threat of them going through with the Eye of the Moon plan. Maybe even in pairs if he has to. That won't take too much effort, especially when he has no compunctions about killing them, unlike the Freak Squad. It's a good plan, overall. Simple, straightforward, not too likely to make him get his ass kicked. Except if Kakuzu has told them everything about him, about all the things he knows, it's likely Obito will be skulking around the base, just on the off chance that Kurama ends up there. And that won't be good for anyone involved. Without the Jubi's powers, Obito will be a hell of a lot simpler to take down, but he's still an overpowered bastard with a particularly tricky Mangekyo and almost 20 years of plodding in the shadows. He won't be an easy opponent, even if Kurama's not trying to save him from himself the way Kakashi and Naruto were. Growling softly, Kurama shoves himself to his feet and takes a long bound back to the shore of the pool. He hates this. Why can't people just follow the neat lines that were all laid out for them before Kurama got back here? He's terrible at predicting what people are going to do, because appearances aside, he's not human. He's a bijou, a construction of chakra and malice that was dragged kicking and screaming out of the Shinji's form. No matter what Naruto was trying to do, shoving him into this damned body. No, he doesn't mean that, because he knows exactly what Naruto sacrificed to bring him back, and he will never take that for granted. He knows what the stakes are, what he's risking every time he sets a foot wrong. The fate of the world on his shoulders and all that, and it's an uneasy burden at the best of times for an ancient bijou still reeling from the traumatic death of his first and only friend, still trying to pick his steps in a world where he's not a monster of mortal nightmare. End of the world aside, Naruto is depending on him. Both Naruto's, his lost Jinchuriki, and the little boy without a family, clinging to the first bit of kindness has been shown. Gaara and F need him too, as startling and unnerving as that thought is. He's taken them on, taken responsibility for them, and is not about to leave them stranded in the middle of the wilderness. So no matter what, this is a problem he has to solve. Fine, then. Options. Option 1, head for Kumo anyway, because B might be a freak to outstrick the entire Freak Squad, but is still a decent human being, no matter how much Kurama sometimes wants to tear out his tongue and shove it down his throat. Pros are possibly finding out what happened to Madatabi and her kunoichi. Cons are having the whole trip possibly be for nothing if B's off on one of his journeys, and the fact that A is a power grabber of epic proportions. There won't be much of a chance of getting the kids away if A realizes who they are and is too good a shinobi, with too many connections regardless of the state of his politics, for him to miss something like that. Option 2, change course. Come up with somewhere else to stash the kids. Maybe one of his other siblings, though honestly that list is rapidly decreasing in length. Madatabi, Shikako, the present Kyubi, Chmei, and Sun are all out of the question. Isobo, because the Sanbi is squarely under Obito's thumb right now. Koku too, by virtue of being both out of reach and previously targeted. That leaves Gaiki, but option 1's not the best, and well. Saiken, pretty much. Shit, that's a short list, Kurama thinks despairingly. Still, it could be worse. Saiken's weird and unnervingly cheerful all the time, and if Kurama didn't know better he'd say the slug was permanently high, but in the brief time Naruto knew him, Yudakata always seemed level-headed and fairly sensible. Of course, he's currently 10 years younger than he was when Naruto met him, which puts him at 15, maybe. Hopefully. Possibly 16 if Kurama's really lucky. And while shinobi, and especially Jinchuriki, aren't exactly allowed to cling to childhood, that's still pretty young. It also has the added disadvantage of leaving Yudakata still a dubiously loyal member of Kiritakuya, because as far as Kurama remembers the Rokudi's host didn't pack up and leave until he was 18. Which brings Kurama right back around to the fact that Kuri might as well be Obito's puppet state at the moment. There is, possibly, an option 3. Kurama can head them all in Kuri's direction, but also keep checking back in the Bijou's shared mental world to see if Madatabi miraculously manages to answer. If not, he'll be close enough to Kuri to track down Saiken. If she does, he won't have gotten too far from Lightning Country's border, and changing course to Kumo won't be difficult. Of course, this means cutting right along the Fire Country border and then down through Hot Springs Country, which Konoha shinobi like to frequent, but it's still better than staying in one place and waiting for Taki, Suna, Konoha, or the Akatsuki to catch up. And damn it all, but Kurama really needs to stop pissing off whole shinobi villages and ridiculously powerful criminal organizations. This is getting annoying. At the moment, option 3 is just about the only viable course he can take. The kids need to get somewhere safe, and Kurama really needs to deal with Akatsuki, especially if they've already started grabbing Jinchuriki. Apparently they're headed for Kuri, then. With a sigh, Kurama slips out of the mental world, coming back to himself to find that there's a crick in his neck and a weight on his lap. He blinks, looking down, and can't fight a sudden smile at the sight of a blonde head resting against his chest, a red head on his thigh, and a green head nestled against his shoulder. All 3 of the kids have relocated themselves and their blankets, apparently deciding that Kurama is the best pillow available, and they are all fast asleep on top of him. A soft-keeping laugh makes him look up, and his eyes land on Fuji, who's watching him with a distinct fox grin, tongue lolling and ears pricked up. "So cute," she teases lightly. "Your kids are all so cuddly." Kurama might be annoyed, but he's pretty sure that these 3 have never in their lives gotten to be cuddly before. Maybe F, since she mentioned a mother earlier, but she also used past tense when referring to her. Safer to assume that even if she has been treated as a kid, it was a long time in the past. "Fuck off," he tells the vixen, though it's hardly biting at all. "They are tired, that's all." Fuji snorts softly, but lets the matter drop. "Good news from your sister." With a grimace, Kurama drags a hand through his hair. "My sister's missing," he says shortly. "Change of plans. We are going to have to head towards Hot Springs Country, take a boat from the tip and make for Water Country. Something's happening, and I don't like it." Fuji's ears tip back, flattening against her skull, and she rises, coming to press up against his free leg. "I wish I had more tails," she huffs, sounding faintly miserable. "Then I could fly us there in no time." "I could try." "Not without killing yourself," Kurama cuts her off. He scratches gently behind her ear, trying to comfort her. "Fuji, we've gotten us this far pretty much through your efforts alone. If you hadn't jumped in when you did and then stuck around, we wouldn't have made it out of Fire Country." Tapping her nose, he reminds her, "I still owe you that star ball, too." With a disgruntled huff, Fuji flops down alongside his leg, resting her chin on her paws. "I want to be older," she complains. "If Momiji were around." From the shadows cast by the shifting firelight, there's a long, low growl, and something stirs. In an instant Kurama is on his feet, spilling children every which way, with a growl of his own rumbling through his chest, claws curled and ready even as his chakra rises like a flare. At his side, Fuji twists, flipping a leaf onto her head and instantly growing, rising to her feet the size of a small pony instead of a little fox. Right, an unfamiliar voice rumbles, and out of the darkness stalks a much bigger fox, fur a deep silvery blue-gray instead of Fuji's snowy white, with 5 tails and blue eyes and teeth bared in an angry snarl. "Go ahead, Fuji. Finish that sentence." "I don't like this at all," Rishi says grimly, surveying the interior of B's house. It looks a little like a whirlwind hit, or maybe the aftermath of an attack, but since they are on Turtle Island, surrounded by one of the strongest berries Kumo's ever managed to come up with, Rishi has to assume that it wasn't foul play. B must have left in a hurry, though, and that's definitely not a good sign where the state of things is concerned. Han makes a soft sound of agreement, shuffling through a pile of scrolls on the main table. The rakeage must have called him back very suddenly, he confirms. And if B actually went, it must have been for a reason that he thought was important, too. Since there's not much that can make B worried outside of failing to come up with new raps, the sinking feeling in Rishi's stomach just gets worse. He rubs a hand over his beard, all too aware of the tension of the bijou inside of him, who was distinctly unhappy with all of this and can't help but think of Kurama. The man is out there alone with just a fox summons and a pair of 6-year-olds to help him, no matter how devoted they happen to be. He's grieving and hunted and lacking money and weapons and even decent clothes, and no matter how urgent it felt to head off after Han, Rishi is rather regretting his choice right about now. He should have stayed with Kurama, helped him get to Kuma. If he's been captured by a... "Stop fretting," Han says with faint amusement, glancing up from his search. "You're about to give me ulcers." Just for that, Rishi kicks him as hard as he can manage in the shin. It is, unfortunately, just about the only place Risha can reach without jumping, because Han is an oversized idiot who didn't have the sense to realize he should have stopped growing once he passed 6 feet. Rishi is willing to admit that he's fairly short, especially for a man, but Han is just ridiculous. It's gratifying to see Han yelp and go stumbling backward, and Rishi crosses his arms over his chest, satisfied with that reaction. "I'll stop fretting when you decide to take this seriously," he retorts sharply. B is gone. If someone took him forcibly, the barrier would be down and the animals would be in an uproar, so we don't have to worry about that. But if I called him back to Kumo and he went, it probably has something to do with Kurama. If there's any chance that we can help him, we should take it. Even with the armor that covers the bottom of Han's face, Rishi can tell he's frowning. "We shouldn't jump to conclusions," he says calmly, though his tone is fatally warning. "Risha, we know nothing about Kurama. He saved my life, but he could be anyone." Risha frowns right back at him. "I don't care," he says flatly. Sun and Koku both agree he's related to them, and I don't give a damn if he's a Jinchuriki, a Bisha, or the fucking sage of 6 paths reborn. You didn't see him with those kids, Han. I remember what it's like to be a child with a monster in your head and the whole world set to hate you. Do you? Because he rescued those boys, he saved them and he loves them, and that's not someone I'm going to let die, even if I have to burn every hidden village to the ground to make sure of it. Han holds his gaze for a long moment before he looks away. I remember, he says softly, tucking his right hand into his hari. It was very lonely. Since Han is a good 10 years older than Risha, they really crossed paths growing up, but IWA isn't a soft place. If Han's childhood was anything like his, and all signs indicate that it was, even though it's one of the subjects they both avoid, that's the understatement of the century. There are 9 of us, Risha says, trying to keep his temper in check. 9 of us against a whole world that would spit on us sooner than look at us. I helped be, but he couldn't give a damn about the rest of us unless we swear ourselves to Kuma. Already Kurama's done more for us than anyone. He warned us about Akatsuki, saved you, helped me face Sun, saved those kids. I don't care who he is, Han. He's one of us, he's helping, even though no one else in all of existence cares about a handful of human containers beyond their potential as weapons. For that alone I'd save him. Another long stretch of silence, but Rishi knows his friend and lets it linger unbroken. Han is thinking hard, weighing all the options, that's what he does. Rishi is the impulsive, headstrong one, Han plans and hesitates and tries to keep out of danger as best he can. It's usually an amusing dichotomy, given their appearances, but right now Rishi can't find it anything but grating. Finally, Han sighs, shifting his weight back slightly. He pulls his cassock off, tucking the hat under his arm, and rubs a hand over his shorn hair. I hope you have a plan, he says a little wearily. You're my best friend, Risha, but I have no intention of dying alongside you if you're going to throw yourself headfirst at all the major villages. Rishi harumphs in indignation. I'm not an idiot, he reminds the big man sourly, even though he doesn't have more than the bare beginnings of a plan. We need to find out where Kurama went, first of all. I know he was heading for Kuma, but I have no idea if he made it there or got attacked along the way. The Reikage knows our faces, Han points out. And he knows what we are, thanks to Bei. We can't risk heading straight there. Kurama mentioned that Konoha was after him, Rishi counters, even as the pieces fall together in his head. And I'm absolutely certain that A hasn't passed on what he knows about us to the village he considers his greatest enemy. There are sure to be patrols along Konoha's border. Pass ourselves off as bounty hunters after the price on Kurama's head and they'll tell us what we need to know. That might work, Han says carefully, and she magnanimously ignores the distinct note of doubt in his voice. But Kumo also wouldn't share news of his capture if they do have him. That's true. Rishi considers the matter for a moment. But Kurama's wandering around with Konoha's Jinchuriki and Suna's. A's an arrogant bastard, but even he won't risk a war with Suna and Konoha by trying to keep their hosts. Han concedes this with a nod and another faint sigh. All right. Let's head south and find a border town. The odds of a Konoha patrol stopping to resupply are good, and it will be easier to find them there than track them through the wilderness. I knew you'd see the light, Risha says, entirely satisfied. Let's go. This place is a goddamn zoo without Bee here to keep the wildlife in check. I'm surprised you want to leave, seeing how you fit right in. Hide aside, Han says dryly, and Rusha promptly flips him off. Asshole, he accuses and storms out the door, entirely uncaring of the way it almost smacks Han in the face as the big man follows. Hiruzen sits back in the shadows of the mission assignment office, pipe tapping absently against his lips, and watches Shikaku assign shinobi to their tracking teams. Some of Konoha's best are in the room, standing in groups or pairs already in teams. Even soon, Fugako and Hayashi have turned up for the occasion, talking quietly near the doorway. There are 10 teams, 30 of the very best trackers Konoha can offer paired with 10 of Tsuna's best, and Hiruzen is grimly uncertain whether it will make any difference at all. He knows better than most just how dangerous a Jinchuriki can be, after all, and even beyond that, Uzumaki Kurama is an unknown. They can only speculate about his plans and motivations, and there's always the chance that they are incredibly wrong. Hiruzen is good at reading people, but his only encounter with Kurama lasted less than 5 minutes. Even he can't be expected to divine a man's character in that amount of time. Even so, it feels like a personal failing not having seen that Kurama was dangerous on edge. That he was the kind of man who could steal not 1 child, but 2, and drag them off into the wilderness. Hiruzen hasn't survived this long as a cage without learning how to lay blame on those actually responsible, rather than keeping it all for himself, but this is Naruto. This is Minado's son, Hiruzen's honorary grandson. There's no applying logic when family is at risk. How many villagers have accepted so far? The man beside him asks in a low voice, dark eyes flickering over the assembled shinobi. Hiruzen doesn't look at the Yondaime Keisuke because he doesn't need to see the deep lines of worry and grim resignation that match his own etched into the other cage face. The man had arrived this morning with a full contingent of shinobi armed for war, though thankfully not a war against Konoha. Despite the strained relations between their villages, they are still nominally allies, and the Keisuke had proposed adding some of his own trackers to the teams Hiruzen planned to send out. It's a gesture that Hiruzen even now finds surprising, though perhaps he shouldn't. The Keisuke is still a father, even if he's one who was forced to choose between the life of his child and the safety of his village. Taki and IWA, he answers. Though they don't hold any bijou themselves, you and AME have given us permission to enter their lands, as is rice paddy country and wave country. Tani as well, though we are fairly certain Kurama is moving east, not west. I've yet to hear back from Kuma, though I hope it will be sensible, given that his brother is one of the Jinchuriki at risk. The Keisuke grunts in acknowledgement, looking far older than his actual years. He drags a hand over his spiky auburn hair, mouth pulling into a tight line. No more word on which Jinchuriki this bastard has managed to grab. Hiruzen shakes his head, taking a long drag on his pipe and then breathing out a gusty cloud of smoke. IWA is hedging. I assume that means they either can't locate their Jinchuriki right now, or they haven't been able to in a while. It wouldn't be the first time hosts abandoned their village. Taki is under the impression that their container ran away, as she seems to do frequently, and that it has nothing to do with Kurama, but I find it rather hard to believe in such coincidental timing. That earns him a grimly amused snort. No village wants to admit that they've misplaced a tailed beast. I agree with you, though. This bastard knew exactly what he was doing when he took my son. He never hesitated. And I find it suspicious that he's taking the youngest Jinchuriki first. They are more malleable, more prone to believing whatever lies is spinning for them. Deliberately, Hiruzen doesn't mention that those lies, whatever they might be, would be a lot less believable if the Jinchuriki were treated with basic human decency. After all, his house is very much made of glass in this matter, and is not about to start throwing stones. No matter how he's tried to be close to Naruto, he's Hokage. He barely has time for his son, his daughter, and his grandson, let alone any other family. For over 40 years now Hiruzen has been putting the welfare of Konoha above the well-being of any one person in it, even when that one happens to be a boy he loves dearly. Instead, he simply sighs and casts his eyes to where a fiercely grinning Tsun is lounging next to a stiff and quietly offended Fugako. The Inuzuka and Uchiha clan heads aren't exactly the closest of friends, but since no one's throwing punches, he's going to assume things are going better than they usually do. Thankfully, Shidi is currently on the other side of the room, dealing with Shikaka. The Abirame clan head might look aloof and withdrawn, but he has a tendency to be very protective of Tsun, despite the fact that she most certainly doesn't need it. It tends to be especially noticeable where Fugaku is concerned, because Fugaku has certain notions about kunoichi and propriety, and Tsum has made a sport of flaunting such things wherever possible. Sometimes Hiruzen feels more like an exasperated schoolteacher than the leader of the most powerful hidden village. He wonders, with a faint quirk of his lips, if the Keisuke ever feels the same way. He's not really in the mood to be amused right now, though. Things are rapidly spiraling out of control, and he greatly dislikes the fact that IWA can't seem to locate their Jinchuriki. It makes Hiruzen wonder if Konoha wasn't actually Kurama's first stop. After all, Naruto and Gaara were both young enough that Kurama was more or less forced to come and collect them. The other Jinchuriki were more than capable of moving on their own, and if they had left IWA already, there would be no one to notice. Hiruzen doesn't even know their faces or anything about their abilities, and that's a dangerous situation to be in if they are potentially hostile. This whole matter is a headache and a half, even without the added joy of having to coordinate with all of the other villages. The mere thought of the politics that will be involved has Hiruzen contemplating whether there's any way at all he can trick Jiraiya into returning and taking the hat. Heaven knows Hiruzen doesn't want it. It's going to be a hell of a long week, the Keisuke says wearily, as if reading Hiruzen's mind. More likely is the fact that those kinds of thoughts are inescapable for men in their position. Then let's do our best to make it as short a manhunt as possible, Hiruzen agrees, and puts his pipe aside as he rises to his feet. That's enough of a break, no matter how his battered old bones complain. There are matters to be attended to, messages to deliver, teams to dispatch. Hiruzen is old, but is not dead yet, and has lived through 3 very long wars. He's bound and determined to see that there won't be a fourth. Chapter 21, XXI, Assuage. Assuage, SWA with macron J, to make an unpleasant feeling less intense, to relieve, to satisfy, as an appetite or hunger. Middle English, from Old French assudia, based on Latin ad, to plus suavis sweet dot. Momiji. Fuji ops, scrambling around to plant herself in front of Kurama, even her small hands latch onto the back of Kurama's shirt. Momiji, stop. I'm fine, I know you're angry or ran away, but he's... The silver fox growls warningly. Don't cover for the humans, they kidnapped you. Off of Mount Inari. Fuji demands, somewhere between incredulous, exasperated, and frantic. Momiji, you've got nothing but fur between your ears. Kurama-sama is a 9-tailed fox. Of course I was going to go with him. There's a moment of absolute silence, and Momiji says suspiciously, 9-tailed. Fuji huffs, sitting down with a thump and leveling a scathing glare at the fox that can only be her brother. You think I'd stick with anyone else without a contract? She asks witheringly, though there's still a thread of nervous tension in her body. Kurama-sama needed help, and Elder Yuri is always talking about duties and how the 9-tailed fox was the one to give us chakra in the first place, so we should repay our debts to him, and he gave me Odin, Momiji. With a long, drawn-out groan, Momiji deflates entirely, flopping down on his belly and crossing his paws over his snout to hide his eyes. Hell, Fuji, I don't know what I'm more surprised about, the fact that you actually listened to those lectures or that you conned out God into feeding you. You're such a brat. Seeing the way Fuji is puffing up, Kurama decides that it's time to step in before this devolves into full-out sibling bickering. He gently detaches the hands from his hari, then steps forward, though he's careful to keep all 3 kids behind him. It wasn't a con, he says firmly. Fuji saved me from getting brainwashed or mind-wiped, and I didn't have any better way to repay her. I still don't. She's the only reason we've made it this far, and I'm in her debt. One paw shifts enough for Kurama to see Momiji's black-masked face, and the silver fox stares at him for a long moment. He studies Kurama carefully, then sits up again, his 5 white-tipped tails curling around his feet. You really? There's a simple way to answer, though Kurama's not sure how Naruto's passenger will react to the show. Still, he's going to have to deal with his past self waking up at some point, and now isn't the worst time for it to happen. Naruto could use a trump card, just in case something happens to Kurama, and once the Kyuubi has had some sense smacked into him, he'll serve admirably. With that in mind, Kurama takes a breath, thinks of Kaguya, and summons his chakra, letting it rise like a fiery tide around him. It tints the air scarlet, covers everything with a wash of power that lingers at the back of the throat like the metallic taste of blood. There's a sense of wind and fire to it, malice and rage and an ancient, suppressed fury that's unmistakable. Yeah, Kurama says, opening his eyes and meeting Momiji's pale blue gaze. I really am. Kurama and I. Naruto asks curiously, and Kurama instantly chokes off his chakra, turning and dropping to one knee. There's the faintest flicker of foreign chakra in Naruto's system, not enough to speak of the Kyuubi awake, but he's stirring. The flare of power was like a nudge, bringing him from the depths of sleep to the beginning of an awakening. Sorry, kid. I know that was a lot of chakra, Kurama says gently, smoothing a hand over his messy hair. He glances over his shoulder to where Momiji is still watching, sharp eyes flickering between Naruto and Kurama with something like confusion, and tips one shoulder in a half shrug, a silent promise to explain later. It probably won't be as easy as explaining to Fuji was, but he owes it to both foxes. Fuji's been avoiding her family by helping him, after all. Are you really a nine-tailed fox, Kurama? F asks interestedly, sliding forward to stare at Momiji with wide-eyed wonder. It's complicated, Kurama says a little helplessly. He doesn't particularly want to explain, but he will if he's pushed. Not everything, because that's too much for any kid to deal with, but there's enough he can give them that it will stand in for a full explanation. Don't worry about it, sweetheart. I won't. It's Gaara, surprisingly, who says it. He shifts forward, fingers finding Kurama's sleeve and his wide, blue-green eyes solemn. With a glance at Naruto and then another at death, he says, "You're not scary, Kurama and I." Muth Shukaku says the Kyuubi is mean and scary. You're not. Shukaku says, "Hut." Kurama tucks that thought away to hold over the Ichibi's head later and reaches over to ruffle wild red hair with a smile. Thanks, Squirt. You're not scary, either. From the way Gaara lights up at this, you'd think Kurama just gave him the world on a platter. It makes irritation sooner flare, sharp and hot as a volcano on the edge of the erupting, but Kurama shoves the ender back down and doesn't let it show. The bastards don't know what they're missing, treating Gaara like a monster. The kid is not entirely terrible. Kurama can almost hear his Naruto laughing at him. Idiot. Yeah, the 6-year-old Naruto chimes in, throwing himself forward and latching onto Kurama's arm. You're still the same, Kurama and I, so nothing's changed. It's fine, Kurama thinks, swallowing past the lump in his throat. Whatever. It's not like it would have been the end of the world if Naruto thought he was strange, or a monster, or was even just wary at the idea of nine-tailed fox that looked like a human. He doesn't care, wouldn't care either way, but... He presses a kiss to Naruto's forehead and wraps an arm around him in return. Thanks, kid, he murmurs and glances back to see that Momiji is still watching. The fox has lost the edge of angry suspicion, expression more curious than anything else. Fuji's eyes are on them, too, her ears poked up and face full of mirth. Kurama gives her a smile. Thanks for everything, Fuji. I still owe you that star bowl, so hit me up next time you're around. What? Fuji yelps, bolting to her feet. I'm not leaving, Kurama-sama, you still need me. Kurama blinks, caught off guard. He glances over at Momiji, whose expression has shifted to considering, and then reminds the vixen, Fuji, you're already going to be in trouble. So she asked stubbornly, undeterred. I'm going to be in trouble whether I go back now or later, so it might as well be later. And if Momiji thinks he can drag me back, I'll fight him. You'd lose, Momiji says dryly, rising to his feet and stepping past his sister. He body checks her out of his way, making her snarl in aggravation, but ignores his sibling's irritation and instead faces Kurama squarely. You really need Fuji's help, he asks, tone assessing and pale eyes thoughtful. A little wary, Kurama nods. We are headed for Kuri, and there are people after us. I can make it on foot, but if there's any way to get there faster, it will save us a lot of grief. Besides, Fuji's smart, and she's brave. She's already gotten us out of more than one scrape that we probably wouldn't have managed without her. Well, then you'll do even better with 2 foxes helping, Momiji says with certainty. I've got 5 tails and I'm better with chakra than most of the summons twice my age. Flying is my specialty. Since you've been taking care of my bread of a sister, let me repay you by getting you to Kuri. That is absolutely the very last thing Kurama expected, and he blinks in surprise, rocking back on his heels. Really? But don't you have to get back to Mount Inari? And there are 4 of us. Even as he says it, though, relief is uncoiling inside of him, taking the place of the sick tight knot of nervous tension that's been present since F joined them. Fuji can carry 3, after all, when 2 of those 3 are tiny and light, but any more than that is asking too much of her. To have a solution to that, to have a way to get to water country in a quarter of the time it would take walking, that solves so many problems that just for a second Kurama finds it hard to breathe from the release of tension. Sage, if Momiji is serious. The Reynard gives an eerie, yipping laugh, is pricking. Kurama-sama, you're a nine-tailed fox. Of course I'll help. Fuji's a brat, but she's right about that much. And if I'm here, the elders won't mind that Fuji is, too. I can feed her chakra and we'll fly the 4 of you to Kuri. Sage, but this might actually work out. Kurama breathes out, a little shaky with relief, and says with complete sincerity, thank you. Thank you, Momiji. With an answering laugh, Fuji leaps up, jumping over Momiji's back, rolling happily, and then bouncing back to her fate. You're the best, Momiji. I take back everything I said about you being a nasty, boring know-it-all. Hey. Momiji snaps, bristling. When exactly were you saying that, brat? He pounces on her, wrestling her to the ground, and in an instant they're a snarling, snapping ball of silver and white fur, bare teeth, and sibling indignation. Well, Kurama thinks with a mix of exasperation and amusement, as Naruto cheers and F laughs and even Gaara smiles a little. At least the trip will never get boring. As it turns out, Momiji wasn't bragging when he mentioned his talent with chakra, though Kurama, well acquainted with vulpine exaggeration and pride, had half expected him to be doing just that. With Fuji riding the tail end of his chakra, F and Gaara happily perched on her back, they managed to cross all of Rice Paddy country and most of Hot Springs country before the lack of reliable light drives them back to Earth. With the waning moon above them, Momiji touches down lightly, the foxfire around his paws flickering out of existence. Fuji's landing is slightly less graceful, but she's practically vibrating with excitement as she crouches to let her passengers off. That was so much fun. F infuses, helping Gaara slide down and supporting the sleepy boy when he wavers. It's almost midnight, and even though F seems just fine, the younger members of their ragtag band are almost unconscious. Thank you, Fuji. You're very welcome, Fuji says, almost smug, and then shifts back to a regular small form and leaps up to curls around the girl's neck. Momiji snorts, muttering something about glory thieves and credit stealers under his breath, but doesn't move as Kurama dismounts, carrying Naruto. The bigger fox looks a little tired himself, but he follows gamely as Kurama starts laying out bedrolls for the boys. F her unpack, and she pulls a tightly rolled blanket out of it, seemingly content to curl up in that with Fuji sprawled out next to her. You gonna sleep, Kurama and I? Naruto asks blearily, tugging on Kurama's sleeve as Kurama settles him on the blanket. Not yet, kid, Kurama says, gently scuffing a hand through blonde hair. I'll keep watch for a bit. Go to sleep, okay? We've got another long day tomorrow. Naruto mumbles something vaguely agreeable, closing his eyes and burrowing under the covers. It's cold, but Hot Springs country is at least a bit warmer than most places this far north, thanks to being so close to the ocean, and since they are capping at the foot of a steeply sloping hill, there isn't enough of a wind to make it frigid. Kurama could probably get away with starting a fire for added warmth, but he'll take any excuse not to. The close call with both Kakuzu and the Freak Squad is still foremost in his mind. Still, they are far enough away from any signs of life that Kurama feels safe enough leaving a clone to stand watch while he heads up the hill. To his surprise, Momiji follows, though he stays silent as they pick their way round outcroppings of bare stone and a few scattered stands of trees. The moon is waning, a little less than half full by now, and around it the stars are clear and bright. It's a nice change from the heavy cloud cover of AME or the intermittent clear skies of Waterfall, and at the crest of the hill Kurama pauses, turning his face up to the sky. At his side, Momiji does the same, standing close enough that Kurama can feel the warmth of his fur pressed up against his side. The easy quiet lingers for a long moment before the fox says, "They are very fond of you. The children and my sister both." Kurama huffs out a breath that's a little too bitter to be a laugh, sinking down to sit cross-legged on the grass. Those kids haven't exactly had a lot of people they could be fond of, he points out. And Fuji's sweet. It's hard not to like her, even when she isn't saving my ass. Momiji chuckles, dropping to sprawl out and resting his angular head on Kurama's knee. She's okay, is his assessment. Are we up here for a reason, or just to look at the stars? Dragging a hand through his hair, Kurama shoots one more glance at the moon before settling back, resting his hands in his lap. My sister's missing. I really want to believe that she's not dead or sealed, and the only way to find out is to keep checking for her in our mental world. You'll keep an eye out while I do. The silver fox makes a noise of assent. Of course, Kurama-sama. I can't smell anyone nearby, there. Neither can I, Kurama agrees. But just to stay sharp, okay. Taking a breath, he closes his eyes and reaches out. They are near the border of Frost Country, just about the closest they can get to Kuma without leaving Hot Springs Country, and Kurama vaguely hopes that proximity will make some kind of difference. If nothing else, maybe one of the other Bijou will be able to remember the last time Madatabi was present. It's safest to assume that she's been captured by Akatsuki, stripped from her host and stuffed into that damned statue, but Kurama doesn't want to acknowledge it. He wants to cling to the small chance that there's some other kind of explanation besides the worst-case scenario. It's distinctly possible that Naruto rubbed off on him more than he'd like to think. The murky, almost metallic scent of stagnant water and damp stone fills his nose with a rush, and Kurama grimaces, already knowing what he'll see even as he opens his eyes. Darkness surrounds him, lit only by guttering torches on the walls, and is standing in ankle-deep water. There are bars in front of him, all too familiar, but the door of the cage stands open, the seal torn right down the center. Beyond the bars, where there was once a black stone wall, and, sage, how many years did Kurama spend staring at it, until he knew every slight variation of color or texture by heart? There are instead 9 openings cut into the rock, each wide and tall enough for even Kurama in his Bijou form to pass through. Well, that's clear enough, isn't it? Kurama wades through the murky water, thankfully feeling only stone under his bare feet, and pauses for a moment in front of the doors, testing. Each one carries a familiar taste of chakra, from the mirror-image sense of rage and fire on the far left to Shikaku's blood-wet sand on the far right. Isabu's power is muted, buried, and Kurama doesn't want to think about what that means for his sibling caught so firmly by Obito's damned eyes, but Saiken's chakra is clean and clear, as bright and bubbly as ever. For a moment Kurama debates the 6th passage, thinks of trying to find Saiken and warning him that they are coming, but there. Like a moma in a room full of loud voices, there's just a trace of familiar chakra. Cold but burning, as eerie as a ghost beneath the full moon, and Kurama jerks around, bolting for the second tunnel without a second thought. He slips on the slick stone, only just managing to stay upright, catches himself on the smooth wall and hurls himself around the corner, and there's a loud yelp in a voice besides his own, a confused flurry of motion, and a sharp jerk on the back of his hari. Kurama blinks his eyes open in the real world to find himself on the very edge of the hill where the ground drops away, poised to leap. Momiji is holding him back, teeth clamped on the hem of his hari and feet planted. Oh, Kurama says dumbly, and then, when that familiar sense of chakra whirls past him like an errant breeze again, oh. Momiji, knock it off, I'm fine, but I have to go. Carefully, Momiji extracts his teeth from thick cloth and says dubiously, you're going to leave 3 kids on their own. Out here? I'm not leaving, Kurama says in annoyance. Don't you feel that? The Nibi is down there. There's every chance that it's a trap. Every chance that this is Akatsuki, or Kumo's forces, or anyone else who could be using Madatabi to lure him out. But there's also a slim chance that it's not, and Kurama owes it to his sister, in all her aggravating, cunning glory, to at least check. Momiji pauses for a long moment, then huffs and crouches down. He shrinks dramatically as he does so, sliding from the size of a horse to the size of a regular fox, and then promptly hurls himself right into Kurama's arms. I'm coming with you, he insists. If you get into trouble on my watch, Fuji will never let me hear the end of it. Fine, but can we go now? Kurama asks, annoyed, even as he shifts the reynard onto his shoulders. Clawed paws clutch at his shoulder, tightly enough that Kurama isn't worried about Momiji falling, and he takes that as an answer. 3 long bounds carry him over the edge of the hill and down, towards the thickly forested ground at its base. Kurama can't sense any malice within his range, not even the usual flickers of irritation that would accompany most humans trekking through the woods at midnight, and he can't take that as anything but a good sign. The Akatsuki members are almost permanently aggravated, after all, and even the more even-tempered ones have an undercurrent of rage to them. When he's looking, there's no way that Kurama could miss them. Madatabi's chakra urges him onward, around the edge of the hill and deeper into the forest. There's enough undergrowth to make moving hard, but the branches above aren't quite sturdy enough to carry his weight, so Kurama grits his teeth and pushes through, trying not to make too much noise. "Madatabi, you smug witch," he hisses, voice low enough that only Jinchuriki should pick it up. "Where the hell are you?" From up ahead, when moonlight glitters off the surface of a small, restricted pond, there's a small sound that's quickly bidden off. Kurama stiffens, going still as he listens, and Momiji's brushes jaw as the fox lifts his head and does the same. "That was pain," Momiji murmurs. It was, and her knees twist through Kurama's stomach, making him grimace. It takes a lot to hurt a Jinchuriki, and even more to hurt a Bija. If something has managed it. He takes a breath and slips through the last of the brush, minding his steps to keep them soundless even in the thick undergrowth. The trees spread out around the edge of the pond, making a tiny clearing, and on the far side of it, something moves. Shadows shift as the figure slides between trunks, then pauses, and Kurama realizes that whatever happens next is going to have to make the first move. Whoever that is over there, they're not planning to come out until Kurama shows himself. It's stupid. It's incredibly stupid, but this is Madatabi, the least objectionable of all of Kurama's siblings, and that's definitely her chakra trickling out into the midnight air. Whether it means she's escaped with her host, or by herself, or is being used as bait by someone, Kurama can't leave her as she needs his help. Damn it. His Naruto has a lot to answer for, making him this soft. "Madatabi?" Kurama asks, stepping out into the faint moonlight. "That you damn cat." There's a long pause, and then the figure in the darkness moves again. It slits forward, out of the shadows, and the starlight catches on pale blonde hair matted with blood and drying mud, on a battered hataye marked with Kumo's symbol. Small hands lose their grip on the smooth bark of a tree as the figure tumbles forward, and Kurama leaps forward without even having to think, clearing the pond in a single bound and catching the young girl as she falls. "Yujida," he says, somewhere between astonished and unspeakably relieved. And if she's young, so much younger than when he saw her as one of Obido's Rinnegan puppets, battered and scraped with her hair falling loose and tangled around her face, but it's unmistakably her. Madatabi's chakra covers her like a ragged cloak, dissipating as if it's fog before a stiff breeze, but despite the exhaustion and the fact that Yujida is healing at almost a normal rate rather than like the Jinchuriki she is, Madatabi is still curled up inside her soul. Akatsuki hasn't gotten a hold of either of them yet. "Kurama?" Yujida rasps, barely audible. Dark eyes flicker from Kurama's face to the fox around his neck, and she sighs in wordless relief. "Madatabi said you'd be shorter." "Like crochet." Madatabi's a lying old witch, Kurama huffs, hooking an arm around Yujida's shoulders and helping her sit up. "What the hell are you doing so far from Kumo, kid?" Damn it, but she can't be much more than 13, and while that's a far sight better than being 6, it's also not as old as Kurama had expected. Definitely not as old as he was hoping for when he planned to leave the kids with his lying little sneak of a sister. Millimeter, Yujida makes an effort to focus, pushing herself a little more upright in his hold and promptly hissing in pain, pressing a hand to her ribs. "Madatabi told me to find you. We were attacked while we were training, and my teachers were killed. She took over, but we couldn't win, so we ran. She said you were our best chance of surviving." Which would explain why Kurama couldn't find Madatabi earlier if she had exhausted her chakra and was trying to conserve it. But to make Madatabi use that much of her strength, it had to have been Akatsuki that went after her. Kurama fights down the growl that tries to bubble up in his chest and asks, "You remember who jumped you, kitten?" The nickname gets him a startled glance, but Yujida doesn't pause to think as she answers, "There were 7 of them, 6 with the same eyes and a woman with blue hair. They said my power would help them save the world." "Rule it, more like," Kurama mutters, raking a hand through his hair. "Fuck." Pain and Konan, then, which means Akatsuki really has started collecting the bijou. Not that they'll have an easy time finding any but Saikan and Isoba at this point. If Yujida was attacked, B is either on Turtle Island, safe behind the wards for at least a little while, or being kept close to the wreckage. Akatsuki won't risk attacking a village as strong as Kumo just yet. With so many gaps in their ranks they simply don't have the power. A is a formidable opponent, and when he's working with B, who's fully allied with his bijou, even the 6 paths of pain won't stand much of a chance. Madatabi had mentioned something about Yujida training in the mountains, and given the proximity to Akatsuki's base, that's probably why they tried to grab her first. Well, it's a good thing Kurama still has Kuri as a backup plan. It also has the added advantage of being just about the last place Obito will expect them to turn up, since it's practically under his nose. And by the time he thinks to look there, Kurama will be in position to thoroughly distract him by smashing the Jedmaz. Since there's only one thing to do now, Kurama shifts back onto his heels, then slides his free arm under Yujida's knees and rises fully to his feet, picking her up as carefully as is able. "Come on," he says gruffly. "We've got a camp on the other side of the hill. I'm not good at medical jutsas, but we've got some bandages and I can at least transfer some of my chakra to you." That should help Madatabi get back on her feet. Those small, tanned hands jerk up, curling into the edge of his hari, and Yujida looks down. The tips of her ears are slightly flushed, and Kurama can all but feel her embarrassment, edged with a slight hint of shame. "Thank you," she forces out. Kurama doesn't look at her. "Nothing to be embarrassed about," he huffs, heading back into the forest. "Madatabi and our family. You have family, more or less, so you might as well be mine, right?" And this is what family does. The deft grip on his hari eases just a little, and the flush fades. Dark eyes study him carefully for a moment before Yujida nods sharply. There are lines of exhaustion in her face, cuts and scrapes everywhere, bruises like painful shadows on her bare arms and the curve of her jaw, but her poise is coming back. Some of the tightness eases from her shoulders, sliding away, and she gives in to her weariness enough to let her head rest against Kurama's shoulder. Momiji noses her hair, and she smiles, if only slightly. "I don't remember my family," she admits softly. "Doesn't matter," Kurama tells her. "Family's what you make of it." This time, her smile is much easier to say. I think I like that idea."